This is the only clay course that you are ever going to need. It is completely free, and the best part is that it's fully updated for 2026. As you probably will remember, last year I made a course style video exactly like this one. To be honest, I didn't expect much of it at all because I hardly had 500 subscribers at the time, but you guys absolutely loved it, and it has now passed 10,000 views, and to this day it's still the video that most people message me about on LinkedIn. But the only problem is that clay has changed a lot since that video came out. The pricing changed, the UX changed, the buttons changed, Claude Code and OpenClaw showed up out of absolutely nowhere, and there are new clay features now that genuinely break and change the way that you're going to be using clay.com in 2026 and going forward. So I had to rebuild this free YouTube course completely from scratch, fully updated for 2026. I'm going to take you from never having opened clay before to now being able to build enrichment systems that most people and companies would pay thousands of dollars to agencies to set up for them. It's not going to be boringly theoretical, just the exact workflows taught to you button by button throughout the course. Quick word on why you should probably listen to me. I've used clay every single day over the last 2 years to generate over $300,000 for my own businesses. I've also taught clay to over 1,000 students inside of my Unlock Clay course, which to this day is the biggest course on the market on clay.com. Companies like GMP that we partnered with in the past have crossed over $300,000 in recurring revenue within just 6 months of us implementing clay systems for them. Asher, one of the students inside of my Unlock Clay course, went from $0 to over $10,000 a month just solo implementing clay on the back of the lessons that he learned through these courses. And I was lucky enough to have worked with some of the best GTM engineers in the space. For example, Cadian Anderson, who worked for my agency before landing a killer GTM engineer role over at Apollo.io. Worth noting that this course covers literally everything that the old course never could. For example, the new clay pricing that just came into action in March 2026, plus all the other cool new features that genuinely change the game, like ads and retargeting, the clay sculptor, the ability to create your own GTM AI clay agents, and lots more. Luckily for you, I have added timestamps underneath the video for every single section, so bookmark this video right now. You're going to want to come back to it. But if this is your first time using clay, do yourself a favor and watch this course from start to finish, because there are a lot of parts in the middle that teach you a lot of the first principles, things like conditional formula that you absolutely need to master before building out some clay tables. And of course, I'm going to be giving all the resources away for free, so every single visual, every single guide, every single prompt that I reference throughout this entire course will all be available under the second link in the description underneath the video. So go check out the first link in the description underneath the video, which will give you an exclusive 14-day free trial of clay.com and also an additional 2,000 free clay credits if you choose to sign up for paid clay.com accounts. So that will be the top link underneath in the description below. You will be doing yourself a massive favor by getting a 2-week free trial, and you can use that as we go through the course. All right, let's jump straight into it. Before we touch a single button inside of clay.com though, let me tell you the exact structure of this course so you know how it works. Remember, it's built for complete beginners. If you have never opened clay before, don't worry, because I am going to put your training wheels on first, then take them off chapter by chapter until you can build a system end to end on your own. As I mentioned a million times, there are timestamps down below, and here is the exact structure of the course, module by module, so you can figure out which timestamp to skip to if you already used clay in the past. We will start off by talking about what clay is in the first place, which clay plan you likely need to use based on your use cases and aspirations for clay.com. We will then talk holistically about the go-to-market tech stack and what sales tools you may want to consider if you are to create a GTM motion that revolves around clay. We will then talk about all the cool clay.com use cases for your business, so you can pick a couple of low-hanging fruit use cases that you want to set up and implement as you go through the course. Now, of course, you can skip those 4 initial stages as they are somewhat theoretical and we're not diving into building out clay tables straight away. And I totally understand if you skip across to the first deep dive into a clay table, which will be the section after that, which will be titled Every Single Button Inside of Clay. But the main idea at the very start is to understand what the hell clay is, what the hype is all about, what are the use cases, because only then can we actually start building out clay workbooks, clay tables, and flirting with all the different tools that we can integrate within clay. And after that, please fasten your seatbelts, because the first thing that we'll be doing is learning every single important button inside of clay.com, which is super OCD, but I promise you it will be worth it. We will be talking about how to connect any tool that you already have directly to clay.com, be it your CRM, an email finder tool, an email automation tool, or anything of that sort. We will learn how to build company lists, people lists, and look up jobs and look up open roles amongst the set list of companies. Needless to say, after that, we will learn how to enrich and qualify the data so that you can just schedule the data enrichment and qualification piece and let it run on autopilot in the background. We will talk about some killer new features like Clay Sculptor, Clay AI agents, how you can templatize and make clay.com templates productized, and essentially you will know every single important feature and button within clay.com that will enable you to set up a GTM motion from start to finish. As I said already, I'm giving all of the resources away completely for free in return for your email address, of course. It will be the second link in the description underneath the video, so if you want to access that, just go check out the second link in the description down below. And that's pretty much it. So we might as well jump straight in the deep end and start talking about what clay actually is. For pure oversimplification, I want you to think about clay as the bridge between the inputs and the outputs. As you can see in the image on the screen right now, typically there are 3 things that needs to be present in order for clay to work for you. So the first thing that needs to be present is the inputs. Now the inputs are the things that we import into a clay table. So super simply put, it typically is either company data, so in other words, lists with different company names and company websites, or it's people data. So in that case, obviously, it's just lead lists that you may get from some providers like Apollo, Lucia, LinkedIn Sales Navigator, LinkedIn Recruiter, or anything of that sort. Or the third type of inputs, which is less common, but is still present sometimes, which is job data. So in other words, you may go to Apify and scrape some job listings from Glassdoor and Indeed, for instance, and you may want to import those into a clay table for whatever reasons. Or you may go to a data aggregator like theirstack.com as well, and you would want to then import that into a clay table. So simply put, yes, you could do all of this stuff and source company, people, and job data inside of Clay itself, but it's not as reliable and it's going to cost you a lot more overall to try doing that inside of Clay. So you might as well go to your typical provider that you're currently using. And don't worry if you don't have the right providers for these types of data right now, because we'll be touching on those later on in this video as well. If we go inside of a Clay table over here, the first thing that you would need to be worried about is how to get data inside of Clay. So super simply put, inside of Clay, all you have to do is click on import CSV, and you can drag and drop any sort of CSV file, be it a Google Sheet or anything of that sort. So you will just grab it from your downloads folder, upload it here, click on continue, click on new blank table, and complete the import, and voila, within just a couple of seconds, all of this data that you just sourced from another platform will typically be inside of the Clay table instantly. Now, worth noting that there are other ways that you can get the data inside of your Clay table. This could be done through APIs and webhooks. For the time being, we're staying away from those, but you just need to be aware that it is possible for you to pass the data from other providers directly into Clay using APIs and webhooks. So now you know that you need one of those data sources as your input inside of the Clay tables. And now the real question is, what the hell can Clay actually do with this data? First of all, it can help you to enrich the data. Let's say we imported a list of people that just attended our conference. We may have just their full names and company names. Clay can help us to enrich this data at scale, so it can help us find the websites of every individual lead. It can help us find the email address of each individual lead, and it can also qualify those leads based on the ideal client profile that we provide inside of Clay. This will typically be the enrichment stage, so whereby we have some data fields like full name and company name, but we don't have the website. So by enriching data, we mean getting more data points about each individual company or person or job inside of a list. Moving on, the second thing that Clay can do for us is qualify data. So as we already mentioned just now briefly, you may be importing a list of companies, in which case you want to understand how many employees does a company have? Is their business model B2B, B2C, direct to consumer? Are they in the right geography? Do they have the right level of headcount? And on the basis of this, we can then qualify a company to see if it fits your ideal client profile. And then thirdly, of course, what Clay is most renowned for is its fancy AI features that enable you to personalize every single cold outreach message. And this is something that I'll cover briefly right now, just to walk you through how people really use Clay in order to personalize every single cold outreach message. It's a super quick 5-step process. The first step typically is thinking of what a super personalized email looks like and drafting it. In bold, we have the custom variables. In other words, the dynamic variables that will need to be filled in and personalized for each specific individual that is receiving this template. That's typically the first step, which is completely up to you. You're not doing this inside of Clay. You're just doing it on paper or inside of a Google Doc. And you're just writing down what a super personalized cold email looks like. So you need to think, what's the final output? What's the final message that each individual lead needs to be receiving? And after you do that, you will break down the email into variables. After you break down that email into variables, you will identify the enrichment for each variable. So for instance, inside of this specific email that I just showed you, there are 5 or 6 dynamic variables that we can see over here, like the best-selling item from a company website, the number of website visitors that this company is getting every month, the average order amount on their websites, and a bunch of other personalizations like first name and some of the other things as well. After we map out what dynamic variables we need to find, we need to understand where we get those dynamic variables from. So in other words, what enrichments are we going to use in order to source this data? So after we know what enrichment we will use, a lot of the time we will need a prompt, for instance, for ChatGPT or OpenAI when using that enrichment as well. This is our dream email template that we want to be sending out to each lead. This is how we would go about building it inside of Clay. So we'll have this data all imported over here. We will map out the enrichment step by step. We'll know that step 1 is identifying the best-selling item. Then we'll get the website visitors. Then we'll get the estimated order amount. Then we'll calculate the untapped revenue. And before we know it, this is the final cold email that will be received by the prospect. And at the very end, when we find all of these dynamic variables in order to fill in the email, all we need to do is click on add a column, click on message, and over here we can generate the message. So for instance, hi first name, and we will fill in all of these dynamic variables for each individual lead. So it would look something like this, what you can see on my screen right now, whereby we have the text, which has all been connected using dynamic variables. And this is typically how you would use Clay in order to personalize outreach for each individual lead. And don't worry, because we'll be talking about this later on in the course. Now, let's imagine a hypothetical scenario where by now you already understand the inputs, you understand roughly what Clay can do with the inputs, and now it's a matter of you qualifying, personalizing, and enriching the data, and you have all of this data completely ready. What do you do with this data? What do you do after this Clay table is finished? And typically this is when Clay allows you to send this data into either LinkedIn automation or email automation, whereby you can send those personalized messages via LinkedIn or via emails. Or you may want to create a task inside of your CRM, for instance. You may want to add this data to a database, be it your CRM, your ATS, or you may want to transfer this data using an API or webhook to any other sort of custom platform that you're currently using. A lot of the time, I see Clay being used in order to then notify the sales reps of activity. For example, when as the input, there is a new lead that submits a form on their website, Clay personalizes, enriches, and qualifies the data. And then on the back of that, you can send a notification to your sales reps to follow up with a lead. Now, here is the thing. In order for Clay to work effectively for your business, there is just one thing that you need to ask yourself. And that thing is, every manual step that your team is currently taking can probably be replaced through an enrichment. So for those of you that may not be aware, in the top right hand corner, when you click on actions, every action is an enrichment. So every single time that you perform an action inside of clay.com, this is called an enrichment. All right, guys, by now we should understand what Clay is, and it's about time to discuss which Clay plan you likely need for your business. If you navigate over to clay.com/pricing, you should be able to see their new pricing plans. Make sure that you're in the monthly view over here. And then you should be able to see that they realistically have 3 types of paid plans. The first plan is the launch plan, which costs $185 a month. The second plan is growth plan at $495 a month. And then we have the custom enterprise plan. Worth noting, every single plan is split into 2 types of credits. The first type of credits is data credits, and those are charged for any job data, company data, or people data. So whenever you are trying to find leads within Clay, you're being charged the data credits. So that's the first part of the pricing. The second part of the pricing is the action credits. So if we look at the action credits, you can see that the launch plan gives you 15,000 action credits, and an action credit charges you for an action. For example, pushing the lead from clay.com into your email automation tool like instantly.ai, for example. You're also charged action credits for any use of AI, any form of data enrichment like finding mobile numbers, finding LinkedIn profiles, finding company domains, email finding, email personalization, and the sequencing actions of adding leads to campaigns, creating tasks for the leads, or doing anything of that sort. Worth noting that there is a world in which you may run out of data credits or action credits, of course. The 2 types of credits are charged for separately, so if you run out of data credits, you may need to just top up and buy some more, but it does not mean that you can just start using your action credits instead of the data credits. So you need to make sure that you're on top of both at the same time. If I'm totally honest with you, as much as software tools love to tell you that you can stay on the free plan in order to test out the tool, that's not the case with Clay. You could try by starting a free trial on a free plan over here, and of course it just gives you 100 data credits, which is the equivalent of you finding just 100 people when you build a lead list. And yes, it gives you 500 actions, but realistically it's not really enough to try out Clay with. And if for whatever reason you are on a free clay.com plan, make sure that whenever you sign up for that plan, you go into your Clay accounts, you click on the question icon in the top right hand corner where it says help, and then over here if you go to messages and ask a question, you can always message their support, and their support is brilliant, by the way, and you can give them some context saying, hey, I'm just learning Clay, I'm trying to get good at it, do you mind topping up some free credits so I can play around a bit more? And that way, if you're on a free trial, especially if you're a freelancer or you're trying to break into the GTM space, a lot of the time they will be pretty accommodating. They will top up some credits and they will be quite accommodating on that side of things. Now, the $185 plan is pretty good to get started with for most one-employee companies or smaller sales teams. In this case, the only real limitation is that it does not have access to the HTTP API feature, which enables you to connect Clay to other tools that do not yet have a native integration with Clay. So for example, let's say you use a random data provider like Rion Email Verifier, you may not be able to connect it to clay.com without having the HTTP integration. And if you head over to clay.com/integrations, you should be able to see every single company that has a native integration. And if you want to integrate any other party that is not on this list of native integrations, you would probably not be good on a launch plan because the HTTP API is only available on the growth plan and above. In my opinion, the growth plan at $495 a month is the beginner sweet spot for using clay.com. It gives you a solid amount of data credits, 6,000 data credits and 40,000 actions. Needless to say, of course, you can push leads in one click into your automation platforms. Not only that, but you can bring your CRM and you can connect your CRM data directly to clay.com. And you also get access to the HTTP API feature that I just talked about, meaning that you can connect any third-party tools like Any10 directly to Clay. Look, I can give you a super nerdy, scientific and mathematical approach to calculating how many credits you need both on the data side of things and on the action side of things. If you want to do some of that number crunching for yourself, all it will take for you is just to grab this spreadsheet, which will be the second link in the description underneath the video, alongside all of the other fancy resources that I'm giving away for free. And you can just plug in the number of companies, the number of contacts, the number of signals that you want to be using inside of clay.com. And based on that, it will tell you how many credits on the data side and on the action side you would need, and that way you can understand which clay.com pricing plan is the best fit for you. Now, if your ambitions are to build out a GTM system using clay.com and you don't have the time to do the number crunching yourself or to identify the use cases or any of that boring stuff, you may want to partner with an agency like ours. If you want to learn a bit more, just head over to www.b2b-boosted.com. It'll be one of the links underneath the video as well, where you can book in a free consultation with myself or a member of my team, where we're we can map out all the clay.com use cases, suggest all the different tools that you would need to plug into Clay. We'll even help you choose the right Clay pricing plan. And more than that, we can even execute on all of the stuff that we recommend to you as well. Anyways, enough shameless self-promotions. If you want to grab this guide so that you can calculate which Clay pricing plan is best for you, as I mentioned, it'll be down below. So go check it as one of the links in the description underneath the video. And by the way, if for whatever reason, after you plug in the numbers into the spreadsheet, it totals around $700 or above for a Clay plan, realistically speaking, there are lots of ways to cut down the Clay credit consumption. For example, by using other tools like Claude Code for data sourcing, data enrichment, and little parts that you would otherwise use Clay for. Again, this will be covered throughout this course, but as a mental shortcut, I recommend for you to grab a free trial of the launch plan, which is $185 a month. If you just want to play around with Clay and learn it inside out. If you want to go big with Clay and connect it to your CRM, most likely you would need the growth plan. And of course, if you plug in the numbers and it tells you that you need to spend over $500 a month on Clay, I highly recommend the enterprise plan. Again, for that, I recommend for you to first of all speak to some sort of Clay implementation agency, maybe a consultant, or clay.com directly by just requesting a quote over here by clicking into the custom section. And remember, you can always use my Clay link, which will be the top link in the description underneath the video, when you sign up for a Clay account, and you will get some free credits in return for using my link. What should you actually use Clay for? So luckily for you, I've just created this page with a bunch of sales and marketing use cases, which I'll be giving away right underneath the video. The link will be down in the description below. And in the meantime, I'll just walk you through every single use case that I've found that is beginner friendly, that 99% of companies can start off with when implementing Clay in-house. So first of all, we have the most obvious one, which is personalized email and LinkedIn outreach, which we'll be talking about later on inside of this course. But simply put, all it is you will have company lists, people lists, job data. On that basis, you will eventually find leads that fit your ideal client profile. You will research a bunch of personalized and relevant things about the company and about the person, and you will send them personalized emails. This will typically be a lot more automated and a lot faster than you doing this manually otherwise. And the level of personalization can be absolutely crazy. So that's the first use case, which is the most common and the most obvious. Moving on top of that, we have data enrichment. In this case, I'm sure a lot of the time, if you look at your CRM right now, you will have missing phone numbers, missing LinkedIn profiles, missing email addresses. Maybe you've attended some conferences or some webinars where you have a list of people that attended them as well. Chances are you probably want to enrich that data. You want to validate the emails and make sure that they're up to date and that they're refreshed. In that case, data enrichment is a super boring use case. However, you can pull that off pretty simply inside of Clay by the end of watching this course. Moving on, we have a bunch of marketing automations. This really depends on what kind of service or products you're selling, but a lot of the time, if you import your existing customer data, you can then infer on the basis of their past purchases or cart additions or anything of that sort. You can then personalize the offers that you send out to them. Moving on, lead qualification is a really obvious one. You can just trigger the lead qualification with the input of the full names of people or, for example, the company websites, and you can then qualify companies and people based on different things like the company headcount, the industry, the geography, and so on. More than that, you may choose to use Clay for syncing your CRM and synchronizing your CRM contacts. In this case, you may check if CRM contacts have switched companies. You may want to validate the emails of people that already exist in your CRM. You may want to research your target accounts better. You may want to refresh your CRM with real-time data so that the sales team does not rely on historic data, which has been sat inside of the CRM completely outdated and stale for a while. And this is the most likely use case for the bigger companies that are looking to synchronize and tidy up their CRM alongside Clay. We talked about outbound workflows, which I wouldn't talk about too much. You can also funnel any inbound traffic, be it from your website, your ads, or anything of that sort. You can automatically set it up so that it populates a Clay table, and then Clay can run automatically to qualify and enrich all of those leads that are coming in, be it from your website, your Google Ads campaigns, or anything of that sort. We can also use Clay for candidate sourcing and HR, and I've got a bunch of other videos that I will make sure to link in the resources that I'm giving away underneath the video, which will walk you through how to use Clay for auto-qualifying and reaching out to candidates at scale using personalized messages. A lot of the time, when you get an influx of people applying for an open role that you've just listed, you can just pull them all into a Clay table, qualify them using Clayagent and OpenAI, and on the basis of that, you can see who's the best fit for a role. On top of that, account-based research is a really boring one, but you can go through scoring accounts based on buying intent, sales triggers, and key business insights, for instance, fundraising news or anything of that sort. So you can just monitor those and do some research about an existing company hit list of yours. So for instance, for an existing company hit list of yours, you can do all of this research to find out everything about the buying intent, the sales triggers, and any sort of key business insights that you typically would research manually otherwise. After you pin down those exact tasks, you can then figure out a use case around it. As an example, let's say my sales team right now is spending a lot of time researching leads before having sales calls with them. Then naturally, a very low-hanging fruit use case for your company, for Clay.com, will be something like creating this type of table, whereby every single time the new meeting gets booked, it automatically populates this table. We scrape the website, we find out the company description, we see what business model the company is using, whether it's B2B or B2C. We understand the target industries for the company, like what are the ICP industries that the company sells to, what are the pain points that the company solves, and all of this other research that typically will be done manually otherwise. So essentially, this is just to say to you that there are endless use cases. As Clay says themselves, the only limitation of what Clay can do is your personal creativity. One disclaimer on that, do not fall for the LinkedIn posts that tell you specific use cases that generate a lot of revenue, because 99% of the times, these are the kind of clickbait posts that are just trying to get your attention. So don't just create random workflows. Don't just copy and duplicate other people's Clay tables, because the chances are they would not work for your business. And by the way, guys, there are also two other types of use cases for Clay.com that not many people even talk about, so I thought to share them with you. The first type of use cases are typically attributed to revenue operations and CRM hygiene, and those are fairly complicated things. For example, establishing a two-way synchronization, a two-way sync between your CRM and Clay, meaning that every single time that you create a contact inside of HubSpot, Salesforce, or Attio, you can, for example, validate the email address of the prospect, you can find their LinkedIn profile, and you can automatically enrich it inside of your CRM and enrich it inside of Clay before pushing all of that data back into your CRM, which is especially useful if you get a bunch of inbound leads filling in website inquiry forms, attending webinars, or opting into lead magnets being pushed into your CRM where they don't have some data fields. That way you can use Clay to make sure that every single contact inside of your CRM has a lot more data points, bearing in mind that Clay can also find personal emails, work emails, and mobile numbers. Super similar to that is running quarterly or monthly data enrichment refreshes, and the main idea behind that is that your CRM data does become stale and outdated every quarter, every couple of months. And so it's important to validate the emails, double check that the contacts still work at those companies. And if, for example, your champions from any of your pipeline deals or existing customers have switched jobs, that way Clay can tell you that, and you can then funnel tasks straight into your sales team to notify your sales reps of different movements within your target accounts or within your target contacts or pipeline deals from your CRM. Again, all of these use cases are fairly boring and kind of hygiene use cases. It's very much about solving first world problems, which is critical for the bigger startups that are trying to scale. And one other such use case is data normalization. And what I mean by that, typically in your CRM, you may have 3 or 4 different accounts. In your CRM, you may have 3 or 4 different companies like Apple Inc., Apple Limited, Apple in capitals, and Apple Europe, for example. All 4 of those Apples would be a part of the same company. But inside of your CRM, first of all of their names need to be tidied up and normalized. So we strip away the INC or the LTD or whatever the redundant text is after the Apple company name. And we then need to deduplicate the company records. And very similarly, we would also face this as a challenge with your contacts as well a lot of the time. So for that, Clay is really good because it can enable you to clean up a lot of those records, make sure that they're up to date using the enrichment functionalities, and then you can deduplicate them for yourself as well. Recently, I have seen a lot more sales teams use clay.com specifically for segmentation and lead routing. And what that means, let's imagine for a second that someone fills in a website inquiry form, and straight away, first of all, they're added into your CRM, and then we can push them into clay.com to enrich the lead, to find some other stakeholders of the company that fit our ideal client profile, so that we can loop them into multi-threading later down the line. And based on the geography of where that lead is based out of, we can then assign the relevant sales rep. Let's be real, if you're a one employee company, you don't care about that. However, if you run a larger sales team, clay.com is an absolute must because it enables you to route those leads in a better manner. We talked about the deduplication aspect. I'm not going to bore you with that. A lot of people use clay.com for buying committee discovery. So again, you can just input one employee into clay.com and it will find you the other employees and colleagues that you need to multi-thread into those deals. You can also use Clay to score and tier your accounts based on buying intent, company sizes, and that kind of thing. And that's pretty much that when it comes to the revenue operation side of things and the CRM related use cases for clay.com. And very briefly, I just want to plant the seed about one specific other use case, which is super common amongst marketing teams for clay.com. We'll be covering it in depth throughout this course. It will be all about how you can use clay.com for account-based marketing, and specifically how you can use clay.com to first of all build audience segments that you want to target using paid ads across Google Ads, LinkedIn ads, Meta ads, and not just build the audience lists, but also make sure that you exclude current customers, competitors, partners, and a bunch of other people that typically you would otherwise waste your ad spend on if you are a marketer trying to build those audience lists for paid ad campaigns. And simply put, clay.com's removes the need for any sort of CSV imports into the ad platforms because it enables you to have one centralized view of all of your audience lists in one worksheet with just a one-click push into the relevant ad campaign. Again, a lot more on that later on in the course, but this basically wraps up all of the different use cases of clay.com that you need to be aware of in 2026. Okay guys, it's finally time to jump head into clay.com. If you have not yet signed up for a clay.com account, just a quick gentle reminder, you can use my link in the description underneath the video to get some free credits alongside your free trial. As soon as you're inside of Clay, your account should look something like this. And the first thing to keep in mind is that as much as it tempts you to ask it anything about Clay or describe what you want to do over here in the home tab, don't bother using it because a lot of the time you will end up spending a lot of credits building a random table that you'll never use later down the line. Instead, what 99.9% of Clay users tend to do is stay in the home tab over here, click on new in the bottom right hand corner of the screen, and here you will have three different options. The first option is to create a workbook. A workbook is basically a spreadsheet. Within a workbook inside of clay.com, there are going to be separate tables. So if I click into workbook here, you should be able to see that I've got the option to create a blank table. And basically I can click on add here again and create another blank table. So all a workbook is just a combination of tables. A workbook is basically a spreadsheet. A table is basically the equivalent of a tab in a Google Sheet. If you click on new here as well, you will see the bulk enrichment option. If you have some data in place already, for example, you have full names and you want to enrich them with mobile numbers or LinkedIn profiles or email addresses, you can do that over here as well by clicking on bulk enrichment, and then it will ask you for where you want to import your data from. So you can either import it from a CRM. If you choose import from CRM, you can select a CRM of choice over here, in which case it's Salesforce, right? Or you can just import a CSV and just drag and drop a CSV file here, and I'll show you how to enrich data in a couple of moments from now. Or the third option over here, if you click on folder, it just creates a new folder for you. So for example, in this case, I'm just going to type in www.b2bboosted.com, which is the website of my company, which implements clay.com, by the way. So let's just imagine for a second that we want to build our first ever Clay table. What we would need to do for that is click on new, click on workbook. As soon as we're inside, we want to make sure that we give the workbook a name. So in this case, I'm going to call this www.unlockclay.com, which is my free Clay course for beginners. It literally takes about 10 hours or so to complete end to end. It's a lot more in depth. It's the most affordable course on the market, and it's also the highest quality because because I update it literally every couple of months. Within this workbook, we're now going to click on blank table in the bottom left-hand corner. Again, hygiene is everything inside of clay.com, because if you're building clay workbooks or clay tables, you will be sharing them with your colleagues. So in this case, where it says custom table, let's click on this toggle, let's click on rename and call this table 1 companies, just as an example. Really quickly then, after that, let's create another table by clicking on add over here and selecting blank table again. And in this case, we can just click on the toggle there and we'll call this table 2 people. And by the way, we'll be building out a company list, a people list, and a job list. So for the time being, I'm also going to create a third table, make a blank table here, and just quickly click on the toggle and rename it to table 3 jobs. Just for pure simplicity, 99.9% of users of clay.com, all they basically do is enter a clay table like this, click on tools in the top right hand corner and type in the exact action or enrichments that they want to perform. So for example, if we want to find companies, we type in find companies, right? And in this case, you should be able to see this option, which does not cost you any clay credits. Hence, I'm showing it to you. You can see all the other options I charge clay credits for. Find companies is 100% free. In this case over here, we can basically select the industry. We can select the company sizes, the revenue, and everything of that sort manually. And also in beta, at the time of me recording this, we have the sculptor on the right hand side. So over here, I can just prompt my way into building this table for me. So in this case, if I want to find all software companies with 11 to 500 employees, I can just get a sculptor to do it for me. Again, for the time being, since we're learning the basics, let's not try to automate using Sculptor. Let's try to build it from scratch. So in my case, I'm just going to select advertising services. As an example over here, selects all the company sizes. I don't really care about the revenue, so I'll just select a bunch of companies. And then you can also filter based on the location. So in my case, I'm going to filter for the US market. And at the very bottom, we can just set a limit of, let's say, 100 companies in total. We can click on continue and save to existing table. And then now we can just select which table to save it to. So I'm going to select table 1 companies and select the table. Now, in this case, we can see that the clay table has been populated with all of these companies. If I click on any of them at random, I should be able to see all of the companies. You can see that the industries have changed slightly, but for demo purposes right now, that's completely irrelevant. And typically, if we just see one column being populated, we can then just basically click into it over here and then just select the other column headers that we want to add to the table. So for example, if I want to add the company name, I can add that separately. The company size, I can click on create column as well, and just do it all this way. For any type of company data, it is essential to have the company website URL and the LinkedIn company URL as well. So for this, where it says LinkedIn URL, I'm going to quickly rename it to company LinkedIn URL. And as far as the website goes, it will be commonly referred to as the domain inside of clay.com. So for this, again, I'm going to click on add to column and I'm going to rename this to company domain because I'm fairly OCD with the labeling inside of Clay. Really quickly, whenever you're building your first company list inside of Clay, the first good habit to get into is just to click into the column and click on rename column. That way you can label it all as steps. I personally like to label it as step 1, find companies, for example. And also on top of that, if you click into it, you can change the colors. So for example, if this is the trigger, this is like the first step of a process internally within my agency, I teach my GTM engineers to basically color code it in green for any inputs or any first steps, just so that you can visually remember that, hey, this is the first step. This is where the trigger occurs. And in this case, the trigger is to find the companies. All following enrichments, all following steps inside of clay.com will then be the actions. The first step is just the trigger, which basically triggers the rest of the steps to run from left to right. More than that, if you want this first step to ever be a recurring trigger, meaning that it runs on autopilot or on a schedule, you can always click on edit source. And over here in run settings, you can choose between it running manually or on a schedule. And that way, on a daily basis, every day, you could be basically updating this list with new companies that enter those parameters on LinkedIn or wherever this data is pulled from, or you can make it quarterly, monthly, or whatever, but just make sure that you understand the cost implications. If you're doing it with this find company step, it doesn't cost you any clay credits. However, if you do it with any other paid enrichments, then of course it will cost you a lot of credits, in which case I recommend for you not to put anything on a schedule, especially when you're getting started. And by the way, if you don't want to start off with a set list of companies like this one, you can always click on add and over here select import from CSV, and that way you can always drag and drop a file. So for example, let's imagine I have this famous people spreadsheet. I can basically go to file, download it as a CSV, and then just drag and drop it into this CSV import functionality inside of Clay, click on complete import. It will then ask me to map the fields sometimes, but in this case, for whatever reason, it just pasted all of the data straight away into the spreadsheet. And you can see that all of the data has been imported into the spreadsheet. Worth noting, whenever you import data, there are different types of data formats. So for example, any links like linkedin.com, for example, should never be in text format. It should be in a URL format. So for that, you can click on the column header, navigate down to where it says text, and you can switch that to URL. This way you can see that it takes us directly to the profile of one of my favorite SaaS founders, super handsome profile picture over here from Max Mitchum, who's the founder of a tool called Trigify. And the same for other data that you import, like company website, for instance. And let's imagine for a second that we choose to add a column for email, like this column over here, for instance. We can always click on the column header and switch from text over to email. And that way it means that the data format is more compatible with clay.com, and that way you will have a lot less bugs when you import your data and try to perform certain actions with it. Let's go back to table number 1. Over here, you should be able to see that we have a list of all of these companies. Let's imagine for a second that we want to find out if this company has raised funding before. That's when we can click on tools over here, and we can just type in use AI, and we can click on use AI over here and just say, did this company raise funding? If so, tell me how much. If not, leave the output blank. This is just an example. We'll be talking about what Clayagent is and how to use it and prompt it correctly. This is just a pure example of how you would sometimes use this kind of data. And in this case, we can just click on this generate button, which typically improves our prompt. And worth noting that typically, in order for you to prompt this correctly, you will need to map all of the column headers so that for each row, Clayagent knows what to research. However, if you click on generate, it will basically improve the prompt and it will give you all the column headers as the inputs. And you will see it's basically the same as you having a couple of virtual assistants in the background just typing this out for a couple of minutes for you. And in this case, we can see that it basically comes up with a super long prompt for us, which is far better than what we could have come up with if we spent our entire lives learning prompt engineering from random YouTube gurus. Worth noting though, whenever you click on that generate button, Clay will typically upsell you to the most expensive models, so be cautious of that. And again, later on in the course, we'll teach you how to make sure that you're not spending too many credits. And all we care about right now is just testing out this feature. So for the purpose of this, I can't stress enough, you should never click on save and run all the rows, because like that, I'm going to spend 99.9 thousand Clay credits, which is probably the cost of a mortgage in London, right? So completely our budget, and we don't want to save and run 10 rows because we're not too sure what the data output would look like. And if we're spending if we're running 10 rows at the same time, this could cost us like $1, right? And it's a bit too much to put on the line. So for this, whenever you run any sort of actions, enrichments, data credits, or anything of that sort, whenever you're running any steps inside of clay.com, always click on save and don't run. You will see in this case, it creates some extra columns for the output for you. Then always rename the column first so you remember what the hell you're doing. I'm going to say step 2, funding raised, confirmation. And then magically, you can click the play button in order to just play out that enrichment for one specific row. And that way you can first of all QA it. So just quality assurance check that the output is correct before then running it across more rows. In some cases, it may give you this message where it says some inputs missing. If you click on it, it'll give you the fact that the company name is blank, company domain is blank, company LinkedIn is blank, etc., etc. And trust me, you're going to get a lot of errors with Clay. So you need to get comfortable with this, or if you can afford to get some sort of agency to implement it for you so that you're not stuck inside of Clay tables, could be a good idea too. If you are looking for an agency, by the way, go check out one of the links down below where you can book a free consultation with yours truly. And I know that sounded pretty cringe, but go check out B2B Boosted. We're one of the best GTM engineering agencies out there, and we can implement softwares like Clay.com, Claude Code. And we're fairly platform agnostic, meaning that we're setting up the systems based on the use cases, not being tied to a specific software provider. Now, you can see in this case, this first response came out as blank because the company has not raised any funding. So now let's click on GitHub and Upwork and TechCrunch, because I'm sure one of those three would have raised some funding in the past. By the way, you can always remove some some of the redundant columns by clicking on the column header, and then at the bottom, just clicking on delete. Clay.com also gets quite overwhelming with the number of columns. So you can always click over here where it says the number of columns that you're looking at, and you can hide some of them by clicking into this eye icon or unhide it accordingly as well. Or you can just multi-select how many columns you want to see. So in this case, I want to see all the columns, or you can even like color code it as well. So you see a specific color when it comes to the columns. You can see the prompt worked pretty well. So in this case, it tells us how much funding these companies raised. So in this case, we may want to run more than just the first 3 rows. The best way to do that, in my opinion, is to click on all the row numbers over here and say, starting from row 1 down to, let's say, row 15, we can then click on Save Changes. It will then display just the first 15 rows, and that way anything that we action within this clay table will only be actioned for the first 15 rows. So for this, I'm going to click on the play button again and just select run the number of empty or out of date rows. And of course, in this case, it should run about 15 rows for us in total using this prompt. Okay guys, we can see that in the meantime, it has run all of the rows. It gave us the results that some of these companies have raised funding, some of the companies have not raised funding. And let's imagine for a second that we only want to reach out to companies and find people working at these companies only if we know the amount of funding that they raised. In that case, we can just click on Tools in the top right hand corner and type in Find People. Again, for that, you'll see a lot of different providers, which will cost you a lot of clay credits. But for the time being, I'm going to use the free Find People enrichment. You can see in this case, it costs literally 0. So if I click into Find People here, I can then basically find people working at this set list of companies. So I'm going to again filter based on job title to be exactly founder, CEO, owner, chief executive officer. Great title as well. And to make sure that I'm only looking at this set list of companies, I need to make sure that I select a table of companies at the bottom in the companies tab and make sure that it selects table 1 companies, which it should do by default already. I can also filter based on location and some other stuff. For the time being, I'm not going to bother with that. I'm going to close Sculptor because it's quite annoying being in the corner here. And I'm going to click on continue and save to existing table. And remember how we created a second table and we labeled it to perfection? That's why, because that way it makes it so much easier to add the data back into the people table. So we're going to click here, click on select table, and voila, the data has now been transferred from table 1. So we found all the people that are working at these companies and we transferred them into table 2. For the time being though, I'm going to delete all of the people from this list because I don't want to have them here. By the way, guys, we have successfully found people and pushed them into table 2 already. However, for the time being, I'm going to delete this step. I'm going to disregard what I showed you there. And instead, I'm going to show you a better way to find people where you are a lot more in control of that action. In this case, I'm going to click on Add Column and then click on Add Enrichment. Is basically the same as me clicking on Tools, so you can use those interchangeably. I can also clarify the provider. In this case, I was looking for Prospio, and then I can select Find People at Company. It will automatically map the company domain and we can then map the company name over here. So this is the inputs that we need to provide. So in this case, it's basically asking us which column is the company name because we want to understand which set of company names to find people from. Here we can type in the job titles again. So I'm just going to type in CEO and founder as an example. And now if we scroll down to the bottom, the reason that we switched to this enrichment rather than the previous one is because it has this tick box over here where it says add run condition. And this tick box is going to save you so much money that it should be legal. Because essentially, if you tick this box, you can then describe when you want this step to run. And in this case, we can say only run if / and we can go back to the funding amount and say this is not empty. So in other words, we're saying we only want to find people at the company if the funding amount is not empty. So if we know the funding amount. In that case, we can click on generate and we can even see which of these rows will run. So in this case, we can see that this company will run, and some of the other companies that have not raised capital will not run. And then we can click on continue to add fields, save and run 15 rows. We should now be able to see that it only runs in cases where we can clearly see the funding amount. Now I'm going to click on rename column and call this step 3, find people. And at this point, you're probably like, Tim, come on, you're going back and forth through this. Why are you doing this? And the real reason is because a lot of these tiny little things, no one will show you on YouTube. Hardly anyone records an over 60-minute video showing you how to use clay.com. So for that reason, I really want you to sweat these 1% because this conditional formula alone is going to save you a lot of money and a lot of clay credits later down the line. Now, if we click on the people that were found, if we click over here, we should be able to see all the details about the people, like their first name, last name, LinkedIn profile, and so on. We cannot add them as new rows into this table because it will complicate table 1. We don't want to have companies and people within the same table inside of the rows. So what we're going to do instead is click on take action on list, write each item to new row another table, select the destination table. Again, for the purpose of this, it's good that we label them to perfection. So I'm going to select table 2 people, going to click on select over here. And again, I'm going to click on add run condition at the bottom and say only run if this amount is not empty. And that way we're not going to push through any random leads that we don't want to see inside of that next table. And now I'm going to save and run 15 rows and rename the column, of course. So this time we'll call it step 4, transfer people to table 2. So by now you should have understood how to build a list of companies, how the enrichment process works. You basically just click on tools, give it the inputs by using the / to refer to the column. You then click on save and don't run. You click into a couple of rows first to see what the data quality looks like to start with. And if it's correct, you can then just basically use the filtering over here before running the rest of the rows by clicking on the button and clicking run the number of empty and out of date rows. Now that we have a list of all of these lovely people being added into table 2, I'm now going to show you some other tiny little things that will enable you to sweat clay.com a bit more and to make sure that you're amongst those top 1% of power users. So to start with, let's imagine for a second that we only want to email one person per company. In this case, we can just deduplicate based on the company name because you can see it pulled up a lot of people working at Upwork and WordPress. All that we need in order to deduplicate the data is to click on the column, and then at the very bottom over here, you'll enable us to dedupe. So we can click on dedupe, and here we can just select all of those and delete the 37 duplicate rows. Worth noting though, when you click on the column and you click on dedupe, this only does it for current data inside of the table. If you want to make sure that going forward, any data that enters the table will be deduplicated by default automatically, you have to navigate down to settings in the bottom right hand corner of your screen, click into the settings and click on auto dedupe rows. And then here you can select the column that you want to deduplicate against. So let's imagine for a second, if I click on company domain, you should be able to see that it gives you the option to keep the oldest row or keep the newest row. So in this case, I'll keep the newest row. And then now I can click on save changes and you can see that it goes from 51 down to 4 because you can see that we deduplicated all of the companies based on the company website. Sometimes you may want to use the clay tables just like you would use a spreadsheet. Otherwise, if this is the case, a lot of you would want to pin certain columns, and that's actually quite straightforward. All you need to do in order to do that is to just basically click on the relevant column, and then at the very bottom it gives you the pin functionality. It's the same as freezing columns inside of Excel or Google Sheets or something of that sort. So you can just browse through, and then if you want to unpin it, you can also unpin it. So in this case, if you want to create different views for each individual company, unfortunately is somewhat manual, but all you would need to do is click on default view in the top left hand corner. Over here you can click on duplicate view, and then you can create one view for GitHub, for example, and then you can duplicate again, and you can create another view and just call it wired, for example. And all you would need to do is click on this filter icon, add a filter, and just make sure that the filter is company domain. Let's say it's the company name is equal to, and in this case, wired. And that way you will only see wired inside of this table now. And if you switch to the other view for GitHub, you can do the same, and you can just basically click on add filter, make it a name, and then equal to GitHub. And that way you can have different views, which is especially good if you're running different types of marketing campaigns, outbound campaigns, or anything of that sort. And your team can have different views for different geographies, different types of companies, different tiers of accounts, or anything of that sort, without having to create 10 different templates with 10 different scrappy CSV files that you need to import there. Worth noting, there are a lot of different ways to import data into Clay. So if you want to click on tools over here and select the import function, it will show you all the different options. You can either import from CSV files, which we showed you already, or you can do it via webhooks. So if you click on webhooks, you'll basically generate this URL link. So this is basically the URL that you need to paste into whatever platform you're using, wherever you're sending the data from. And basically, if you just copy this URL, the data will arrive straight into this clay table. For the time being though, I'm going to delete it over here. Okay guys, just to not get carried away with the finer details inside of Clay, by now we're already sourced a company list. We found people working at that set list of companies. There are just two small hygiene things that I want to show you. If we go back into table 1, let's imagine that I just imported a new set list of companies. Instead of me having to go and think of that prompt and that enrichment again, all I can do is click on tools over here, click on functions, and over here I should be able to see that this confirm funding raised function is an option straight away. And that way I just need to give it all the inputs, like the company name, for example, the company domain, the LinkedIn URL, the company size, and the description. And on the basis of that, I can just save and run those 10 rows. But you can see that this time we are performing that exact enrichment without, first of all, taking any space out of our Clay table. So we're not overwhelming it with new column headers. And more than that, you can see that it's still being run inside of a separate table, which we can click the URL button to be taken to, and we can see how it runs over here, and the data is transferred straight back into the original table. Now, the functions feature is relatively new. It's mainly for advanced clay.com users. I don't want you to be super overwhelmed with it, but just know that if you're performing a specific action, a lot of times, all you basically need to do is navigate across to that action and then just click Save as Function. And that way you can access it as a function whenever you click on Tools, and it should be over here ready for you. Now, the other thing to keep in mind is if you don't want to create functions, you can create templates instead. So for any step that you take frequently inside of clay.com, you can just click into the column, click on edit column, and then over here at the very top you should see this drop down, and you can save that step as a template. So I can say something like find people demo, bonus points for misspelling it as well, of course, and then I can click on save template. And that means the next time when I'm trying to find people, I can just click into tools, and then over here I can just type in the name of that template, and you should be able to see over here that find people demo, which I've just mistyped, is top of the list here. And all I need to do is just provide the inputs that I needed, and it will basically apply that template straight away. And this is especially useful for any AI prompts, because whenever you click on use AI, you can click on this drop down and browse all of your templates. So you can see a library of different templates over here, or some of the templates that I've created for myself over here as well, which save you a lot of time. I know we covered a lot of random stuff like how to build a company list, how to build a people list. Now it's about time that I show you how to find jobs amongst the list of companies as well. So in order for us to find open jobs, it's actually pretty straightforward as well. We can click on tools inside of a new table. We can type in find jobs. You will see that it's completely free, doesn't cost you any Clay credits whatsoever. If we click into it, we should note, first of all, that it only applies to LinkedIn jobs, what I'm about to show you here. And if I click on job title, we can then filter for any role openings. For example, we can look for accountants or account executives. In this case, we can look for keywords as well. So for example, if I want to have only accountants or account executives that use QuickBooks or ZoomInfo, for example, right? Obviously, it will be depending on the job title. We can then filter for those, and we can just make sure that the employment is full-time as well. And we can also even filter for when the posting date was, and if it currently has a recruiter mentioned on the job as well. So this is specific to LinkedIn jobs though. And in this case, at the very bottom, we select the list of companies that we want to scan for. So in this case, we're scanning, we can click over here and select the first table of companies, click on select table, and that way we're looking for job openings amongst that set list of companies. And you can see there are a couple of open roles. For that, I'm going to click on continue, save to existing table, and we'll save it to the jobs table over here. And again, you can just click into all the open roles and you can see all of the details about all of these open roles as well. Now, since we already have the domain, we can also try and get Claygent, which is the AI web researcher within clay.com, to find us role openings outside of LinkedIn as well. So for this, we can just click on tools, type in Claygent, and then over here, it will give us the option to use Claygent, the AI web researcher. And I can say, find me any role openings in the company, and output one string of text with all open roles listed on mainstream job boards like Indeed, Glassdoor, etc., just not LinkedIn jobs. And in this case, because I'm super lazy, I'm going to click on generate, and it will improve the prompt. It will map the domain as well so that we're looking for one specific company at a time. You can see that it will then basically create the entire prompt for you. And now I'm going to click on save and don't run, because bearing in mind that we can see that there are just 2 companies here, we need to deduplicate based on the domain. So I'm going to click on deduplicate it here, click on delete 6 duplicate rows. And this way we only have 2 real rows here. So I'm going to just run the cell, and I'm going to rename this to step 1, find open roles. And then that way we can see that in real time, this AI web researcher will go and look up for Google searches. For example, it will just basically go to Google and type in GitHub open roles as an example, and it will basically scrape all of the listings. So for example, from GitHub careers over here and any other relevant job portals. And you can see in this case, if we just click into the output, it will tell us every single open role that the company has listed. It even gives you the reasoning, it gives you the steps taken. We can also ask it to give us the URLs of each individual job posting. And that way, if you're a recruiter or if you're someone that's interested in those open roles, you can just basically click into it straight away. So for example, in this case, if I click into it over here, I can see all the different open roles that GitHub has open right now. And the other competitive edge is that you can also scrape the company career pages, which a lot of recruiters do not get to because they're too busy looking at mainstream job boards. So basically, Clayagent can go and scrape the open roles on company career pages. For example, if my company listed a job, you'll basically go and scrape it and give it to you over here as well. So in this part, we already covered how to build a company list, how to build a people list on a super basic level, alongside a lot of those tiny little 1% improvements that you can make to list building. And on top of that, we also covered how to find LinkedIn jobs completely for free using the Find Jobs enrichment, as well as how to use Clayagent in order to find open roles through a single prompt, and then just basically clicking on this generate button in order to improve your prompting. As you may recall already, if you are on a growth plan or above, you should have access to the HTTP API feature. And if you go into tools and type in HTTP API, you should be able to see that it enables you to connect Clay to any tool that does not have a native integration with Clay already. So for example, if you head over to clay.com/integrations, you should be able to see that it gives you every single provider that has a native integration with Clay. But if you're trying to connect a tool that does not have a native integration, what you can basically do is head into HTTP API, and then over here, prompt your way through connecting that tool to Clay. So in this case, I can say something like, I want to connect Rion email verifier to Clay. I want to use it to verify emails. And for that, you always need to go and manually find the documentation URL of the tool that you want to connect to Clay. So for example, if I type in Rion email verifier API documentation, it'll give me this URL. So I'm going to paste it at the bottom over here and click on generate API connection. For that, you will then basically perform some web crawling to understand how the hell to connect to this tool in the first place. And here, magically, it just basically tells you, hey, all you need to add now is just the email address. So in this case, I just need to map the email address that I want to verify. On top of that, it will ask me for my API key. And if you click into the I, it will tell you your API key obtained from the Rion platform. And then the mode, in this case, you can just basically type in quick or power. So all of this is common sense. The only thing you would need to do is just map the fields, add your API key, and off you go. And that's the beauty of HTTP API calls if they're available on your Clay plan. After you're done with configuring it, just save it as a template to spare yourself the time of configuring it manually every single time when you rebuild the Clay table. But you should be aware that the HTTP API requests are basically HTTP AI API requests. So in other words, you can just prompt your way through connecting the tools. You don't need to have a techie person looking over your shoulder and telling you how to connect the tool directly to Clay in most basic cases. Worth noting that you will also frequently see people sharing their clay.com templates. So right now I will show you how you can share this Clay workbook as a template. So in this case, all you need to do is navigate down to settings, and at the bottom, it will give you the option to share it as a template. For this, the toggle obviously needs to be switched on, so you can switch it on. It will give you the template link. If you want to change that link, you can always click on generate new link. That means that the old link will no longer be valid. You can also select which view you want to share with people. So in this case, I'm going to share the default view. You're going to copy this link to clipboard, And then this is the link that you can share with colleagues as a part of a lead magnet giveaway if you're one of those people on LinkedIn, of course. And then all it takes for the user, if you are trying to use someone else's Clay templates, all you need to do is click on create table using template. So in this case, I'm going to select my workspace and I'm going to click on create table. And straight away, within just a couple of seconds, you should be able to see that I've basically imported this entire table into my other Clay account. However, this is just table sharing when you're sharing one table at a time. If you want to share the entire workbook, which is every single table within the workbook, you can just click into the workbook name at the very top, click on edit workbook settings, and over here, it will give you a similar option to share it as a template. So again, in this case, you can either share the template with specific people if you want to do it on a one-off basis, or you can copy it to clipboard and go through that entire process all over again. And then this way it shows you that you're basically importing 5 different tables. You can click on create, select your workspace and click on create workbook. And there we are, voila, it should basically now be imported into your other account, and you can see it says copy of, and then you, on top of that, will then need to basically edit all of the fields and before importing the data. So in this case, if this is empty, that's good, because what you would need to do is edit source and then click on the source. And in this case, a lot of the time the tables will be a bit scrambled. That's why you really want to make sure that they're labeled to perfection. So if we go back to table 1, we would need to click on plus, because typically we would need to basically source this list of companies completely from scratch. But it does inherit all of the other following enrichments, as you can see over here. Just a couple of quick hygiene steps as well to keep in mind. If you click on credits in the top right hand corner, you can see the number of credits that are available on your specific plan. And of course, if you want to ever export the data, you can always click on tools, and then over here you can select export and download some data as a CSV file, for instance. Or similarly, you can send the data into your tool of choice. So for example, if I want to send this person into a campaign, I can just select my tool of choice, for example, Smart Lead, and click on add lead to campaign. And then that way I can select the campaign inside of my tool of choice. I can connect my tool in the first place and then just map all of the variables. And if I'm passing any other fields that we don't have available, I can just select custom fields, add a new custom field. And for example, email 1, I can just map email 1. And we can basically send this email straight into a Smart Lead campaign. Really quickly, if you are inside of your Clay account and if you navigate over in the bottom left-hand corner over to settings, you should be able to invite different people into your workspace here. You should also be able to connect any external tools to Clay over here as well if you navigate over to connections. So if you click on add connection, you will see all of the different tools that you can connect to Clay. So for example, if I want to connect Anthropic, and that way I would not be using as many Clay credits on this, all I need to do is just name this enrichment like Tim, and then just basically add the API key directly from Anthropic over here. If you head over into usage, you should be able to see the amount of credits that you're using across all of the different Clay tables. You can also see the different integrations that you are using over time, and that way you can assess which providers you need to take accounts with. Because, for example, if you buy Anthropic directly, you would not be charged as many Clay credits for executing any Clayagent runs using Anthropic, and you're basically going to go to the same data provider and just get that data at a fraction of the price of Clay credits. You can also see the different signals that you're tracking, and you can also see your workbook limits. In my case, I have unlimited amount of tables, rows, columns, and that kind of thing, but you should be aware of your limits here as well. And more than that, you can see referrals over here. If you ever want to invite someone, you can just copy your link over here and they will get 3,000 Clay credits whenever they sign up for an account. So that was a really long way to basically show you end-to-end all of the different buttons inside of clay.com. I hope that was quite useful in terms of sweating the 1% of skills. And then the next part, we'll be building our first ever workflow that combines company lists with people lists and job data as well, which we will do much faster because we've learned so much already. Okay guys, in the next part of the course, we will be building out a company list, a people list, and the job list completely from scratch in an end-to-end workflow that you can follow along with. This one will be very similar to the previous section, apart from it will be a lot faster, and the goal will be for you to follow along step by step at the same time. So all you need to do is sign up for a Clay account. Again, my link will be the top link in the description underneath the video. I hate saying it, but in case if you are signing up now, consider it. And all you need to do is just click on new in the bottom right hand corner, select workbook, and we can get started on this together. You should be able to see that it gives you different types of sources on the left hand side over here. So to start with, we're going to select find companies. And in this case, I'm going to look for accounting businesses. So let's go for accounting and company sizes under 50 employees. And we'll be going specifically for the location to be the United Kingdom. So I'm going to type in United Kingdom. On the back of that, I'm going to basically not apply any limits. I'm going to select all 4,430 companies and click on continue and save to new table. This new table will be straight away created inside of our Clay account. It will try pitching us some additional enrichments on the left-hand side because it will increase our Clay credit costs. For this, we're just going to not select any of those and then click on create table over here. So it will give you a lot of pop-ups throughout. You can always just click out of those pop-ups. It's like annoying ads equivalent, but inside of Clay. And the first thing that we need to do is make sure that we label this table. So let's rename it really quickly, table 1 companies. I hope you're really following along because that way you will learn the most out of this as we build out a real scenario. Let's imagine for a second that we want to reach out to founders of these accounting firms. And let's imagine that we work for a company like QuickBooks, trying to pitch our accounting software to them for partnership, for example. In this case, we can click on tools and we can type in Prospio and select find people. That way over here again, we can just type in the job titles. This time we will just use the sculptor for this. So I'll say find me the founders, heads of marketing and heads of partnerships at these companies. And then I'm going to click on enter and you will see this is the sculptor feature, which is currently in beta, that basically applies all the filters on the left hand side for you. And you can see it just applied it. I didn't touch a thing. And now I can click on continue and select save to existing table. And then in this case, I can just select to add those people to the companies table over here. So I can click on select table. Now, in this case, worth noting that you need to click on continue and save to new table because you cannot have company data and people data in the same table. So for that reason, it will create a net new table for us inside of our Clay workbook. After that, we just click on create table. And if we take a step back for a second and we click out of all of these opt-outs and we click out of all of the ads inside of Clay, we can just see that this is table 2 with all the people that we found on that list of companies. We can now quickly rename it to table 2 people. And really quickly now, I'll run you through enriching the mobile numbers and the email addresses for all of those individuals. So the way that we'll do it first is we will select the rows at the top. We'll make sure that it starts with row 1 and finishes with row 5. So we're only applying the enrichment to the first 5 rows. You can do it for 1 row or 2 rows to start with if you want as well. And now we're going to click on tools and type in find work email. This will straight away find work emails, obviously, and Clay is very well renowned for its email waterfall system. So if we click into work email over here, you should see that it says that it uses find email, which is this logo over here of this company, and then 10 other data providers, which cost us 3 Clay credits per row in total. So if we click into it over here, we should be able to see all the different data providers mapped over here. And we just need to give it the full name, the company domain, and the company name. And then based on that, it can find us the work emails of all of these individuals. If we click on full configuration, we can also move around all of these providers. Later on, I'll talk to you about how you can save Clay credits, so don't worry about it for now. Now it's just about getting the reps in. And then on top of that, after the email addresses are found using the waterfall, at the very bottom, we'll also see the validation provider. Because for context, you need to find an email and then you need to verify it to make sure that it's a valid email that you can send emails to. And in this case, we can just click on save and don't run. And we can just then quickly rename this to step 1, find email, and we can just expand this bracket here and then just click play into the first row. And it will basically run across these providers until one of the providers finds the email and then the other provider validates it. Alternatively, you could also use individual providers. So for example, if you go into tools and you type in full enrich, which is my favorite email waterfall tool at the time of me recording this video, you can just basically click on find work email. And in case if you're not aware, full enrich uses over 10 different email finder providers and mobile data providers. So it definitely has the best data quality in the market, simply because it just uses all the different data providers in order to find and validate the emails. After we find the email address, we can then do the same for finding the mobile number of those individuals as well. So if we click on tools, we can then basically type in mobile number, and we can also see the mobile phone waterfall, which is quite an expensive one, 14 credits per run, and in total it can cost us a maximum of 26 credits, as you can see over here, which in my opinion is worth it because you don't need to go into 10 different databases to manually find the mobile number. So all we need to do is just click into it, again map all of the variables, click on full configuration, and then here we go again, save and don't run. And then if we expand by clicking on the bracket here, we can try and find the mobile number of this individual. Although it's very rare for us to be able to find the email address and mobile number for an individual because typically the match rates are about 70%. But with Clay, you could increase that to 80 or 90% in some geographies. One thing to be careful with when it comes to you using waterfalls, you will notice over here that it uses a lot of different columns, obviously, right? So this find work email enrichment uses probably like 20 columns. So you can see we haven't really done anything in this table and we're already up to 63 columns. That's why sometimes after you have this waterfall, it's better to click into the column and save it as a function. And that way, if you save it as a function, remember, it wouldn't take up any of the columns inside of this table. So thank me later. Really quickly then, if you followed along throughout the tutorial up to this point, you would have built a list of companies, a list of people, you would have enriched them with work emails and mobile numbers. Worth noting that if you're a recruiter, for example, and you want to reach out to candidates directly, and you probably don't want to email them on a business email, you can click on tools and type in personal email. And we also have a personal email waterfall that you can set up exactly the same way inside of Clay. On the back of this, if we now want to go and find the jobs amongst this set list of companies, we can do the same by clicking on add and then just basically creating a blank table completely from scratch over there. And we can basically rename it quickly to table 3 and call it find jobs, and then just save it really quickly. And then over here to find the jobs, as I pointed out already, all we need to do is just type in find jobs. You'll be completely free to find any LinkedIn jobs, so we'll just select that really quickly. We can select the list of companies that we want to find the jobs amongst. So in this case, we can just select this previous table of companies over here and then click on select table. And then over here, we can click on continue and save to existing table. And we also need to make sure that we're basically typing in the job titles. So let's just filter for companies that are hiring sales talent. You can see there are not actually too many companies that are hiring for sales talent, but we can save it to an existing table, which is table 3, where we see all of the different jobs. More than that, we should be able to see all of the jobs pop up over here. We can then basically map all of those out. So let's say this is like the job URL, the title, the domain, and so on. And let's just imagine for a second that we want to have a bit of fun with this workflow build out. Let's imagine that we want to notify ourselves every single time that there is a new sales opening amongst that list of accounting firms. All we need to do is just click on tools, type in Slack, and over here you should be able to send a message to a channel. And essentially all we need to do now is just click on add account, sign in via your Slack account over here. You should be automatically then signing into your account, giving it all the relevant permissions. Call it Tim Slack demo. And obviously you can select the kind of like permission level who you want to have access to this enrichment. And then I can just call this Clay Open Roles Monitoring. And then the Slack channel can be the general channel. And let's say the content of the message, you can play around with this, but you can say new open role for, and then you can just select the company name. Here it is. And you can basically just map out the fields like I've done over there just now. And then on the back of that, you can just click on save and run 10 rows. And you can see all of those messages have been sent. And you can see that instantly pinged my general channel, probably confusing my team in the process. And you can see all of those open roles came into play over here. And by the way, this is the kind of workflow that we personally set up for a lot of our clients. So in this case, we have a recruitment client, for example, and we set up an alert that as soon as any new jobs are listed amongst a set list of job boards that typically recruiters are not staying on top of, job boards like Y Combinator, Angel List, and company career pages, as soon as a new job is listed on a weekly basis, we basically ping our client with the details, with the job listing URL, the most likely hiring stakeholder, the LinkedIn profile of the most likely hiring stakeholder, as well as their email address and mobile number if that was found as well. So for context, a lot of people package it as RevOps or revenue operations services because basically we are automating what most sales teams would have done manually otherwise in terms of looking at job boards, finding mobile numbers and so on. But it's super straightforward setup, and just remember that hygiene element of basically renaming the columns and just calling it like step 1, step 2, step 3, and that makes it a lot easier. And one other final bit as we build this workflow is for you to remember that if any step is not working properly and it's bugging or something of that sort, just remember to click on the column, change the color to red, and that way it's easy for you to then come back to it and remember where the drop-off is, where you're stuck, or it's easier for you to then message the Clay customer support and basically just go to the question mark icon in the top right hand corner, click on messages over here and then ask a question. And whenever you start a conversation with Clay customer support, always copy the URL of the workbook where you're working from, because that way you can say, hey, I'm stuck here. See the enrichment in red to see the error I'm getting, how to fix. And then based on that, you can help you troubleshoot using AI, or a real person will come and rescue you as well. So there you have it, guys. We have built a company list. We have enriched it with people data alongside basic things like mobile numbers, email addresses. We then found some jobs and we even pushed them straight into Slack. And the best part is that we were not charged any Clay credits in the process when it comes to finding the people, finding the companies, and then finding the jobs. We only got charged for mobile data, work emails, and probably this Slack ping as an action credit. So all in all, we didn't burn too many credits in the process. I think that's pretty good. I'm fairly sure this video deserves a like by now, so please like it if you're getting some value out of it. And of course, consider subscribing to this channel because I'm honestly putting a lot of time, energy, and resources into creating such videos. Okay guys, next up, I'm going to show you the one feature inside of Clay.com that confuses the most users and causes probably the most churn for Clay, whereby people just give up on Clay altogether because most beginners to Clay.com do not even realize how important this feature is. And drum roll please, the feature that we'll be talking about, of course, is formulas. For those of you that are not yet aware, if you click on add column, you will have the option to create a formula and it would look something like this. I'll talk about this in a bit more detail in the next 10 to 20 minutes or so. I'll also be providing you with a step-by-step example that you can follow along with to practice how to use formulas on a day-to-day basis. Before I jump into that, I must say that the UX has changed slightly since I recorded that video. So the way that the UX works now is that all you need to do is just click on add column, type in formula, and the rest of it is basically the same. You just type in the formula over here and then just click on generate on the back of it. And again, don't worry if it's confusing for now. In the next 20 minutes or so, I'll explain it in way better detail. But for the time being, all you need to know is you basically just type in a formula. For example, only run this row if domain is not empty. And then you just click on generate after you write the formula, and then you see the preview. And then only if you're happy with the preview, only then you can click on save column, and then this column will be applied for you. Anyways, let's jump into the tutorial that shows you how to use formulas inside of Clay.com. Hey friends, in this video, I'll walk you through how to use formulas inside of Clay.com so that you can finally learn every single use case of formulas, specifically using the 20 formula checklist that I use to train virtual assistants, Clay operators, and everyone in between inside of our Clay course, which is called Unlock Clay, and also inside of my agency, which is called B2B Boosted. So without further ado, let me walk you through the formulas and how you can finally master formulas so that you can train yourself and the rest of your team to be trusted inside of the Clay sheets when using formulas. So this begs the question, what the hell are formulas in the first place? And if you're new to this, it's a free feature inside of Clay that helps you with data cleaning, saving credits, and formatting data so that you don't have to manually clean up every data cell. So for example, the way you can access formulas is if you click on add column inside of Clay, and you will see this formula button, and then you can give it an instruction. Some of the examples are on the right hand side over here, and we will cover the 20 most common use cases inside of this video. If you want to just grab the guide with this video and all the instructions so you can test out the 20 formula checklist yourself with all the prompts that we use inside of our agency clean up data, all you need to do is go underneath the video, and if this is the video, underneath there will be a link over there that you can click on, and it will download you this lovely guide over here, which helps you to learn every single formula, to download some sample data, and also will give you some free Clay training as well inside of that guide. So do grab it down below as well. Now, let's jump into it. The first thing we need to talk about is the 3 most common types of formulas. The first type of formulas is called conditional formulas. So for example, let's say step 1 is to validate an email address. So if the email address is valid, we then want to have the second step done, which is researching the prospect. But we don't want to research a prospect if the person's email address is invalid. So the way to apply this conditional runs formula is for the next step, if the first step is wrong and if the first step disqualifies the prospect and shows that it's a bad fit, for example, if the status is invalid here, in the next step after it, in the next enrichment, we'll click on edit column, we'll scroll down to the very bottom, we'll click on use AI, and we can say something like, only run if the status is valid. And this way, if the status is invalid, the column will not run. Magical, right? Anyways, let's move on to the next use case. The second use case is data formatting. So in this case, the example I'm going to give you is, let's imagine we're trying to reach out to the VP of marketing at ASOS.com, which is a huge e-commerce marketplace, and we want to reference the amount of website visitors that they're currently getting.
Now, it will be very dodgy if we say something like this number, which we generated using this similar web or whichever enrichment we used here. And this is genuinely the number of website visitors that they got last month. But obviously, this is a huge amount of visitors. It sounds really weird, like if you just give them a random number like that. So in this case, we can just generate a formula and we can say, tell me how many million this is, and round it up to the nearest number. And this gives us 18. And then this makes it so much easier in the final output to then be able to add column, message, and then say something like this, right? Where we say, so you have over this amount of visitors on your website every month, but how many of their emails do you capture? And then you can then transition into a pitch about how you help people to convert website visitors to captured emails, for example. And in this case here, you can see the final output that I just put together. And also on that note, notice how I clicked on add column and message. This is what you should be doing. So if you're not doing this, then apologies, you're probably not as advanced at Clay as you think you are. No offense, once again. Now, moving on, these are the two most common use cases. The third use case is something similar to conditional formulas. It's basically called conditional outputs. So the way we'll use this is, let's say if we enrich a company over here and we enriched ASOS, and we can see that their employee count is 2,800. So in this case, we can click on insert right, we can click formula and say something like, if employee count is over 2,000, say wonderful ICP fit, right? You know, it's a Monday morning, I'm really caffeinated, that's why you're probably getting some solid content here. And basically over here, we now use this conditional output to then to basically funnel the lead, qualify them, and to get formula to generate something to say, for example, this is a great fit or this is a bad fit. And then on the basis of that, when we then use an enrichment like instantly, so if we are to push a lead to instantly, we can say only run if, and then we can say something like this contains wonderful, and then we only push the great leads into the campaign. So that's why we call it conditional outputs, because it contributes to the end output, right? So now, by now, you probably are thinking, wow, this is crazy. Like, it's great that you have 3 use cases, but there are probably a lot more use cases than this. So how do I learn this? How do I train this to a Clay operator or to a virtual assistant of mine? How do I do this? And luckily for you, I spent tens of hours trying to figure this out. Actually, yesterday I had to re-record this video about 10 times. So by this time, I know for sure that you're going to very much improve the way that you use formulas, because right now I'm going to show you the 20 formula checklist, which will help us to achieve this personalized email copy using just formulas. So yes, we use some enrichments in the process, but for the most part, to get to every enrichment, we're just going to be super OCD about the use of formulas. So this is what we're going to generate. Hey, first name, this amount of months into your role, as this at this specific normalized name of a company with this specific normalized job title, blah, blah, blah. We will reference their past company name. We'll then give them a freebie. And then finally, at the bottom, we will also talk about the job that they're currently hiring for. And we will basically reference the specialty skill and the open role job title that they're hiring for. So, and for all of this to work, all you need to do is download this 20 formula checklist, which will basically, first of all, practice the data formatting. So this will be the first 6 steps of this exact checklist. And then after that, we'll practice some conditional formulas. After that, we'll practice some data formatting. And then finally, we'll practice some conditional output as well. So the idea behind this is this will train you on the use of formulas. And for each individual one of those, if you get stuck throughout, exclusive access to each individual prompt on the right-hand side over here that I've hidden for you, just because I think it's the right thing to do. I want you to try and figure this out for yourself. And the data that we're working with, sample data for this task, is this data over here of some famous people that I had someone from my team collect. So all we have to do is click on File, Download, and click on CSV. And once again, if you're wondering where the hell this you can find this Google Sheet, it will be linked underneath the video if you click on this link over here. So what we'll then do is we'll go inside of the Clay table, we'll click on a new Clay table, we'll click on Actions, Import from CSV, and we'll drag and drop the file and just make sure to basically just create a bunch of columns. Data input would look something like this, and I really want to train you on the data cleaning process here. So the first thing that comes to mind is, can you see how it says T over here? That means data text formats for this data. And if you just click on the column, you should be able to scroll down to text, change it to URL, because obviously this way, Clay would not mess things up and Clay will have a lot less bugs. So make sure you do that for any links inside of the Clay table. So we will click on URL. And over here, we have the company name, the job title, and the full name of the person, right? So that's all the data that we have right now. And here is what we're going to do to the data. So the first step is to import the data from this import file over here into a new Clay table. We did that, so we can take that off. The next thing that we need to do is we need to clean up the first name so that Tim becomes Tim with like nice formatting, right? So if we look at this table here at the bottom, Tim is with a capital, and we need to tidy this up because obviously it would look like a typo if we emailed someone like that. So the way we'll tidy that up is we'll click on add column, we'll click on formula, and we'll say if, we will say grab the first name from the full name and make sure that just the first letter is a capital letter. And then we'll click on generate formula. And hopefully, if I'm as smart as I think I am, and indeed this is the case over here, the full name with capitals becomes just a normalized first name over here. And we will now change this to first name. Also, one thing whilst we're talking about this, if you're using this first name for the final output, I very much recommend the use of curly brackets, because later down the line, when you click on add column and you draft the message, it makes it so much easier when you see something that pops up with the first name. So yeah, you can just pour a tiny bit more thought into it, because for example, in this case, we can generate this and you could see it basically just, it was so much easier to select it that way, because a lot of the time, otherwise you'll have like first name, normalized first name, old, first name, new, it just gets confusing. So I very much recommend the use of like curly brackets over here. If you're using something for the final output inside the email, just put a curly bracket around it. Saves you a lot of scars throughout this Clay building journey. And more than that, step 2, which is cleaning up the first name so that Tim becomes Tim. And then the next step is generating the full name from first name and last name. So in this case, we already have the full name, so we just want to separate it into first name and last name. Just rebranded this task to be split the full name into first name and last name. And in this case, we'll click on add column, we'll click on formula, and we'll say grab the last word from, and we'll say full name. And by the way, you can follow along with this task, because otherwise you'll be thinking like, what the hell is this guy doing if you're not following along? So make sure you're doing this at the same time. And over here, we'll rename this to be last name. And we already have the first name here. And obviously, we're not really going to be using the last name in the output, I don't think, unless we're not going to call out like Jakobsen in the output. So once again, we don't need to worry about that too much. So we've done that. And next thing we need to do, which is super cool, and this is how we find over 70% of email addresses of people, just through guessing their emails. And we can do this with a formula. By the way, I've got a separate video on that on this channel, so you can probably find it somewhere. I'll try and link it in the description down below. But in the meantime, let's just try to extract the email domain from the website. And what we mean by that is, let's say we have triggerfy.io. We want to just grab triggerfy.io. So the way we'll do that is we'll click on insert right formula, and we'll say grab the email domain from, and then website, and then we'll generate formula. And voila, it should just generate everything apart from www. So we may need to clean up this formula. And this is the master formula that I just came up with, which is basically grabbing the email domain and removing any sort of www, https, all of that. And once again, if you just opt into the guide underneath the video, I'll give you this exact prompt so that you don't need every single time to input this manually inside of the Clay table. At that moment in time, you can click on output is correct. And what this will do is we'll call this email domains. Now, the magic in this is that since we have the full name of the person and we have the email domains, we can basically go one of two ways. The first way is we can feed it to the email finder tool, because all it needs is a full name and an email domain to guess the email of the person. Or alternatively, if we want to do this ourselves, I'll back myself to do this. I'll just click on formula again, and I'll just basically say first name at, and then the email domain. And then we'll click on generate formula. And to be totally honest, this should be able to generate us the actual email address of the person. Let me just make sure that the first name column is filled in though. And voila, you can see basically generated a bunch of email guesses. And once again, this costs us literally zero, nothing up to this point. So I'm just going to say this email guess one. And I'm sure you'll surprise us if we even find one or two of them. So this time we'll click on add enrichments and we'll just say validate email. And in this case, I'm probably going to use Lead Magic because I get a bunch of credits for them, and continue to add fields, status, and we'll basically save and run all of these rows. And the beauty of this is not only are you practicing formulas, you're also at the same time like picking up some tiny little niche hacks inside of the clay sheets. So let's just hope that at the very least a couple of them are correct. Wow, how mind-blowing is this? So out of 12 founders, we just guessed 9 of them just through applying formula. Magical, right? If I knew this, that's why I would have titled the actual, I would have titled this. And in this case, we already did the extracting of the email domain from the website. We guessed an email address. And the next thing that we want to do is say true if the job title is a CEO and say false if the job title is not founder, which once again, I don't know why you would want to do that, but it just teaches you formulas. And in this case, we have the job title over here. So on the right of that, we'll click on insert right. We'll basically copy and paste this, and then we'll just replace the job title with the job title we want to use. And then we'll say the job title again, job title, generate formula. And at this moment in time, it just gives us 2 trues because the rest are false, right? Which is not so good, but oh well, we can move on with our life. I'm sure we wouldn't remember this in 10 years' time. Next up, if the email is valid, we need to enrich the company. Right, so the way we'll do that, and this is just teaching us the conditional runs, we'll click on add enrichments. We will enrich the company. Once again, we don't want to be scammed by Clay's inbuilt enrichment, so we'll use the Lead Magic for this one. And then we have all the information that we need, the company domain, the social URL, all of that fancy stuff. And over here, we'll say only run if, and then I think it was status is valid, generate formula, and you could see that we will only run if the email is valid. And in this case, let's say we just want the employee count, we'll get all of this data anyways. So we can tick off this action of the if email is valid, enrich the company. And now this is where it gets quite fun. So this is where we start using conditional formulas. And once again, a quick reminder, the conditional formulas is basically you say, if the last output was this, then do this now, right? So we found the employee count for some of them. The next step will be add column, formula, and we'll basically copy and paste this. If employee count is under 10 employees, say good fit is if employee count is over 10 employees, say bad fit. I just want to only work with smaller companies, and straight away basically just gives us bad fit, good fit. And of course, it gave us bad fit over here because it couldn't find the company, which I mean is fine because, yeah, that's absolutely fine. And we can rename this to ICB good or bad fit, question mark. And up to this point, we basically learned 8 out of 20 steps that we need inside of the formula checklist. So that's not too bad. And then if the company is good fit, we need to enrich the LinkedIn URL of the lead. The way we'll do that is we'll click on add enrichment. We'll type in enrich profile, I think it is, or enrich person. And over here, we'll click on that. And then at the very bottom, we only want to enrich them, only run if, and then we'll just basically say only run if is literally good fit. Because if it's not a good fit, then screw that. What's the point, right? What's the point in life? That was a joke, obviously. And then, yeah, okay, at that moment in time, we'll do that. We basically will plug in all the data points about the person. In this case, it will just limit the amount of options. So I'm going to do it in reverse. I'm just going to do it only run if, well, which I know doesn't make any sense, is bad fit, because otherwise we wouldn't have much data to work with for the final email output. So I'm just going to reverse engineer it from here. Save and run 12 rows. This just cost me 12 credits, and that's really annoying. I hate to spend credits, like you can tell, because my credits reset in like 2 weeks and I haven't really spent them. Gosh, okay, I'll have to live with that. Anyways, it will keep me up at night just thinking about that's 12 credits that I just lost on that enrichment. Okay, next up, we find the past company the person worked for, and this is where it gets really fun, because this is how, from that one data point, how we can then reference the past company that they worked at. Now, this one will be pretty tough because a lot of the time the people have a bunch of past companies. So how do you know where what the name of the real past company is? And the answer is quite straightforward. We will click on the person and we will find experiences. So we'll type in experience, and you can see this person has 11 experiences. That's 11 different jobs that the person held throughout their lifetime. At that moment in time, we can use this formula button over here, which says filter, find keywords, and more using formula. And we will basically, like, it will always give you this pre-built thing, which is replace this text with a formula you'd like to apply to the following list. And this is the formula that I'll use. So from, and then I'll select experience again. So from experience, find the first instance where is current is unchecked, then return the URL from that object. So now in normal terms, what this will do is it will find us the first instance where the person used to work at a company, but no longer works there. So this will find us the most recent company the person technically worked for. At this moment in time, we'll click on output is correct, say formula. And once again, we can tick the box here. The next thing we need to do is enrich this company. So because now that we have this URL, like past company URL, we now need to enrich it if that contains text. So we'll basically enrich the company again. We'll use Lead Magic for that. We're really going big on them today. So we'll use past company URL. And then, yeah, we'll leave this one blank. We'll probably past company URL. Okay, cool. So we'll just use that. Continue to add fields. And let's say we probably want to find just the company name so we can actually name drop them in the cold email. So we'll basically then save and run the 12 rows. And in this case, a lot of the time, like out of these 7 accounts, 5 of them are correct. And to be honest, like, yes, you could use Clay agents and you would probably get like 7 out of 7 correct or 6 out of 7 correct. But given that this costs us like a fraction of a cent, this is probably my go-to way to do that. So in this case, I'll just say past company name not normalized. And this brings me very nicely to an extra point that I wanted to make later down the line. And that's the fact that you can normalize the company name, and it's completely free inside of Clay. And if you're not aware of this, you will click on Add Enrichment. You'll type in normalize company name, and then we'll normalize the past company name. So in case it sounds absolutely fine. So in this case over here, we're basically going to save and run the rows. Sound the same in this case, but a lot of the time, if this was like Lead Magic LTD, it will become Lead Magic, which is pretty good. So at this moment in time, we enrich the past company, we normalize the past company. Now it says reference the past company name in the outreach copy. So what we'll do is there will be outreach copy at the bottom here. And what I want you to do is copy and paste it into the Clay table. Click on add column, click on message, and basically copy and paste this. And now we'll slowly start replacing the variables. So we'll say, hey, first name. And once again, we can't do these ones just yet. And then I'm sure back in and then over here, we can put a past company name, past company normalized name. And in case I just played around with the variables, so far we found just 2 out of the many that we want to find. But either way, that's absolutely fine, because remember, the point of this is just to practice formula. And next up, we already referenced the past company name in the outreach copy, and we want to find the start date and the end dates of the person working at this current company. This is actually quite exciting. So the way we'll do that is we'll click on most likely the actual data over here for the person. And if we click on experience again, and if we click on experiences, take action on list, find, filter, whatever, like that thing again, and we'll say, tell me the start date of the experience from. And basically you can generate this long formula over here, and then it will give us the starting date of when the person started working at this past company. But in this case, I just completely forgot that we want to basically see when the person started working at their current company. So in this case, we'll basically click on generate URL again, and we're going to just generate when the person started working at their latest company. So for example, when did I start working at Unlock Clay? And in this case, we can do this manually by basically going into the experience section rather, because I think that's a lot easier. And then we can just basically find, let's say this guy started working at VaynerX, and we can find the start date over here, which is 2009. right? So start date of recent job, and we can click on create column. And what we can then do is basically click on insert right formula and say something like, how many months is it between, and then this random start date and March 2025. And then it will generate us the amount of months, and then we can say, and round it up to the nearest year. So in this case, 16 years, 2 years, and so on. So what we can then do is in the final output over here, instead of the number of months, we can say the number of years, and then just say, this number of years since you started your company as this job title, and I'm sure you can relate to blah, blah, blah. So the idea here is we can basically manually go and find how long they've been in a role for. We can use formulas to find the exact dates that they started, how long they've been in the role for in years and in months, and we can reference that in the final output. And then after that, we can round up the time to the nearest year. That's something that we've done. On top of that, we could grab the specialty skill from job description and reference the specialty skill and open role title. To be totally honest, I'll remove it from this checklist because I don't think it's particularly useful because this was like specifically for that. Let's just generate a final email copy because to be totally honest, it's a Monday morning and I need to get on with my life after this. And the final thing that we need to do is we need to normalize the job title. And in this case, I'm just going to keep the job title as it is because I think I can live with that. The only thing we need to finally do is normalize the actual company name. And the way we'll do that is similarly to before. Inside of formulas here, we'll click on add enrichment. We'll type in normalize company name. And then we'll just type in the company name right now. And then hopefully we'll normalize it. Save and run. And we'll just say company name final, right? And at that moment in time, this is what the final template would look like after we put in the final normalized company name. And this is how you basically use formulas in order to generate this type of personalized emails. And hopefully what this video taught you is the process behind using formulas every step of the way. And the final thing to keep in mind here is we need to push it into different campaigns. So what I mean by that is we can click on add enrichments and we can type in smart lead, add lead to campaign. And let's say we want to push people into this campaign only if they are a good ICP. So we'll say only run if ICP contains good, generate formula, and voila, only 2 people will qualify from this list for our ICP, right? So that's what I mean by using formulas effectively. Hopefully this 20 formula checklist would be useful for you to train your team because you can literally give them this Google Sheet and be like, hey, work with this sample data import and try and do every step of this process. And if you get stuck, I'll send you a link to this exact template so you can look for yourself at all the different formulas that I'm using throughout that. So you should find that at the bottom of the Clay template here.
If you want the fastest path from a total beginner to someone who is super AI native and proficient with some of the most important go-to-market tools like OpenClaw, Hermes Agent, Clay.com, N8N, and many others, then by all means consider joining my Unlock GTM Engineering community. And if you're unsure what the hell the Unlock GTME community is, just head over to www.unlockgtme.com, and hopefully by that time you will realize why I've recorded this video, because hopefully after you getting plenty of value throughout this course, you may be a bit more open-minded to joining a paid community like my Unlock GTM community. Again, the link of that will be in the description underneath the video somewhere. Go check it out. Okay guys, I hope you absolutely loved chapter 8, which covered how to use formula inside of Clay.com. And next up in chapter 9, I'm going to be talking to you about one of the most hygienic things inside of Clay.com, which is ridiculously boring yet useful, and you probably guessed it by now. We're now going to be talking about normalizing and cleaning up data inside of Clay. Again, for this part, I pre-recorded the video showing you how you can clean up all of the data, normalize company names, normalize first names, and do all of that cool stuff inside of Clay. So in the next 10 minutes or so, I'm going to be covering everything that you need to know when it comes to data normalization. This video will be a beginner's tutorial to normalizing and cleaning up data inside of clay.com, and specifically a lot of you may find yourself in a position like this where you just imported a new lead list inside of your clay table and the data is not good enough. So a lot of the time, if you scrape a specific website, there could be an emoji in the place of the first name. You may want to relax this first name so you don't reach out to a person calling them Alexander, but instead you call them Alex because it's a bit more conversational. You're missing the actual website of the company and a bunch of other data points. So for that reason, I'm going to give you 6 quick tips that are going to save you a lot of clay credits, a lot of trial and error, a lot of prompting trial and error specifically, and let's jump straight into it. The first tip that I have for data cleaning is when you just have the company name and you want to find the company website, all you need to do is click on actions in the top right hand corner and type in Clearbit. And Clearbit is a free enrichment inside of clay.com, which enables you to find the website based on a company name. So if you click on that, you should be able to see over here, it doesn't cost you any clay credits. Then click on continue to add fields, save and run one row. And within just a couple of seconds, you find the website of a company completely for free without spending a single clay credit. So I'll put that as tip number 1, which is finding the website using the company name, using Clearbit. Now, the second step is about how you can use the OpenAI enrichment in order to clean up the company name. A lot of the time, let's say the company name over here is something like B2B Boosted Limited. You don't want to reach out to me and say, hey, I saw you work at B2B Boosted Limited, because that sounds a lot more robotic. And in that case, what we're going to do is in the top right-hand corner, click on Actions. And over here, we can just open up Use AI and type in the following prompt. And you should be able to see the prompt on your on the screen right now over here on the right hand side. It's very, very simple, but 99% of the time I find that now it cleans up company names perfectly. So if I click on save and run one row, you should be able to see this prompt cleaning up the company name from B2B Boosted Limited down to B2B Boosted. Let's give it a couple of seconds to think. Worth noting that I'll be giving away this exact prompt as well. All you need to do is just opt in down below underneath the video, and I'll give you this clay table so you can just play around with it, and you can copy on all of these different tips that I'm sharing with you. Moving on then, let's talk about tip number 3, which is how you can be cleaning the first names. In this case, bearing in mind that we want to relax Alexander to something like Alex. Once again, we can use AI in this case, and you can just steal my prompt, which I've got saved as one of the templates over here, which I believe is something like first name. First name cleaning over here. And we just need to provide it with a full name, the first name, the last name, work email, and like some of these fields you can just fill in as like random fields. And this prompt should still work for you. So let's just do that quickly. Last name, first name, and then we can just put that this way and then scroll down. You can see it's a really, really long prompt. It took me forever to generate it. But this way, 99% of the time, you basically find the right way to normalize the first name. And then all we're doing is saving and running one row in this view. And let's see, Alexander with a firing emoji should become Alex. So no pressure, but this will be tip number 3 and how we can use OpenAI for this. I think it still keeps as Alexander, but once again, in that case, maybe it's like if we rerun it, it probably will then give us Alex next time. But either way, that's good enough for the time being. Moving on, let's talk about normalizing domains. Now, a lot of the time inside of your clay tables, you may notice that your website domain is really, really long, and it's something like this with a HTTPS at the very start. And that means that whenever you're trying to like look up and see if that domain already got contacted, or when you're trying to find emails, sometimes that messes things up and you just need to remove the HTTPS part by clicking actions in the top right corner and typing in normalize domain. As soon as you type that in, you should see a free enrichment by Clay to normalize the domain. You can click on that, give it the long domain, and just normalize it by isolating the domain and the option at the very bottom of that drop down. And then continue to add fields, switch on the toggle to see what the normalized URL is, save and run one row, and you should see that the HTTPS part just gets normalized to b2b-boosted.com. Moving on as well, a lot of the time you would have clay tables similar to the one that I'm showing you now, where you have the first name and the last name of the person, but you don't have the full name. So what we can do here is we can literally just click on add column, click on formula,
And then over here, just basically type in first name and then use the backslash to refer to the columns, obviously, and then type in last name and click on generate formula. And that way you can see that this creates an output, and then you can even say like, and remove emojis. And then you click on generate formula again. And you should be able to see output is correct, say formula, and you have over here, you can then rename this to full name. And once again, in this case, if we want to remove the emoji forever, and over here we can just say first name, last name, and remove, and click on generate formula. And this way, this should remove the actual emoji. So the output is correct. And now we just have Alexander Jakobsen as just a quick example over here. And then tip number 6, company name. In order for us to be able to clean up company name, if we don't want to be spending any OpenAI or ChatGPT credits, the worst way to clean company names, and like it's a bit less reliable, a little less accurate as well, but you can give it a shot as well. And if you type in normalize, you should see over here the enrichment from Clay formatters where it says normalize company name. You could feed it the company name, continue to add fields, switch on the normalize name toggle, save and run one row. And this is basically a free way to normalize the company names, but I find that it's a bit less accurate. So for that reason, take it with a don't use it every single time. And here we are. We've just created this clay table completely from scratch. I've given you 6 different tips, and straight away after this, I'll be giving away this exact clay table. So all you would then need to do is open up this clay table inside of your own workspace. And when you click on edit column, you can just click on templates and then click on save as templates. And this will mean that you can save this prompt once so that you can always refer to it next time. When you click on browse templates, it will be at the very top of your screen. And then you will have this clean company name magic prompt, for instance. And you can do a similar thing with all the other prompts as well. So for example, like normalizing a domain using, using just the website, you can save it as a template. And then next time, whenever you try to use it, you'll be on top of the actions over here.
Okay, guys, I hope you enjoyed chapter 9, which was all about data cleaning and normalization. And now that you're the most hygienic clay user out there, it's about time to get started with chapter 10, which is going to teach you everything that you need to know about the AI actions and the AI enrichments inside of clay.com. For context, the principles of how to use the enrichment are completely the same as they were before. The only difference is now, if you click on tools, when you select the use AI enrichment, you may need to prompt it over here and then click on the generate button, as opposed to the UX that I'm going to show you in the next couple of minutes may be slightly different, but the principles and everything else remains completely the same. Anyways, let's jump straight into how to use AI inside of clay.com using the AI enrichments and Clayagent. You can tell AI to go and visit websites for you to mimic the exact manual steps that your sales team or your marketing team or that you take on a daily basis. As long as you can pin down what those manual steps are, AI can go visit the websites, make a bunch of decisions for you. It can extract that information and it can provide it to you all in return for a fraction of a cent. Now, a couple of years ago, you probably hired a virtual assistant or you would have hired a person to do this type of administrative work for you. But here, instead of going through the hassle of finding those freelancers and micromanaging and babysitting them in the process, all you need to do is learn a 5-step process of how you can prompt Clayagent correctly to do these kinds of boring tasks for you. Now, there is a catch to this as well, and this comes with a small disclaimer, and that disclaimer is Clayagent does not have access to your accounts or to logging into your accounts. So in other words, no, it does not know that you're connected to Jackie on LinkedIn, right? However, it can access any information that's public and that's open source on any website in the world, similarly to how you can access any of these websites without having to sign up for an account or logging in for an account behind a paywall, for example. I'm going to get you to do 5 different Clayagent prompts in the next 10 minutes or so, just to show you how Clayagent works. But before we can do this, let me just explain Clayagent to you. Simply put, let's imagine that you've got a completely blank clay table and you click on the actions button in the top right-hand corner. You can type in Clayagent, and over here is the beautiful AI web researcher that you can see I've pinned over here because I use it so often. All you need to do is just click on Clayagent, and over here you're able to then generate the prompt. Before we jump into prompting Clayagent, we need to know these 6 things. The first thing that you need to know about prompting any form of AI inside of Clay is to define the input. Over here, you typically will say, hey, the input is this. And in other words, you want to tell it what data you already have in the clay table so that ClayAgent can use this as a good starting point. So in this case, I can say something like the input is the company name and the company website. One thing as well on top of that, we need to remember that ClayAgent cannot read this information unless we map it into the prompt. So when we say that the input is the company name and the company website, we need to now feed it into ClayAgent. So the way that we'll go about this is we'll just say their website equals the company name equals. And straight away, in order for us to map the website, we'll use the backslash to refer to it and we'll feed it the website. And instead of the company name, we'll use the backslash company name as well. That's why we need to label these columns to perfection so that we don't have any sort of confusion when we're trying to map those variables. Now, secondly, we always want to define the action that we want ClayAgent to take. So for example, we can say, based on the input, find me the company registration number for the company. Now, in this case, if you follow this structure, you will always prompt Clay correctly. So you cannot get this wrong. After that, you may want to constrain the output. And when we talk about constraining the output, we can say something like output, just the company registration number, nothing else, keep it in numerical form with no other output. This is just an example, but a lot of the time you would need to tell ClayAgent like, hey, don't use quotation marks in the output, only output this number, only output this text, don't say anything else, just so it doesn't ruin the output for us. A lot of the times, and I'll show you in a second how to go about this, you may need to provide a prefix for ClayAgent. So if you want ClayAgent to come up with a sentence output which follows your exact structure, for example, you want to tell me, for example, hey Tim, I saw you worked at Klarsche before, and Klarsche is the name of the company that I used to work for like 4 years ago. In that case, you will need to give it the prefix. Whenever you feed a prefix into ClayAgent, I always recommend for you to say, follow my prefix in the output. Here is my prefix. And over here, you can say the company registration number is, as an example, always put this in quotation marks. And whatever thing has to change. So in this case, we want the registration number to always be dynamically changing depending on the company that we're feeding it. In this case, you put this in curly brackets, and then you can say, replace the curly brackets with a company registration number. And then finally, it's always good to give examples. So for example, you could say, oh, if the company registration number is 12345, then say in quotation marks, the company registration number is 12345. So that's an important example for us to be making. And then finally, after you prompt it once, you can just click on save and don't run and just click play to run one row before seeing if it actually works. A lot of the time you would need to change the prompt a tiny bit before it works out correctly for you. Oh, that sounds rather complicated. In theory, I understand how to use it, but in practice, how do I actually learn how to use ClayAgent correctly? In the next part of the video, I'll be encouraging you to download this Google spreadsheet, which you can find down below underneath the video. And this will be specifically called the ClayAgent and OpenAI assignment. Follow along. All you would need to do is just download it as a file, click on File, Download CSV, and then inside of Clay, all you basically will have to do is just click on Import CSV over here. You'll just basically drag and drop the file over here, click on Continue, click on New Blank Table, click on Complete Import. As soon as you have a Clay table that looks something like this, what I want you to do is to follow along with the task that I'm about to show you. I'm going to show you how we can find the name of a person that left a testimonial on b2bboosted.com. So if I just show you on our website right now, if you go to my agency's website, to the very bottom, we have a bunch of different testimonials from a bunch of different clients. And what we're going to do is we're going to get ClayAgent to find one of these people's names and just pull it for you from the website. So this will just show you one little use case of what Clay can do for you. So in this case, I'm going to click on Actions, and then of course, I'm going to type in ClayAgent over here as the enrichment. So let's just click on ClayAgent. Now, right now, you're probably thinking, okay, cool, but how do I actually do this aside from just remembering these 6 key rules for speaking to AI? In my opinion, it's super, super simple. What I want you to do right now is to copy and paste the text that you can see on my screen right now. You can pause the video for a second and just copy and paste it directly into the prompt. So this will read, based on the input, I want you to, and then over here, we can tweak the prompt. You will give it an example and you will constrain the output. So let's just copy and paste it here. And let's also remember what we're trying to do in the first prompt. In the first example over here, we want to find the name of a person that left a testimonial on B2B Boosted's website. So let's just follow the exact structure of the prompts that we talked about over here. So the first thing we need to do is we need to write down the input. So we'll say, and once again, pause the video right now and try to do this yourself. And then if not, we can do this together. So the first thing we're going to do is we are going to say the input is the company website. Naturally, afterwards, we're going to say the website equals, and then we can just give it the website name. And then we'll say, based on the input, I want you to, and then over here, we'll say to visit the website and find the full name of one person that left a testimonial on the website. Of course, over here, it tells us to give an example. So we'll say, for example, if Bill Gates left a testimonial, I'll put Bill Gates. Now, of course, as a next step, we also want to constrain the output. So in order for us to constrain the output, we can say something like only output the full name of a person that's left a testimonial and nothing else. So over here, naturally, we just write down only output the full name of a person that left a testimonial and nothing else. And that's pretty much that. That's how we will find the name of a person that left a testimonial on the website. We gave it the input, we constrained it, we provided an example. And all we need to do now is click on this generate button. Now, for those of you that may not be aware, I'm just going to click on this and it will take like 30 seconds to load. But that generate button helps us to improve our prompt. Worth noting that for 99% of the Claygen requests, depending on if you're watching this in 2025 or 2050, of course, this may change. But most of the time, Clay is trying to rip us off and it's trying to get us to use the neon enrichment, which will cost us 2 Clay credits. But rather, because I'm an absolute pro at this and I've done this a million times before, I know that GPT 4.0 mini is going to give us the exact same output and we can just change it to our own API keys, which once again, I'll show you how to do later on. But for the time being, always be conscious of what AI model Clay suggests for you. 99% of the time, just switch it to 4.0 mini because it will do the job properly. And now you can just save and don't run. And bearing in mind, if we go back to the task, the first task is that we want to find the name of a person who left a testimonial on the website. So all we need to do is now click into this box for B2B Boosted's website, click on play, and within 30 seconds or so, it should be able to find the full name of one person that left a testimonial on our website. Claygen just found us the first testimonial from the B2B Boosted website. So over here, we see Celine Daniel. And if we actually go on the website over here, we should be able to see that Celine wrote us a really, really nice testimonial, which I believe is over here as the first testimonial on our website as it is. So congrats! If you followed along and if you downloaded this Google Sheet and if you tried to find a testimonial on our website, congrats because you did it correctly. Next up, let's move on to task number 2 for prompting Claygen. And what I'm going to do in this case, I'm going to just copy and paste the task into the prompt, and then we can just do it for ourselves over here. So if we just click on that and click on... So for this one, all we're going to do is click on actions again, type in Claygen, and into the Claygen prompt over here, I'm going to copy and paste what we want to be doing. So we want to find the full name of the head of human resources for the main Coca-Cola company. Now, of course, in this case, I want to map these 2 columns as well. I don't want to just give it all as a prompt over here. So once again, we'll follow the 5-step process. The first step, what is the input? The input is the company name and website. So by now we just clarified what the input is. The second step will be defining the action that we want to be happening here. So we'll say based on the input, search the internet for the head of HR at the main, and then we'll select company name and how long they have been in the role for. In this case, we will do something really fancy and we will say output 2 things, the full name of the head of HR, how long they have been in the role for. Now, the reason that we are doing this is quite simple, and the actual reason is because we want to then use that data to personalize our outreach. So over here, you can see that we've loaded up the prompt. All we need to do now is just click on generate. It will take about 10, 20, maybe 30 seconds for the prompt to be generated by Clay for us. It doesn't cost us any credits to actually generate the actual prompt, so you can experiment with this as much as you want. Over here, we can see that the whole prompt was generated for us. One thing to keep in mind is that at the bottom of the prompt, you can see that it added multiple outputs. So you'll have one output for full name, one for the time and role. But if you want to add other outputs as well, for example, you could add reasoning. And in this case, AI will provide a separate text outputs for reasoning as well. So in this case, I'm actually going to keep it this time, just so that we can use the reasoning later down the line. I believe it still will suggest Argon to us, which is the most expensive model, which will cost us 3 Clay credits. Once again, I back myself, so I'm going to select the 4.0 mini. I'm going to click on save and don't run, because if we remember what the task was, we want to find the full name of just the head of human resources at the main Coca-Cola company. We don't care about all the other businesses here. So how do we just focus on one row at a time? We're just going to click on Coca-Cola company, and we're going to click on play over here. And within just a couple of seconds, we should be able to find the full name of their head of HR and the time that they spent in their role. So let's just give it a couple of seconds to think and output this for us. You can see over here, it just outputs Lisa Chang, and it shows that she's been in the role for 4 years and 11 months. And this is perfect. This is exactly what we were craving here, and we got the exact output that we wanted. Now, on top of that, in this case, if we wanted to just double check this as well, we could add a separate output here, and we could just ask for LinkedIn profile URL of the person as an example, and we can change this text field to a URL, and this way we can save and don't run, and then once again we can replay the output here, so that in order for us to manually just cross-check that this web scraping was done correctly, we can actually see the LinkedIn profile of the person as well. So I'm just doing that just to show to you how you can iterate the prompt and how you can change that prompt and spice it up a bit more so that it's more useful and it's helps you to manually verify the data faster next time as well. And at the bottom over here, we can see that it's now outputted the LinkedIn profile URL. You can see the cost of this. In this case, it did cost us almost 2 cents, just under 2 cents to do this. But once again, most of the time you wouldn't be scraping that much information about a person, and it is quite expensive to scrape every single detail about every single contact, but it's a good skill to get into. So if we click on add as a column here, we can create the column, and voila, over here we have Lisa's LinkedIn profile, which I will blur right now, but you can see over here that this is Lisa. You can see the job title is EVP and Global Chief People Officer, and she is a part of the board of directors for Coca-Cola as well. So clearly you found the right person, and we used Claygen to pull this off. So congrats for making it this far already. I'm sure you're absolutely smashing it with 2 Claygen enrichments completed up to this point. And now it's time to move on to enrichment number 3, which we're going to pull off with Claygen, which will enable us to find job listings for an SDR position at Salesforce, and it will enable us to just pull some information from that job description as well. So all we're going to do, as always, is click on actions, type in Claygen, and in this case, I'm just going to copy and paste what we want to be doing here, and I'll explain it to you in super simple context. So if you pause the screen for the time being and you try to prompt Claygen yourself, that will be probably the best way for you to learn Claygen. But in the meantime, I'm just going to show you my thinking behind this. As always, I'll just say that the input is the company name and website. Then I'll give it a company name equals website equals. I'll use the backslash to select the exact website and the exact company name. Guess what we need to do next? Yes, that's right. By now you probably would have learned this. We need to say, based on this info, I want you to, and then over here we can just basically write down in simple terms what we wanted to do. So in this case, we're going to say, I want you to find a sales-related open role job listing and pull the exact technologies that are mentioned inside the job description for that open role. Provide 2 outputs, the open role job listing URL and the technologies that were listed in the job description for that role in a comma separated format. Now, just to show you what kind of information we want to be pulling and extracting and scraping using Claygen here, if we go over here and we look at any of the jobs that Salesforce is hiring for right now, if we click on the job, in most job descriptions at the very bottom, we will have some sort of technologies that the candidate must know how to use. So in this case, if we're looking at a technical role, it will be JavaScript, Java, HTML5, SQL, and so on. But obviously, sales roles, the chances are we're probably looking at technologies like Apollo, Clay, Salesforce, or anything of that sort as well. We're just going to give it a quick example as well. We're going to say, for example, if the job description mentions the candidate needing to use Apollo and Salesforce, output Apollo Salesforce. And now we need to constrain the output, which is step number 5. And of course, how do we constrain the output? We will just say, give just 2 outputs strictly with the info I mentioned. Now, in this case, it basically will be regenerated either way by Clay itself. So if we click on this generate button, it will work its magic in the background and it will create a killer prompt for us. So now you can see that the prompt has been generated for us. It asks for 2 outputs, the job listing URL and the technologies that I mentioned in the job description. As always, it tries to upsell us to the Neon model, so we spend more Clay credits. Naturally, we just have to remember to every time switch this to 4.0 mini. Now I'm going to click on save and don't run. And as soon as I do that, all I'm going to do is just click on the Salesforce row over here, and I'm going to load this enrichment to start running so that we can pull and extract all this information straight away directly from all of these open role lists so that we can just run this enrichment and get the result. As we can see on my screen right now, it has loaded the output. In this case, it's loaded this specific open role on the Salesforce careers page for sales development representative. Unfortunately, though, if you do read this job description manually, it doesn't actually include any sort of technologies listed there apart from Salesforce, which is quite depressing, but still, in this case, Clayagent scrapes Salesforce as a sales tool that should be used as a part of the job description. We've covered 3 Clayagent prompts already, and we're just 2 prompts away from turning you into an absolute Clayagent prompting pro. So, assuming you are equally as pumped to get better at using Clayagent, all you need to do is copy and paste this exact text, which says we want to find the square footage of this place, and let's go into Clay, click on Actions, type in Clayagent, and let's select the Clayagent enrichment and copy and paste this exact string of text. So essentially, as always, in this case, we want to understand what data do we already have inside of the Clay table. We have the company name and we have the website. And what we basically want to do is we want to just find the square footage of Lidl's specific store. And then we want to find the person that handles the store operations for the UK for this company called Lidl. For those of you that may not be aware, Lidl is a super affordable yet high quality retail chain, like a retail grocery chain based in the UK. By the way, that was not sponsored by Lidl in any way, shape or form. So in this case, I've just finished off drafting this prompt. So here I'm saying the input is the company name. I give it the company name. I say that I want to find the square footage of Lidl's Tottenham Court Road store, and I want to find the full name of a person that handles store operations for the company. I wanted to create 3 outputs. The first one is the square footage of the store. The second one is the full name of the store operations person. And the third thing is the LinkedIn profile of that person as well. Now, for context, the only reason I'm asking for the LinkedIn profile is because I just want to quickly manually check that it's the right person so that I don't make a mistake when it comes to finding those decision makers. And of course, for the time being, I'm just going to click on generate for the prompt to load. But in the meantime, the reason that I'm showing you this specific use case of finding the square footage of a place is simply because you can get Clayagent to do any random thing that you typically do manually. So if for whatever reason I'm trying to sell to store operations managers and I've got this new location and I want to figure out what the typical square footage of a retail outlet is, once again, we could probably find that out by getting Clayagent to visit a bunch of websites and figure that out for us. I very much recommend for you to one day just sit down and read the context, the objective, the instructions that are provided to Clayagent and everything of that sort, just so you understand like the longer format of how people prompt Clayagent. But 99% of the time, you would not need to put yourself through the pain and misery of just writing a 500-word prompt over here, because you can see it's written for you. In this case, I'm just changing the store operations LinkedIn URL's profile to a URL, so it's a URL format. And of course, I'm going to change Clay's Argon to GPT 4.0 mini. As soon as I do that, I'm going to click on save and don't run, because I can't afford to run 5 rows as a part of this crash course, simply because it's a free crash course, right? And it's going to cost me like $20 to just record this video, taking into account the cost of all of these Clay credits here. So over here, I'm just going to click on the Lidl row over here and then just click play. In the meantime, it will now start loading the store size, the operations person's LinkedIn profile, and their full name, which we will use in just a second from now. It's just loaded within 15 seconds or so. You can see over here, if we click on response, we can see all the different outputs. Worth noting that Clayagent also provides you with a confidence ranking as well. So typically you can just tell it to only output if the confidence is high. Over here, we can see the full name of the store operations person. We can see the square footage of a location of this specific retail outlet. And then more than that, we have the LinkedIn profile of this person that I believe should be working in store operations. And over here, in fact, it pulled out the director of operations at Lidl GB. So hopefully you can see that on my screen right now, that it's a good profile. And also the person went to University of Leeds, which is a fun fact that I bet you didn't expect to be learning inside of this crash course. So just to give you another example of how you could be using Clayagent, in this case, I want to find out the net worth of the founder of Amazon, aka Jeff Bezos. And also I want to find his zodiac sign. In this case, I'm just going to hide all the other tabs on my screen in the meantime, and then I'm just going to prompt Clayagent in order to find us the zodiac sign. And no, this is not what I was expecting to say casually at 9 a.m. on a Thursday morning. So essentially what we're doing here is we're clicking on actions again. We're typing in Clayagent as per usual. After selecting the Clayagent enrichment, we're basically just copying and pasting the task so we remember what it is. It's time for me to show you how I go about prompting this. Feel free to pause your screen right now and I'm going to just draft my prompt over here. So here we are. You can see that I've just typed in the prompt. I said that the input is the company name and website. I'm just basically using the backslash to refer to both of these, company name and website. And I've basically asked it to find me the net worth of the company's owner in USD, also find their zodiac sign, and I want this in 2 separate outputs. Over here, as always, we're going to switch to 4.0 mini, and you can see all of this looks good. The main thing to check at the bottom is that there is the net worth value in USD, and then there is the zodiac sign. Those are the 2 things that we care about. We're going to click on save and don't run. And bearing in mind that we're doing this just for Amazon, so we're just going to click play on this Amazon row over here. And let's see how fast Clayagent can get us the output. So you can see straight away, Clayagent picked up on the response here. It only cost us 0.001, so it's a tenth of a cent to do this research. Net worth is over $230 billion according to Clayagent, and the zodiac sign is a Capricorn. Capricorn, did I pronounce that correctly? Comment down below if I can't pronounce words. This exact presentation that I've been sharing throughout this video, you can get it underneath in the description down below, so make sure to go and grab it in your own time. And moving on, we'll now be talking about how you can use AI inside of Clay, specifically for other OpenAI and Claude enrichments, which do not require Clayagent, but rather just require the OpenAI content creation enrichment. So we'll be talking about that in just a second. Time to talk about how to use OpenAI and the content creation enrichment inside of clay.com so that you can not only just use Clayagent all the time, but also you can use OpenAI and the generate text enrichment inside of Clay for a lot of the lighter tasks, which will cost you even less Clay credits in the process. Now, for those of you that may not be aware, if you're looking at my screen right now, if you go into the top right hand corner and click on actions or enrichments or whatever button is located in the top right corner on your screen right now, you can type in OpenAI over here into the search. Typically, you'll come up with this use AI enrichment. And for the purpose of what we're going to talk about right now, if we click on the configure part over here, you would see that there are 3 main types of AI that we'll be using inside of clay.com. So we already talked about web research and the Clayagent capabilities of being able to access information from the internet, scrape and analyze websites and pull that information back to you. And now we'll be talking about the most common use case of AI inside of clay.com, which is the creating or modification of content, is useful for most tasks which do not require AI to be connected to the internet. So if we click on that, we should be able to see that it's the exact same setup, and you can also just generate a prompt over here before then clicking on generate and getting Clay to generate the entire prompt for us. If you're a total beginner to Clay, you may ask, okay, but explain this OpenAI enrichment in a bit more detail. You can give a bunch of information to AI. AI can analyze and interpret that information for you. It can qualify data. It can help you personalize outreach. It can create some sort of messaging for you, or it can make a decision, for example, to determine if this company fits your ideal client profile based on a specific criteria, or if it doesn't fit your ideal client profile. You may ask, why is it cool? Why is it useful? Why would you bother using the OpenAI enrichment here? And simply put, you can just create one simple prompt and it will spare you through the hassle of manually reviewing company data or people data to make a decision. So a lot of the time, if you're looking to qualify leads, qualify companies, or do something of that sort, it's really, really useful for those kind of tasks. Every single enrichment should come with a disclaimer. In this case, I just want to remind you that this enrichment does not have access to the internet. So the only information that OpenAI and this enrichment can interpret is the information that you type in over here into the prompt section. That's why if you're feeding it any information from other columns, you should be feeding in that information using the backslash. Otherwise, it will only use the information that you provide to it without even trying to access the internet for you. As I mentioned already, there are 2 most common use cases for this enrichment. First of all, it's the qualification of leads and companies for your product or service. And then secondly, it's generating personalized one-liners for outreach. One thing to keep in mind, never get OpenAI to generate an entire email for you, because that's when it sounds super robotic, but rather just get AI to generate strings of text no longer than 12 words at a time, because in those cases, it's less likely to hallucinate and it's a lot more likely to give you solid output. Now it's about time that we put the theory into practice and we start using the OpenAI enrichment inside of Clay in order to help us with some of the prompting, following on from some of the work that we've done previously using Clayagent. Now, if you remember, the first step of using Clayagent was to pull the name of a person that left a testimonial on the B2B Boosted website. In this case, we have Celine Daniel over here. And right now we will use the OpenAI enrichment in order to generate a sentence that looks something like this, where we can reach out to someone at B2B Boosted and say, hey, I saw this person's review on your website and it felt rude not to reach out. We can click on actions, we can type in use AI, it will come up over here, and then over here all we need to do is just copy and paste the prompt. Now, worth noting that over here you're going to apply the exact 6 key rules for speaking to AI that we talked about earlier. So the first thing will be to define the input. And in this case, I'm just going to say the input is the name of the person that left a testimonial. And then I'll just say full stop. And then I'll say the input equals, and then we'll use the backslash to refer to the name of the person that left a testimonial. So testimonial author name. And secondly, if we look at the slide over here, we're now going to define the action. So what we're going to do in this case is we're going to say, based on the input, I want you to put the person's name into a sentence for me. Now, in this case, we talked about prefixes earlier. So this will be the first time that we can practice using prefixes. In this case, we're going to say the output should follow my prefix. Here is my prefix. And then in quotation marks, we can put I saw, and then we'll import the name of the person that left the testimonial review on your website and it felt rude not to reach out. Of course, we can give it examples. Of course, we can constrain the output as well. But for the time being, I think this will give us a solid enough answer. So all I'm going to do now is click on generate. You'll be able to generate this exact output for us. So after the entire prompt is generated for us, we can just click on save and then run. And then we can just play it out for this one row over here. As always, I very much recommend that you click on the column, you rename it. And then in this case, I'm just going to say step 2, generate sentence opener. And in this case, you can see that it just came up with this. I saw Celine Daniel's review on your website and it felt rude to not reach out. Now, this is the first option of how we could have gone about doing this. The second option of how we could have used this collision output would be to click on add column, click on message over here and say, I saw, and then we'll just use that person's review on your website and it felt rude to not reach out. Inside of Clay, there are multiple different ways that you can pull this off, but essentially, if you are ever looking to draft an email based on just one of these custom variables and just a specific bracket, all you need to do is click on add column, click on message, and over here you can write a message referencing all of the other column headers if you want to put that message together. So the idea behind this is for me to just show you how this can be done. There are different options, as always, completely up to you which one you choose, but you just need to be aware that there is more than one way that you can pull off most of these things inside of Clay already. You made it to challenge number 2 when it comes to prompting OpenAI. And over here, I want to ask you, do you remember that prompt that we generated for Clayagent to find the head of human resources for Coca-Cola? And yes, it's this exact output that we're looking at, where we have Lisa Chang, we have the LinkedIn profile URL, we have the time and role and all of this fun stuff. We're now going to create a sentence that will follow this exact format here, where we're going to say, hey, I saw you've been in the role for this amount of time, and I can see that you're leading the HR team over at Coca-Cola. So the way we'll go about this is we'll click on actions again, we'll type in ChatGPT, and over here, we can select the generate text enrichment. As you can see on my screen right now, here is the prompt that I came up with. I said that the input is the time that a person has spent in their role. I gave it the input. I said for AI to generate a sentence that sounds conversational following my prefix. And here is my prefix. I saw that you've been in the role for time and years rounded up to the nearest year. And I can see that you're leading the HR team over at Coca-Cola. I even went as far as to say, replace the curly brackets. So the time and years rounded up to the nearest year, the input itself, because we know that the person's been in the role for 4 years and 6 months. But it will be really cringe if we say, hey, I saw you've been in the role for 4 years, 6 months and 3 days. We don't want to say that. So for that reason, I said at the bottom over here, replace the curly brackets with a time and role, making sure that it fits grammatically nicely into the sentence. And then you can say, output the sentence, making sure that it sounds conversational and nothing else. And when I say nothing else, I just don't want it to hallucinate and come up with any sort of other outputs. So I just basically asked it to output the sentence that way. And in the meantime, I've clicked on generate, and now it's just generating the entire prompt in order for us to be able to send out this one-liner. You can see the prompt has been generated. We're now going to switch the model to 4.1 mini, and then we're going to click on save and don't run. And now we'll just run it for this specific enrichment. As always, since that was step 3, I'm now going to label this step 4. You can see within just a couple of seconds, it's generated this sentence for us. I saw you have been in the role for 5 years, and I can see that you're leading the HR team over at Coca-Cola, which is the perfect email opener that I wanted AI to generate. Of course, alternatively, I can click on add column instead, click on message, and I could just not use any Clay credits here. However, given that the output here is 4 years and 6 months, it's not really going to sound too conversational here. Okay, so that wraps up OpenAI prompt number 2. Let's move on to prompt number 3. And in this case over here, we're going to be qualifying a company to see if it fits our ideal client profile. This is a very common use case inside of Clay.com, something that we'll be covering later on in the crash course as well. But for the time being, I just wanted to show you the thinking behind how we go about qualifying companies to see if they fit our ICP or not. So first of all, we need to write down the ICP criteria. In other words, what kind of companies do you want to work with? What kind of companies you don't want to work with? So for instance, in this case, let's say we want to only work with companies that have under 50 employees. Let's say we want these companies to be based out of the UK and we want the companies to have a B2B business model. And for the purpose of this one, we're going to be using the B2B boosted row over here as the example inside of the Clay table. So we've got B2B boosted over here. We have the company website and the company name, and we want to qualify them on the basis of these 3 ICP screening criteria. So how do we go about that? First of all, we need to write down every single one of those qualifying criteria. And then secondly, we need to understand what enrichment we need to use in order to find that information about the company. Luckily for us here, we killed 2 birds with 1 stone here by using the enrich company enrichment in order to find the company headcount and the country of where the company is based out of. We can then use collegians to find out the business model, and then we can use the OpenAI enrichment in order to qualify the company one final time. So let me show you how we will go about doing this. In the meantime, if you back yourself, if you're feeling confident, feel free to pause the video, try this out for yourself, try to qualify the company on the basis of it being under 50 employees based out of the UK and having a B2B business model. First of all, we decided that we're going to start with the enrich company enrichment, as you can see. So what we're going to do is inside of our Clay table, we'll click on actions in the top right-hand corner, we'll type in enrich company, and voila, right underneath over here, we should be able to find any of these enrich company enrichments. I'm going to choose the lead magic one because this is the OG, the original enrichment that I've been using for the last 2 years. So it feels rude to not be using it here. And in this case, I'm going to switch the toggle on to see the employee count. I'm going to also switch on the toggle to see the country over here for the location of the company. But worry not, if we don't switch on some of these toggle filters, we would still be able to see them in the outputs later. So I'm now going to click on save and don't run. And with a click of a button here, if I just click it on the B2B boosted row, it should be able to straight away output the industry, the employee count, and the country. So in this case, we can see the country is GB, so the United Kingdom. That's good for us. And we can see the employee count is 7, which is under 50 employees. Now let's have a look at the 2 criteria that we already ticked off. We ticked off the company headcount. We ticked off the country of the company. Now we need to figure out what the business model is for the business. So the way that we'll go about doing this is, first of all, we'll keep things tidy. So we will rename this column and we'll call this step 1, enrich company, to find headcount and location of business. And then secondly, we'll now be using Clagent in order to determine whether the company is a B2B or B2C company. So the way we'll do that is we can go into Clagent, click on the AI web researcher, and then over here, we can be super simple and just say, tell me if this company is B2B or B2C, or the exact abbreviation of their business model. And in this case, we can click on generate. But before that, you saw that as well. I forgot to give it the actual company. So the company, and now I'm just going to click on generate, because typically when you put minimal amounts of details into this, especially for simpler prompts like this one, it should basically be absolutely fine, in my opinion. So here we are. As always, we need to change the model from Argon to 4.0 Mini, and this tip alone would probably save you about $100 every other month inside of Clay if you're using the OpenAI enrichment aggressively. Yeah, so now we're going to just click play over here to see what the business model is for the business. Now we're going to rename the column and just say step 2, see business model. If we click on the response over here, we should be able to see that it says business model is B2B. We can click on add as column, create column. And up to this point, we've done a great job already because we managed to tick off those 4 things. So we found the company headcounts, the country of the company, the business model. And now it's just time to use the OpenAI enrichment in order to qualify the company. Now, in my opinion, I'm just going to show you a fancier way to qualify the company without using the OpenAI enrichment. To start with, we'll click on add column and we can click on formula. When we do that, we can say output ICP. If we'll use the backslash to refer to business model, and then we'll find wherever the business model is, and we'll say basically output ICP if the business model is B2B, and then we will select headcount. The employee count is under 50, and what was the third criteria? Let's just refresh our memory. And the country of the company is UK or GB. And the country over here is GB or UK or England. But this is just like broadly speaking, because, you know, if you're running like hundreds of rows, that could be the case. And then we can now click on generate formula, and we should be able to see on the right over here, it now outputs ICP if all three of these conditions are met. Now we can click on output is correct, save formula, just tap ourselves on the back for being patient enough to go through like 4 enrichments to figure this out. And in case if you're feeling a bit more lazy, in case if formulas are a bit scary, which they are sometimes for beginners, you can always click on actions. You can always just type in ChatGPT and use the OpenAI enrichment over here where it says generate text. And you can say something like say ICP, but you will basically be copying and pasting this exact prompt over here to determine if the company fits your ideal client profile or not. And you could do a similar thing with people data as well to qualify people for your services, but that's basically that. All right, guys, I hope you enjoyed the last chapter. Next up, we're now going to be talking about the AI Clayagent. You can see it even deserves a separate page on Clay's website. So if you head over to clay.com/Clayagent, you can learn more about what it actually is. And to put it super simply, it's just an SDR-proof way of building AI agents for any sort of sales purposes. Now, you may ask, what the hell is an AI agent? What the hell is this all about? And simply put, if you head over into clay.com and you navigate in the main menu down to Clayagents, you should be able to see that this functionality deserves a separate tab inside of your Clay account. All you basically need to do is describe a task in natural language, aka just basically explain what the hell do you want to do over here. And on the basis of that, you will create a Clayagent that can do that task for you every single time that you feed it some sort of data. And for context, I'm not even going to define what an AI agent is, because I think it should be quite self-explanatory. An AI agent, for the purpose of this functionality, refers to any sort of manual process that is otherwise done manually by an individual that you want to turn into a standard operating procedure that AI can do for you. So in this case, in front of you, there are 4 different templates. There is one for finding and qualifying leads at a target company. There is one for account scoring, which enables you to qualify a company to see if it fits your ideal client profile on a company level. There is contact scoring, which again helps you to qualify contacts based on technographic data like employee sizes, industries, and that kind of thing. And then there is also the copywriting piece. For the purpose of this one, I'm going to show you how you can build a Clayagent for your personalization of emails. So if you click on copywriting over here, you should be able to see that it spins up pretty quickly a sculptor request. And again, remember the sculptor functionality we'll talk about later on as well. But remember, the sculptor is basically the thing that builds us a lot of the stuff for us so that we don't need to press a bunch of buttons instead. So in this case, you can see by just clicking on that copywriting Clayagent, it basically prompts it really quickly, and it now will spin up a prompt for us. So it will basically set up this Clayagent for email personalization. And I'll show you in a second how you can basically adapt it so that you have a cold outreach personalization agent ready and fully personalized to your business. So in this case, you should be able to see that it configures a really long prompt on the right hand side. If you click on configure, you should be able to edit this entire prompt. And what I recommend for you to do is as follows. You basically can just press Command A or whatever the button is on your keyboard to select all of the text. You can just probably Google what that button is, and then just take it into Claude, that entire prompt, and paste it there. So in this case, we can just say something like this: adapt this prompt to my business, and then just basically paste it like that, and it will adapt that prompt for your business. In my case, though, I'm going to do something different. I'm going to say adapt this prompt to a random laundry services business that sells B2B, and I'm going to basically just send that to Claude. You can see it basically makes up a hypothetical business called Freshfold Commercial, a B2B commercial laundry and linen services provider serving hospitality companies. And basically on the back of that, it basically customizes the entire prompt. So what I'm going to do now is just basically grab all of this text that it came up with. And again, you could come up with this prompt and tailor it fully manually inside of Clay, but let's be real, no one probably has the attention span to do that. And I'm going to paste the adapted prompt over here. On the back of that, I can quickly save this specific Clayagent. And of course, if I want to give it a specific name, I could do that as well. So I'm just going to call this personalizing laundry leads, and I'm going to save it over here. So for the purpose of this one, I can go back into the home tab, just click on new workbook, and let's imagine for a second that we start with a blank table. And the first thing I'll do inside of the clay table is I'll go to tools and I'll type in find local, and it'll give me the option to find local businesses using Google Maps. And if I just scroll out of this random area over here, and if I scroll down on the screen, it should give me the option to find a specific business type. So let's imagine for a second, if we're selling laundry services, we probably want to select the business types here as well. Let's say we want to reach out to hotels, and let's say we want 50 hotels in total. I can then click on submit, and this will enable me to find 50 local hotels in a specific area. Again, here I'm going to come back to the Clagion functionality, but I want to show you how to find some local businesses as well in the meantime. And you can see that now, having found a bunch of different hotels over here, I can just click on tools and I can type in OpenMart, which is the best way to find any local business owners. So we can then click on find people or company, and over here we can just select the company name where we want to find people working at. So of course you can filter for job titles and that kind of thing as well. I'm not going to filter for that. I'm just going to click on save and run 10 rows because I want to get some examples of people for who we can try that Clagion on. And you can see that over here it says one decision maker found. So if I just grab the full name and the details, I'm just going to add them to one column over here inside of this table, which is not the best of practices, but I think for the demo purposes that should be all right. And now I can click on tools, type in Clagion, and when I select Clagion, the AI web researcher, I can go into browse templates. And now if I go back to the Clagions tab over here and I go into my personalizing laundry leads Clagions, I can then add him to a table. So I can go to add to table. And in case if you're wondering why I'm referring to a Clagion as he, don't even ask. And then in this case, I'm going to select the new workbook over here. And then I just need to input the full name of the person, their job title and their company name. And the outputs should be the subject line, the email body and the personalization notes. So essentially this Clagion is supposed to do all of the personalization for us, and we're going to click on add to table. We should now be able to set up this entire Clagion, which you can see over here the prompt for, and you should now be able to click on save and don't run, and we can test out this Clagion in terms of its email personalization skills for the first 3 leads before trying to tweak the prompts a bit. Okay, so here we go, guys. You can see that this Clagion has now generated the personalized copy. And in this case, if we click into the response, we should be able to see the email body and the reasoning and all of that good stuff. And of course, it's mapped into different columns afterwards. So let's have a look. In this case, the subject line is as follows: scratchy towels and stained sheets and at 151 Maiden Lane, ? Which already will get the curiosity click and the anger click, because if you're the owner of this hotel, you clearly don't want to be associated with scratchy towels and stained sheets on top of that. Here we go. This is the opening email. Worth noting straight away, yes, there is a double dash. Again, we can tell Claude and Anthropic specifically to remove double dashes, but double dashes are just a part of the problem with AI email generation if you are to use other models like Gemini or OpenAI. But we can always tweak the custom instructions for Anthropic and it should remove the double dashes. So let's give this email a read. Anthony, guest reviews for AC Hotel New York downtown keep flagging the same issue. Scratchy towels, stained sheets, and housekeeping delays. The dragged down and otherwise strong property. With 274 rooms turning daily in Lower Manhattan, linen quality and turnaround speed directly shape your guest ratings and Bonvoy satisfaction scores. Hotels like yours that switch to Freshfold's next day collection and delivery service typically eliminate linen shortages on changeover days and see a measurable lift in cleanliness scores, all on a predictable per item cost with no capital tied up in stock. Worth a 15-minute call to see if we can clean up the linen side of operations. And you can see in this case, the reason for this outreach is that we can see multiple recent TripAdvisor reviews for the hotel mentioning scratchy towels, dirty sheets, and delayed housekeeping, with guest-facing pain points tied to the linen quality. Now, I'm sure you can read some of the other emails. I'll just display them on my side for the other hotel over here and for the other hotel over here for Marriott and this other email as well, so you can see those for yourself. But in my opinion, having used this Clagion functionality recently, I was absolutely mind blown. It's really giving the AI copywriting tools a run for its money. So if you're looking at Autobound, Twain, Octave, or one of these other AI copywriting tools, I think this feature could be really, really good to generate personalized emails for you. All it basically takes is for you to go into Clagion, as I showed you earlier, select a use case like copywriting. It will generate a prompt. You just feed it into your LLM, tell it to regenerate it based on your business context, and then you could just tweak the prompt a tiny bit, and then there you are. You have a relatively personalized email. It gathers all the insights in real time because Claygen has access to the internet, remember, and it can go and scroll through TripAdvisor reviews and Crunchbase funding and all the recent news on Google as well. So in my opinion, this is super impressive. I'm absolutely blown away with this Claygen functionality. You can also use it in a super intuitive way for prospecting, account scoring, and contact scoring as well. And remember, after you build that Claygen, you just need to have some sample data. So make sure you build a table, then you can just click add to table and select the relevant table. You can also click on test, but this is a bit more awkward. I don't really like the UX on it, to be totally honest. And all you need to do is configure and just change the prompt. So there you have it. I hope you learned quite a few things about how to use the AI Clayagents within clay.com, not to be confused with just the normal Clayagent enrichment inside of Clay, because this is like a separate standalone feature at the time of me recording this wonderful course, which I believe deserves a like from you and for you to consider potentially maybe subscribing to the channel. Next up, guys, really briefly, I'm going to be talking to you in chapter 12 of this course about the Clay Sculptor. So whenever you log into Clay, you should be able to see this thing pop up over here where it says, ask me anything about Clay, or describe what you'd like to do, and I'll help you do that. If I were you, long story short, you can ask it questions. For example, you can say, how can I find local businesses and then find people working at local businesses whilst spending the least Clay credits in the process? And then you could just click on enter. And that way you will see that it's a ChatGPT looking interface, and it will basically give you the exact plan of action when it comes to ideating, scoping, and thinking about a specific Clay workbook or Clay table that you want to build. So in this case, it will basically suggest to you the lowest cost way to do it. I always recommend that you specify that you want to spend the least Clay credits, because that way it will give you the most Clay credit efficient way to build out the table. Of course, you can ask it to build it for you. So you could say, can you build it for me? And for that, you would need to provide it some details on the type of businesses that you want to reach out to. So for example, restaurants, gyms, or something of that sort. And by the way, guys, over the next 20 minutes or so, I will show you how I use the Clay Sculptor in order to build out a workflow from start to finish. But if you want to skip to the next timestamp inside of the course, I totally get it. But just bear in mind that if I were you, long story short, don't bother asking Sculptor to build anything for you, because you'll burn through Clay credits. You're not going to learn Clay properly, especially if you're a beginner. And the only functionality for which you really need to use Clay Sculptor on a day-to-day basis is basically whenever you are inside of your Clay workbook, you should be able to see Sculptor in the top right-hand corner, and you can treat it as an assistant. So you can, for example, ask it questions on different enrichments, like which is the best enrichment to find the website traffic of a website. And on the basis of that, it will give you all the different options and it will answer your questions for you. So treat it like a chatbot, because it will always give you the different answers and the options, but don't get it to build things for you. Because in my opinion, at the time of me recording this on the 11th of July, 2026, it's not an end-to-end GTM system builder, which you can just prompt quickly and in return get a Clay table built for you. There is still a lot of friction behind it. But if you do want to see how it works from start to finish when it comes to building a specific workflow, and if you want to follow along to practice how to use it, by all means, watch the next 20 minutes inside of the video. In today's video, I'll show you how to use the Clay Sculptor. And yes, as you could probably tell by the title of this video, this will be a full tutorial for total beginners, showing you how you can use the Clay Sculptor so that you can build Clay tables without having to build it enrichment by enrichment, but rather you can build it using this ChatGPT-like way of just conversing with AI and telling it what you want it to build completely from start to finish. Now, before we jump into it, as soon as you log into your Clay account, you should be able to see at the top of the screen, it will tell you, what can we help you build today? It will give you four main options, whether it's list building, account research and scoring, inbound lead enrichment and routing, or personalized outbound. And based on this, you can basically just chat to it and tell it what exact Clay table you need to have built out. However, there are a couple of caveats, and I want to address those straight away before moving on with the video. And specifically, before we even consider using the Clay Sculptor, you need to understand that Clay more or less can only do 5 things for you in total. And those 5 things are as follows. The first thing that Clay can help you do is to source data. In other words, it can help you find companies, find people, find job data. The second thing that Clay can do is it can help you to enrich data. So in other words, you may have a list of companies, it can help you find the company names. Or you may have a list of prospects, it will help you find their LinkedIn profiles. Or it can help you find email addresses using its email waterfall, right? You see where I'm going with this. So sourcing data, enriching data, I'm sure you're familiar with. Thirdly, a super common feature of Clay is to qualify data, whereby you provide Clay with some information about your ICP. And based on your ICP qualification criteria, you can determine if a company or if a person fits that ICP. The main feature that Clay is renowned for right now probably is personalizing data. So in other words, it can help you personalize email outreach on the basis of a bunch of research that you have done using Clayagent. And then finally, the fifth thing that you can do with Clay is you can send that data elsewhere, be it your CRM, your email automation tool, your LinkedIn automation tool, whatever you choose to do with that data. And yes, there will be some Clay nerds in the corner saying, hey, this is 99% correct. There are some other use cases with Clay. And yeah, you could be right. But 99% of the time, as a generalization, these are the only 5 things you will be trying to achieve with Clay.com. So given that, this is how we're going to break down our learning. So as long as we understand that there are only 5 things that Clay can do for us, we can now break down any sort of prompting using these 5 things. And throughout this video, let's just go through step by step from start to finish of how we can use Clay Sculptor together in order to just get started with having a list of companies and go all the way through to the final step of sending some emails out to our email sequencer. So we're going to go through all 5 of these steps, and I'm going to show you how I would go about using the Clay Sculptor for this. And I think this will be the most educational way to showcase the actual capabilities of Clay Sculptor. So to start with, I'm just going to copy and paste this example of the kind of companies that we're looking for. So I'll say, find me companies with 50 to 200 employees in the accounting services space in the US market. And I'm going to click on this random toggle on the right hand side. Needless to say, similar to any sort of LLM or any sort of like chatbot, it'll take a couple of seconds to think, and it will basically create a filter for us inside of the companies page. And you could see right in front of me over here, it comes up with 2,000 companies that fit my criteria. And then it says, would you like to add any enrichments such as company website, funding, or tech stack? Not for now, but I want to enrich them with the year that they were founded, because this is the next step, right? We've just sourced the company list. We now want to enrich it. So I'm just going to say enrich with the year that they were founded. Let's do that. Click on this toggle, and it should basically come up with that within just a couple of seconds. And it says, great, I've added the founding year to your enrichment plan. You'll have the option to add this data to your table after you click continue on the right. Great. And then let's see what else we wanted to do. We also want to add this qualification that if they were founded after 2020, say bad fit. If they were founded before 2020, say good fit. And I understand right now you're probably watching and thinking, okay, but what can I actually learn from this? And I think what you can mainly learn from this is that if you break down and write down exactly the steps that you want Clay to take for you, if you write it down all the way from like, hey, what's the data? How do I want to enrich it? How do I want to qualify it? How do I want to personalize it? And where do I want to send that data? You can basically just prompt the Clay Sculptor to do that for you. So over here, it says, hey, you can easily add a column to your table that labels each company as good fit or bad fit after the table is created. So I think the first thing that we need to do is click on continue, because that will create the actual Clay table for us. And then we can continue our lovely conversation over here with this tool. So now we can click on save and run 10 rows, because that will be quite useful, I believe. And let's see. I think we're back to square one here, because now it's adding the founding year of each company to the table. And you can see it's running. So let's just give it a couple of seconds to do that. And in cases, if it just forgets to do it for you, like it has done in this case, all we need to do is just click on chat with Sculptor again. And as you can see on the screen right now, yes, it's taking a while to do that, but over here it's just basically telling me the actions that it's taking. So in this case, it's building a founded date column. It uses a waterfall column to basically add the year that the company was founded and then writes like a formula and all of that stuff. So in the meantime, let's just wait for this to all to happen. But you just need to understand that basically as soon as you prompt it, it will take a couple of seconds for it to actually work. And then over here, founded year, we can click on add column over here. And then we can click on save and run 10 rows. Once again, we can talk about some downsides and, some downsides of using Clay Sculptor in some cases later on. But for the time being, I think it's completely fine. You can see it's chosen to use the waterfall technique for this. So let's see how this plays out. And we can see right in front of us over here, it enriches all the companies and it provides us with a year that all of these companies were founded. So it's got 1973, 1919, 2006, and so on. So on the basis of that, similarly to what we just talked about, we can now basically give it some other prompts. So if they were founded after this year, we can do this. If not, say something else. We can click on that toggle over there and let's give it a couple of seconds. As always, you can see it's going to take some time to load, which really tests our patience, as does any other AI tool on the market, because it takes some time to actually just implement some of the changes that you request it to make. And over here, whenever it implements any sort of changes, it gives you the option to try on 5 rows. So I'm going to click on try on 5 rows. And then over here, you could see it says good fit for all 5 of them, which I think is correct. And then now, after that, all we now need to do is just click on refresh preview. And we can now click on add column at the bottom over here, and it will now add the column for all of these companies. Just to have a look at what other stuff it can do, it can also find me the owners of the companies with a good fit. So in this case, I can just say something like, find me the owners of the companies with a good fit and find their emails. Add this to a new clay table. This would be really cool if it can actually pull this off. And for context, I think the real downside of using Clay Sculptor is that it just makes me a lot more lazy. So in a lot of cases, it's a lot more educational to use Clay manually. But of course, in cases like this, you basically just... Now with this one over here, it basically says you have 2 options. What would you like to do? And then now I'm just going to say that I prefer the find people source. And now I can click on enter, and that should basically start filtering. Clay Sculptor is great at building the initial clay table, but as soon as you ask it to do some of the other separate steps, so for instance, find me the owners of the companies or find their emails or something of that sort, if that actually requires you to create a new clay table, then that's the point at which it basically drops off and it tells you, hey, how about you go create it on your own, and here are the instructions on how to do that. So it's taken us quite far, but it hasn't taken us far enough to actually figure out, to actually build out the entire table. In this case, I'll probably have to rescue the situation and just call this table 1 company list. And then straight away over here, I might just be lazy and just click on actions and type in Claygen. And in this case, I'll just use Claygen to find the owner of the company. So I'll just say find the full name of the company owner that owns, and I'm going to select the company name, and I'll put the full name only and nothing else. And now I'm just going to click on configure, switch the model to 4.0 mini. And in this case, at the bottom, I can just use AI to say only run if, and then if the status contains good, and then I can just click on generate formula, and then output is correct, save formula. And then for the time being, I'm just going to click on save and don't run, and just run it across the first 5 rows, bearing in mind that I'm just doing this as a bit of fun today. I don't actually know how many credits I've got left. So yeah, luckily I've got 50,000 credits left, which, shouldn't set me back too much when I'm just running 5 rows over here. And let's have a look at what data this comes up with. You can see it comes up with the full names of the owners of these companies, in which case all I need to do is just add a new column for the response. I'll just say owner full name, owner full name. Let's now click on chat with Sculptor to see if it can actually find me the emails of the own full names of the owners based on their full name. And it claims that it can actually find the email addresses of these people. So I think if I just prompted it to use Claygen to find people's names, then it probably would have done that for me. And you can see the actual cost of finding people's details using Claygen is negligible. So, I mean, if you're doing it across 100,000 people, you're pretty screwed because it will get expensive. But in cases like this, if I just need like a couple of thousand prospects, maybe it will cost me $20, but it's easier than you fiddling with other data tools to find the full names of prospects, especially now when it's harder to scrape Apollo and when, Apollo does not give you the most up-to-date contact info for a lot of prospects. In the background, we can see that it's basically loading a bunch of actions. It's basically just creating this work email waterfall for me, which, takes some time. So let's give it a couple of seconds to do that. And over here, I can click on add column, and that should add the column right in front of me over here, where I can just click on play, and you can see that it already pre-fills the full name, the domain, and all that stuff for me. So if I click on save and don't run over here, I can now click into play over here for the first 5 rows and to see if the email waterfall works, which of course it works pretty well over here, as I can see. And if I close this toggle over here, it basically finds me the work emails of all the prospects. So let's just recap. It's probably been about 10-12 minutes into the video so far, and we've already gone as far as finding a company list, enriched it with the year that the company was founded. We also qualified to see if the company is a good fit. We found the owner's details. We found the owner's email address. And now it's time to see if the owner has over 1K connections or followers on LinkedIn or not, and then output good or bad fits based on that. So the way that we can go about it is, once again, we'll just type it in over here. I want to see if the owner has over 1K connections or followers on LinkedIn. If so, say good fit. If not, say bad fit. And let's give it a couple of seconds to think and basically action all of this info for us, so we don't need to actually build any parts of this clay table for ourselves. The cool thing about the Sculptor feature is that it also walks you through the logic a lot of the time, so it is somewhat educational, but I would say that you still need to know how to use Clay manually. before you can figure out something like Sculptor. And that brings me quite nicely in this part of the video to talk about my course, which is called Unlock Clay. You may have heard of it. You probably saw a bunch of people posting their certificates on LinkedIn already, or maybe you read over 200 testimonials on our website, which you can actually just go and read for yourself. We have so many testimonials that first of all, they just keep on going. And then secondly, over here, you can click on this button to load even more proof if you're not convinced from the very start. It is a great course, and it's the only course on the market at this price point. It literally just costs £100. It takes about 5 hours to complete, maybe a bit longer, but it is the best course on the market, so go check it out. And in the meantime, I hope that this has loaded, which in this case is done perfectly. So all we need to do is just click on Add Column. 99% of the time, I'm not even going to review like what kind of info Sculptor has come up with. All we need to do is just fill in the full name and the owner work email. And on the basis of that, it now runs another waterfall for us. And I think this waterfall finds how many connections every founder has on LinkedIn, because this is something that we need in order to qualify the founder to see if they're a good fit for whatever we're trying to do for them. So let's have a look. And I believe it basically scrapes their LinkedIn profiles for the number of followers. To be totally honest, this is somewhat different to the way that I would do it if I was doing it myself. And the credit spend is way, way higher than, what I would have expected if I was doing this on my own. But the benefit is the fact that this just does it automatically for you. You don't really need to think too much about it. And we are almost at a stage now where we can personalize the outreach. But in reality, all we need to do is just copy and paste this prompt again to remind it what it was supposed to do. So see if the owner has over 1K connections. If so, say good fit. If not, say bad fit. And let's see if Sculptor actually comes up with anything useful here, which I believe it should. And over here, you can see basically created a new column for us with a number of LinkedIn connections. So let's click on Setup Column, and we should see it for ourselves over here. And I believe all we need to do is just click on Save and Don't Run, and just basically run 5 rows to see how many connections each one of these individual has on LinkedIn. Now, for this specific enrichment, to be totally honest, it would have been way faster if I just did it myself, because I know how to do it. And it's somewhat annoying for me to actually see that this AI Sculptor feature can actually do it for me, because in a way, it just takes double the amount of time as what it would have taken me manually to basically just find the connections and just add that simple enrichment over here. But let's give it a bit of time, because I do think that this is the direction where Clay is going, and this is the direction where like AI is going, to the point at which you need to know how you can just speak to AI and get it to mimic what you do manually already. And you can see over here, it pulls up the number of connections that a person has. So all I'm doing here is now I'm saying, see if the owner has over 1K connections. If so, say good fit. If not, say bad fit. And I'm basically prompting it for the 3rd time now. Imagine 3 times I have to prompt Sculptor for it to actually add a separate column afterward to say good fit or bad fit based on the number of LinkedIn connections that the person has. So let's give it a couple of seconds. I think Sculptor is thinking on the left-hand side here. Clayagent is thinking on the right-hand side over here. So it's absolute chaos. We're really putting all this AI to the test. And now it's building a formula column for us to see if these people fit our ideal client profile. Because remember, they only fit our ideal client profile if they have over 1,000 connections on LinkedIn. So that will take a couple of seconds to load as well. You can see it now comes up with a new column over here where it basically tells us if it thinks that the person is a fit for us or not. We can now click on Add Column, and it should be added on the right-hand side over here, which is pretty magical. So it says good fit or bad fit based on that. And essentially, this brings us super, super nicely to the finish. Now it's about time that we just write a personalized email. The easiest way to write a personalized email, as you would know, inside of Clay, is to click on Actions and type in Twain. And once again, I don't really have an affiliation with Twain, but I do think that assuming that you're not emailing like millions of people, it can be cost efficient. So that's how we go about doing that manually. But for the time being, I'm just going to copy and paste the task. So I wanted to write an email using Twain, personalizing the first liner using a reference to their past experience, and telling them that we helped a similar accounting business, ABC Advertising, to implement Clay to find new accounting clients within 9 weeks by going after newly registered businesses. And then I'm basically just prompting it with a specific call to action that I want to see in the personalized email. Let's see if it can actually pull this off, because if it can pull this off now in 2025, then honestly, we're screwed in a couple of years' time. AI will be able to just do a much better job than we can do manually otherwise. So let's take a look. Unfortunately, in this case, it says that you can't do the Twain personalization, so we kind of have to resort to what it recommends instead. And now I'm just going to say, yep, do what you recommend, and then just going to click on Enter. And let's have a look what it comes up with, because now, no pressure, but it has to enrich LinkedIn profiles, and it then has to, after that, in one way or another, to personalize the email using Clayagent, I believe. So let's take a look at how Sculptor does this. As you can see over here, it basically has done all the work for me. This time it basically built 2 different enrichments in a row, and it just says the email writer is ready to go. I just need you to accept the LinkedIn enrichment first so we can reference that data. Now I'm just going to click on add column because I honestly don't care about the kind of data that arrives here. And then now I'm just going to add the work email address, and now I'm just going to save and click on save and don't, running over 5 different rows over here, just so we have some data points so that it can then write the emails. Now I'm just going to say go ahead. And I understand for you right now, you're probably observing this more through a sense of like, how do you actually communicate with this sculptor feature prop? But the reality is there is no real step-by-step format of doing this. I think the easiest way to go about communicating with Sculptor is to just break down the steps into, like sourcing company data, enriching it, qualifying it, and so on. And on that basis, it's just trial and error. You just tell it like, hey, I want you to do this, see how well it performs. And over here, it just goes back on its promise of using ClayGen for this one, and it says, hey, Twain V3 actually does have a Clay integration, which, I don't know, like, why does it take it a second guess? I don't know why I didn't know that in the first place. If I know that it has a native integration, why can't it pick up on the fact that Twain has a native integration as well? But either way, let's just give it a couple of seconds, and it should now generate a personalized email. So once again, I don't know how good this email will be, but this will be a total reflection of Sculpt as a tool, in my opinion, because so far I have some mixed feelings. I like how fast it is and how it can basically just create custom enrichments for us that sometimes I can't even think of. But in reality, it's not as easy as you think. So in this case, I'm just going once again to click on add column. And for this, and over here, you asked me for a specific campaign. So in my case, I'm just going to probably just type in. So in this case, I'm just going to select a random Clay Learner campaign that I had before. It's already generated a bunch of different info for us over here. And now I'm just going to click on save and don't run, and run this across the first 2 prospects just to see what the email looks like, because I honestly have no idea about how it even went about writing this personalized email. So let's take a look. You can see that now the sequence has been generated. So let's click into the sequence. This is honestly the first time that I see these messages. So it shows us the research that it's done about the person, about the company, some insight about the person and their leadership in the company. It gives us some warning that in this case, the company is a financial accounting standard setting organization. It's not an accounting firm. Once again, this is actually really, really because it just means that it tells us this is the wrong prospects, and somehow they were still a good fit for us over here based on the qualifying criteria. And then over here, it gives us the persona that it falls into, and then finally the juicy part, which is the message. If we click into the 0, we can add it as a column, and we can just criticize it together. So let's take a look. Let's read it together. Hi, Rich. Your work at FASB, updating software accounting standards to match modern practices like agile development, seems like a big shift for the field. This makes me think a new approach to client outreach could be right in. I'm running a short Clay mini course that shows how accounting teams land new clients by reaching newly registered business. I can send you the mini course for free if you'd be willing to give me your thoughts. Would you like me to send it over? Pretty decent, if you ask me, but I don't know where you got that context. And then it says, hi, you moved from leading at PMI into helping IMA grow and expand. That's a big switch, and it's clear you bring real membership experience. Your interest in AI's future for accounting lines up with how blah, blah, blah. I can send over a short practical Clay mini course at no cost. Just reply yes if you'd like the detail. Okay, cool. So let's just magically assume that you made it to the end of this video and you just heard me say that Clay Sculptor, in my opinion, is not worth the hype for building your Clay tables completely from start to finish. You may be wondering your choices of using Clay in the first place, and you're probably thinking, okay, but what the hell can I actually use this feature for inside of the Clay tables? In my opinion, the best use case is for you to basically build out the Clay tables just like you would have built them before, enrichment by enrichment. And in cases whenever you're stuck, just click on Chat with Sculptor and use it the same way as you could use the GPT or some sort of like chat GPT chat otherwise. So just basically treat it like a little counseling session where you can say like, oh, hey, I'm struggling to do this. Give me some options of how I could go about using this enrichment or doing this specific action. And based on this, the Sculptor chat over here can then give you a bunch of suggestions on the enrichments that you can consider using and that kind of thing. So that's, in my opinion, the best way to use Sculptor, because simply put, even if I work for like an enterprise company and I can afford to spend 2 credits on the first enrichment, another 2 credits on a second enrichment, and in total there are like 12 enrichments in this table,
even if I overcome that financial burden that the clay sculptor puts me in over here, the final output does not look great. So it does mean that you just need to rely on the existing enrichments that you're already familiar with, because the challenge here is that a lot of these enrichments are not the kind of enrichments that I would have used in order to build this clay table from start to finish, bearing in mind that in total, this end-to-end video, after I crop out all the edits and everything, it will probably end up being about 40 minutes of filming, and in 40 minutes, I would have backed myself to build out this table from start to finish manually, and going forward, I would still be building clay tables manually, just using the sculptor feature to just chat with it sometimes. And in my opinion, out of all features that Clay has implemented recently, the only good feature that's in my opinion, really speeds up the way that you do things is the functions feature, which is only available for anyone that's on the $800 month plan or above, in which case I'll be looping this video straight after this one so you can check out the functions feature and to see why, in my opinion, it's worth the hype. If you have any recommendations for this channel when it comes to any future videos, or if you want to share any feedback on existing videos, by all means, just drop a comment down below, like this video if you watched this far, and make sure that you're subscribed so that you can stay tuned and keep up to date with all new sales tools, all new Clay features, and everything in between. Other than that, I'll see you in the next video. Have a good one.
If you want the fastest path from a total beginner to someone who is super AI native and proficient with some of the most important go-to-market tools like OpenClaw, Hermes Agent, Clay.com, NA10, and many others, then by all means consider joining my Unlock GTM engineering community. And if you're unsure what the hell the Unlock GTME community is, just head over to www.unlockgtme.com, and hopefully by that time you will realize why I've recorded this video, because hopefully after you getting plenty of value throughout this course, you may be a bit more open-minded to joining a paid community like my Unlock GTM community. Again, the link of that will be in the description underneath the video somewhere. Go check it out. Okay guys, welcome to chapter 13 of the course. It's about time that I show you the basic functionality inside of Clay.com to find leads. As soon as you navigate into Clay on the left-hand side in the home tab, if you click down the panel, you should be able to see find leads somewhere here, and you can basically prompt your way through creating a set list of companies. So in this case, you have four main options. You basically have the option to find companies using Clay's inbuilt functionality. If you just click into that, you have the option of finding local businesses using Google Maps by clicking into that and selecting a location, for example, New York. And then at the very bottom, make sure that you scroll down and you select the business type. And then if you scroll down even more over here, you can then select the business type. So for example, if I want to look for brunch restaurants to go to with my girlfriend next weekend in New York when we're visiting, I can basically type that in, click on continue, and then select and create a new table around that. More than that, they also have lookalike lists, and lookalike lists are super common in GTM and in outbound, whereby you can input a list of your existing customers, for example, and it can find lookalike companies that are very similar. For example, if you work with Adidas, we could find Nike, Puma, New Balance, and some other companies that you can sell the same services or products to. Or alternatively, if you're looking for companies using a specific technology, you can use the HG Insights functionality, so you can just filter for that and click on continue. Just bear in mind that it's going to cost you your left and your right kidney. In terms of the price of this enrichment, 8 credits is quite a lot to be spent on that, as much as I love Clay. And then as soon as you click on continue, you can just select what specific software they're using. For example, 100 hires. You can select the max products per company, and then you can also filter for the revenue range, the employee count, the industries that the company is based in, and on that basis, it will basically generate a list for you. Now, on the people level, again, you have the Clay functionality to find people using the database filtering functionality here, or by prompting Sculptor on the right-hand side, or alternatively finding lookalikes using Lusher. But to be totally honest, these buttons change, so by the time that you're watching this could be something else. But the main idea here is you can get started by just going into find leads if you want to build a company list or people list. But in my opinion, if you're looking to source and build the best lead lists out there, you need to know all the different web scraping techniques that we will cover later in the course. So if you do want to cover every single way to build lead lists, don't worry, it'll be coming right up later on in the course. So you can just skip across the timestamps, maybe a couple of hours, and you should see me talking to you about every way to scrape data on the internet so that you can then push it into Clay.com. Okay guys, before you can absolutely master the hell out of using Clay.com on a day-to-day basis, 99% of the output will be determined by the quality of the input into Clay, as we already discussed at the very start of the course. For that, you need to know how to build lead lists and specifically how to scrape data. So sit back, grab some popcorn, or maybe a 7-Up Zero of course, and have a watch of all the web scraping techniques that you need to know in order to be able to build any lead lists that you can then import into clay.com. So we'll be covering every single web scraping technique. So anyways, let's jump into some of my favorite web scraping techniques. All right, starting off with my favorite web scraping technique, which will enable you to scrape over 80% of websites using a completely free Chrome extension. All we need to do in order to pull this off is we need to Google Instant Data Scraper. And as soon as we type that into Google, we should be able to see over here that it comes up with the Instant Data Scraper Chrome extension, which is 100% free. All you need to do is click on Add to Chrome in the top right-hand corner over here. And next time that you're on a website where typically you would otherwise have to copy and paste all of this information about each individual company, including the company name, the phone number, the website, and the email address of the company, instead of going through that manual, tedious, and repetitive copy and paste process, instead of that, all we need to do is click on the Chrome extensions in the top right-hand corner, click on Instant Data Scraper. That will immediately open up a pop-up that looks something like this. And we should be able to see that it captures all the information in a nicely formatted way directly from this construction database website. If we dislike what these columns are called, we can always double click into the columns and rename them. So we can call this company name, we can call this company address, and we can rename the tab on the right here to be the website URL. And if we want to scrape more than one page at a time, and let's say we want to go through page 1, then page 2, then page 3 of this search, all we need to do is inside of this Chrome pop-up, click on Locate Next button, and then select the next button from the website where it appears. And then after that, we can click on Start Crawling, and that will instantly get this bot to go and visit different pages and scrape all of these pages super, super fast for us. So next time that you're on a random website and you find yourself copying and pasting the names of companies, people, or anything of that sort, instead, just download the Chrome extension. Make sure to pin it on the right-hand side over here by clicking on that pin button, and just click on the extension, and automatically after that you can click on CSV at the top of the screen, and you should be able to see that this data automatically downloads as a CSV file here. So if I show you really quickly now, if I was to go into Google Sheets, I can now click into File, Import, Upload, and then I can drag and drop this CSV file into a spreadsheet and click on Import Data. And there I have it, the list that I just scraped directly from a website in just a matter of seconds. Method number 2 will show you how to scrape LinkedIn Sales Navigator in just a matter of seconds. All it requires for you is to download a free Prospio Chrome extension, which I will link down below in the top link in the description, where you can access all the different sales tools recommendations and how to use them through separate tutorial videos. And essentially all you need to do is head over into LinkedIn Sales Navigator, filter based on the industries, job titles, and all of the other boring filters. All you would need to do is click on Export with Prospio button. That will automatically load up a screen that looks something like this, where it asks you to name that lead list. More than that, it will then find you the email addresses for every single individual that is a part of that LinkedIn Sales Navigator search. On the left side of the panel, if you navigate over to Sales Navigator, you should be able to see your Sales Navigator export loading. It may take a minute or two to basically load up and scrape the list of people directly from LinkedIn Sales Navigator, including their email addresses, but it's 100% worth it. And you can then just click on download, select whether you just want the full list or just the list with just valid emails, and you should be able to download that list. If you liked the previous web scraping method that I've just showed you, you would absolutely love method number 3, because it's about time that I show you how you can scrape the phone number and the email address directly from the LinkedIn profile of an individual. So let's imagine for a second that we head over on LinkedIn and we come across an individual whose email or phone number we want to find. All we need to do is make sure that we have the Prospio Chrome extension downloaded. In case this is what it looks like, you can see it's on the screen and it will be linked in the guide underneath the video. And as soon as we enter the LinkedIn profile of an individual, all we need to do is just click on the Prospio Chrome extension in the top right-hand corner, and that should bring up this Prospio widget on the left side of the screen. All we need to do over here is click on Find Email. email, and that will automatically find the valid email of the prospect. And if we click on find mobile over here, that will also give us the verified mobile number of that prospect as well. And for context, the reason I prefer Prospeo over other Chrome extensions is because I find that it finds the most mobile numbers and the most email addresses out of all the providers that I've tested this across so far. On to scraping method number 4, where I'm now going to show you how you can scrape Apollo.io. For those of you that may not be aware, Apollo.io is one of the OG email databases, and it's the largest database in the world. It's the database that pretty much every single startup or enterprise company uses to filter for the right leads. And you can see it does get quite expensive, right? And in most cases, it costs you about $100 a month to get 5,000 email addresses. And for that reason, I'm now going to show you how you can scrape Apollo to get exactly the same data, but at a tenth of the price. So essentially, the first thing we need is to sign up for a free Apollo.io account. After you are signed up for that account, you can just navigate on the left-hand side to the People tab. And here you can then filter for the ideal client profile of your leads. So let's take as an example over here, me filtering for the project manager job titles at this set of companies, at these locations with these keywords in the company descriptions. After that, all I need to do is copy and paste the search URL. So copy and paste the URL at the very top of my screen over here and head over to this website, which is called exportapollo.com. And the reason I prefer Export Apollo to other methods is because they give us a discounted price using my unlock clay code, which means that it's super price competitive compared to any other scrapers on the market. And after that, all you need to do is just sign up for an account. And as soon as you are signed into your Export Apollo account, click on dashboard on the left side of the panel, copy and paste the Apollo search link. So in other words, the search URL that you copied and pasted from this page from Apollo.io, you just copy and paste it over here. Give the list a name. So in this case, I'll just say market research example 1. And then after that, you can just select the number of contacts that you want to export. So let's say it could be 1,000 prospects. And I can then also scrape only available emails. And I can even switch on the toggle for cleaning up the company names so that whenever we reach out to prospects, the company name is cleaned up. So instead of like Apple Limited or Apple Ltd, it will just say Apple as your company name. And then after that, we can also get some extra data like SEO description, industry, employee count, and so on. As soon as we click on scrape over there, we can now navigate over to the history tab over here. And we should be able to see that our data gets scraped within just a couple of hours, and it will be added to this data straight away. And you also get an email from them as well with a link to a spreadsheet to the data. And over here, you can just click on download, and there you have it. You have an entire spreadsheet full of all the leads that you wanted to get from Apollo.io. And the best part is that this Export Apollo scraper literally costs a fraction of the price of Apollo.io. So hopefully that saves you a bit of money on some expensive subscriptions, and you can contribute this money to perhaps try some of the other web scraping tools that we're about to cover later in this video. All right, next up, I'm going to show you my favorite way to be able to scrape local business leads from Google Maps. So let's say right now we're after dental clinics. So we enter Google Maps, we type in dental clinics, and usually this process is very manual. We'd have to pull this data into a spreadsheet and copy and paste the names of each individual one of those businesses. And you get the idea. That's not something that we want to be doing. So instead, for the purpose of this demo, I'll be using a tool called Outscraper. You can click on the pricing page over here and see that their Google Maps scraper costs literally $3 for 1,000 scrapes. And it's free to use for scraping up to 500 businesses. So in other words, it's super affordable. I'm going to log into my account here. You can see I have a balance of $220 here, and that's because I use it all the time to scrape brick and mortar and local businesses on behalf of my clients at my agency. And in this case, all we need to do is head over into services at the top of the screen, click on use cases, click on lead generation, and over here you should be able to find a bunch of different scrapers, including the Google Maps data scraper. And here, all we need to do is just type in the type of business that we want to scrape. So for instance, if we're going after dental clinics, I'm just going to type in dental clinic. And in case if you are ever doubtful and you're not sure what category of businesses you want to scrape, just go into Google Maps, type in the type of business. And when you click on it, you should be able to see the actual name of that category over here. So this is a dental clinic, for instance. And in this case, if I go into White & Co, that's also a dental clinic. So based on that, I already know that this is the type of business that I want to filter for here. You can also filter based on location. So in this case, I'm going to filter for the United Kingdom, being the country where I want to scrape this data. And more than that, you can then try custom locations as well. So in that case, you can type in the zip codes, postcodes, states, anything of that sort, or anything else to narrow down the geography of the businesses that you're going to scrape. So in this case, let's say I put London as an example. And after that, all I need to do is just scroll down over here, select the maximum number of results. And my favorite reason for using this is because as an extra add-on over here, you can also get contacts and leads enrichment, whereby it provides you with the email addresses of each individual place and the contact details of the decision makers working on those businesses. So in that case, you can select the appropriate package. If it's the cold email outreach pack, the cold calling pack, whereby they provide you with the phone numbers as well. It's super, super helpful, and it puts your prospecting on steroids. And let's be real, you haven't had to really scrape anything yourself. All you really have to do is just select a bunch of filtering criteria here and click on get data at the bottom. As soon as you do that, you just need to confirm your order. You'll come up with a price over here, and then you can click on confirm. And after that order is placed, it may take 1 hour, maybe 2 hours maximum. And as soon as you click on the tasks at the top of your screen over here, you should be able to see the scraped data available for you over here. And you can then click on the spreadsheet button over here or the download button, and that will enable you to download all of that data directly from Outscraper into a spreadsheet or wherever else, where you will have a list of businesses that look something like this, including the names of companies, the websites, all the categories, the phone numbers, the addresses, the email addresses, the full names of the decision makers alongside their email addresses over here, and all of that good stuff inside of a spreadsheet. And yes, I tried over 10 different ways to scrape Google Maps, and I found that this one is the highest quality, the fastest to pull off. It requires the least knowledge of scraping, and not to mention that it comes at the most affordable price point yet. And yes, as you could have guessed by now, if you use my link to sign up for Outscraper, you will get over 500,000 businesses scraped completely for free. And I'll make sure to drop my link down below underneath the video, top link in the description. Just click on that and you'll get all the exclusive discounts to all the sales tools that I mentioned throughout this video, so that you can get from 10 to 50% off. Anyways, moving on, let's jump into the next use case. All right, method number 6 will show you one of the most popular web scraping tools on the market, which is called Phantom Buster. And specifically for the purpose of this demo, I'll be showing you how you can use Phantom Buster in order to be able to pull off any sort of web scraping on LinkedIn, LinkedIn Sales Navigator, Google, Instagram, HubSpot, Twitter, or any other platform. And it's as simple as you signing up for a 2-week free trial with Phantom Buster, clicking on solutions at the top of the screen. And then if you click on all solutions, you should be able to see the library of different use cases that people have used Phantom Buster for in the past. And for the purpose of this demo, I'll be focusing just on how you can use Phantom Buster to extract people that engaged with someone's LinkedIn posts. So in this case, I'm just going to navigate to LinkedIn over here. I'm going to select extract leads from LinkedIn posts and click on use now. Every single one of these pre-built templates will work the same way. All you need to do is just select the right template, click on use now over here. You can select what type of post you want to add. So is it a single LinkedIn post? Is it a LinkedIn company page post? What is it? In this case, let's imagine for a second I want to scrape my brother's previous post on LinkedIn over here. All I need to do is click on the 3 dots on LinkedIn. It will enable me to copy the link to this post straight into Phantom Buster. So all I'm going to be doing here inside of Phantom Buster is copying and pasting the LinkedIn URL of that post. I can then click on save. This will then require me to connect my LinkedIn account, which will be done automatically over here. I can then click on save again, and it will now ask me what data I want to extract. Do I want to extract commenters and likers? In that case, I'll tick both boxes over here, and I can then click on save automatically, and that will start the scraping of all of those leads for me. So all I need to do is click on in the top right-hand corner, and you can see that just within a couple of seconds, it will start scraping every single person that liked or commented this specific post over here that my brother has posted. And within just a few seconds, you should see a full list of all of these lovely people that have engaged on a specific post, and you can export it into a CSV file and enrich it in a tool like clay.com, which we will cover how to do later on in this video as well. Okay, next up, I'll be showing you how you can scrape anyone that follows your competitors on LinkedIn. Now, as I'm sure we already know, on LinkedIn, you can find a bunch of different companies that directly compete for the same ideal client profile as your company. And in this case, most of these companies would have a profile page. So for example, if I head over to LinkedIn, type in Clay Bootcamp, I should be able to see my direct competitor over here called Clay Bootcamp that competes directly with my course, which is called Unlock Clay. And in this case, we can see over here the number of followers that this company has. So they have 3,000 followers. In this case, I can use a tool called Scrapely, which will enable me to scrape all the followers of that company on LinkedIn. So the way it works is very, very simple. If I click into the pricing page over here, you can see it literally costs about $4.50 for every 1,000 people that follow the company. All I need to do is click on Get Started in the top right-hand corner, copy and paste the company URL. So in this case, I'll be going to LinkedIn, copying and pasting this URL at the top of the screen. And over here, I can type in the order name. So I'll call this Clay Bootcamp Scraper Followers. I can type in the number of followers that I want to scrape. So in this case, let's imagine I want to just scrape 2,000 people out of the 3,000 followers. I can type that in over here. And if I need to buy some credits, I can click on buy credits at the top of the screen to just spend like $5 on this kind of scrape. And then I can place the order. It's as simple as that. And within just a couple of hours, in most cases, you should be receiving a spreadsheet link that looks something like this with the names of every single person that follows a specific company. In this case, I have a list of every single person that follows Clay in 2025. And I believe it's a list of over 40,000 people. Worth noting that later on in the video, I'll be showing you an alternative way of being able to scrape the followers of competitors. However, that would require your own browsing cookies on LinkedIn. And in other words, you will be putting your own LinkedIn accounts on the line by trying to scrape the followers of your competitors. That's why I personally recommend that you use a tool like Scrapely so that your LinkedIn account does not get blocked for you trying to scrape a bunch of followers from your direct competitors. Now it's about time that I show you web scraping method number 8. And specifically for this one, I'll be showing you how you can use the Clay Chrome extension, which is 100% free, enabling you to scrape any sort of review platforms like TripAdvisor, G2, or Capterra. And it's super, super simple. So here is how you will go about using the Clay Chrome extension in order to scrape G2, Capterra, Trustpilot, TripAdvisor, or anything of that sort. If you're not familiar with this, you can literally type Clay Chrome extension to Google. It's the first thing that will come up. It's rated quite highly. And Clay just released a new Chrome extension, which is this one, and it's an updated version compared to their previous one. So in a nutshell, let's give you the example of us wanting to scrape the reviews of Salesforce as an example. And let's say we want to use the Clay Chrome extension in order to be able to scrape the reviews that Salesforce has been getting. So as you can see, if you have to manually do this and copy and paste the data, all the reviews are at the bottom of the page over here. So all we need to do in this case is always make sure that we pin the Clay Chrome extension so we can see it over here. You click on the Chrome extension, and the first thing that you want to do, go and click on Select Data. When you click on Select Data, you will need to create what's known as a recipe, which is otherwise basically known as a template. So you will create a recipe and select the data that you want to scrape. So all you need to do is click here. And now let's just give it a quick name. So I'm just going to call this G2 Scraper by Tim. Next up, we need to select data to add from this page. So this will be the data that you want to scrape from this G2 page, in which case we'll click on that. And if it's just one thing that you want to scrape, for example, it's just one company name, you'll click on select a single attribute. But most of the time, let's be real, we probably want to scrape the website of the company. We want to scrape the person's name for the review, all that fun stuff, in which case we need to select a list. So as soon as we do that, let's just click on the actual data that we want scraped. So first of all, we want to scrape the name of the person. So we'll click on the name over here. As soon as we click on the name, over here, you will see that it's added. So we'll say full name. So you put in the full name, you'll just click on add attribute. And you can see that the full name has been scraped. Next up, we need to click on add attribute again. So assume we want to also understand what the job title of the person is. So I'll say job title as well. And then we'll click on add attribute. And then you get the idea. I'm just going to go through this manual process. And on top of that, if that's not good enough just yet, we'll also grab the actual star rating and when the person left the review, right? So I'll just put star rating plus date of review. I'm doing this because I'm lazy. You could obviously grab this as two separate cells, and then we'll click on add attribute. At this moment in time, just make sure that it's all aligned. So we have the full name, we have the job title, we have the review, and we have the star rating and the date of the review. If that's good, what you need to do is click on save changes. As soon as we start scrolling down the reviews page, so if we do that over here, you should notice that because this provides pretty much infinite scrolling capabilities, so as soon as you scroll down and you scroll through an entire list of data, this should be reflected on the right-hand side here where it says that you can see more rows because they get scraped as you go along. So you just go to page number 3. And in this case, you can see that they've been added here. And the reason there are just 3 rows being added, I think, is because a lot of this data is just not reviews. It's just like irrelevant data, which doesn't meet the formatting. So if we just scroll for a bit more, we should be able to capture a lot more data as we go along as well. So I went on through the whole of the first page of reviews, and you can see as I scrolled all the way down to the bottom of the reviews page, right now, if we check Clay, I now have 10 reviews on the right-hand side. And for full transparency, as I've been recording this using the actual camera on my laptop, for whatever reason, my computer just completely hallucinated because I think it's a mix of trying to scrape data and record a video at the same time. It was a bit too much. And you can actually download it as a CSV file. Or alternatively, if you want to use this out of Clay, which you probably do in most cases, you can click on Add to Workspace. And as soon as you click on Add to Workspace over here, this somehow just magically gets added to a Clay table. It's mad how fast it is, because basically all I did was I just clicked on this button here, and straight away it just pops up with the new Clay workbook, which is crazy. I thought at the very least like I'd have to press a couple of buttons, but it's literally within one click that this happens, which is super, super fast, super impressive. And a lot of the time, so in this case, I use my recipe over here. A lot of the time, they already have verified recipes. So they already have like pre-built templates for how to scrape websites like G2, Capterra, Y Combinator, and so on. So all you need to do is just click down here. And typically, they will show you any sort of verified recipes over here so that you can just basically use a pre-built template as opposed to trying to map out all of these variables manually yourself. So in a nutshell, that's just been a high-level summary of how you would use the Clay Chrome extension. I will make sure to link it underneath the video so you can get that. In the meantime, if you want to learn every single way to possibly scrape data, I recommend joining Unlock Clay. And if you're not familiar with Unlock Clay just yet, it's the most popular course in Europe, at the very least, as far as I know right now, when it comes to learning Clay completely from scratch. It's the cheapest course on the market, best course on the market, in my opinion. It's the only course to come with a 30-day money-back guarantee as well. So if you don't absolutely love it, and if you don't become an absolute Clay guru after completing this course, then I'll give you a full refund, no questions asked. And we have over 200 happy student testimonials, which you can dig up in the customer wall of fame at the bottom over here.
All right, next up, I'm going to show you my favorite web scraping method when it comes to poaching leads from your direct competitors. Yes, it's a bit of a naughty move. Yes, you may be banned by Slack for doing it sometimes. And I totally understand if a lot of you may find this a bit too aggressive of a web scraping method, but here it is. And yes, you guessed it. This method will show you how to scrape Slack community members. In order to get started with this one, all you need to do is go into the Chrome App Store and type in Slack Channel Data Exporter. If you Google this one, you should be able to see it at the top of the search results, and you can click on Add to Chrome. Next up, all you need to do is go out there and research any Slack communities in your space that attract your ideal client profile of users. I'm going to be doing this inside of my own Slack community because I don't want to be offending anyone else in the process. And essentially the way that it works is inside of that Slack community, just go to the most popular Slack channel. And at that point in time, just click on the Chrome extensions, scroll down to the Slack Channel Data Exporter, and all you would need to do is copy and paste the Slack channel ID. In order to know what the Slack channel ID is, all you need to do is just click on the channel name, and if you scroll to the bottom over here, you should see the channel ID. So I'm going to copy that channel ID, go into the Chrome extensions, click on the Slack Channel Data Exporter Chrome extension, copy and paste the Slack ID, and click on Start Export. Within just a couple of seconds, we should be able to see that we've just downloaded a CSV file with all the members of that Slack channel. And you can see I just imported that file into Google Sheets, and over here in front of me, I have every single Slack community member from that Slack channel inside of a spreadsheet that we just exported using that Chrome extension into a CSV file and imported into a spreadsheet. So that's how easy it is to scrape any Slack community out there. Worth noting that some communities may not have the email addresses revealed for each individual user, so it's worth checking every single time. And yes, previously I scraped some of the biggest B2B SaaS sales tool communities, and most of them don't even know that it's possible to scrape their communities, so they still make the emails visible to you. So please don't over abuse this one. Don't blame me for teaching you how to do that.
use it wisely, but I hope it generates you a ton of leads. Anyways, moving on to the next web scraping method. Method number 10. In this one, I'll be showing you how you can use clay.com in order to be able to scrape all the publicly available information about your prospects directly from their LinkedIn profile. If you're not familiar with clay.com, I don't know what you're doing with your life, to be totally honest. It's all over LinkedIn, all over YouTube, but I'll spare you the embarrassment regardless, and I'll just jump right into it. Let's imagine for a second that we've already scraped a list and it looks something like this, and we have it in a spreadsheet format in a Google Sheet. All we need to do here is click on File, download that as a CSV file. And then you can sign up for a free clay.com account and get over 3,000 free credits if you do choose to upgrade to a paid plan using my link. That'll be linked down in the description below. And all you need to do inside of Clay is log into your account, click on Import CSV, drag and drop that CSV file that we just talked about from this spreadsheet, and click on Continue, complete import, and this will automatically populate a Clay table. And remember, we're here not to teach you clay.com, but rather we're here to show you how you can scrape the LinkedIn profile of a person. So in this case, all I have to do here is click on Actions in the top right-hand corner and type in Prospio again. And in this case, we should be able to scroll down through all of these different actions that are known as enrichments inside of clay.com. And we should see one which says Find Work Email and Enrich Person from LinkedIn Profile. All we need to do is click on this one. We need to then select the URL, the LinkedIn profile URL of that individual, click on Continue to Add Fields, save and run 10 rows, and that will run all 10 rows, scraping each individual one of those LinkedIn profiles that we've just imported, and not only scraping their LinkedIn profiles, but also being able to find email addresses where possible. Now, if we click on this data over here, we should see an abundance of data points, including the first name, the last name, the job title, LinkedIn profile, summary, the skills, the work experiences of where these people worked before. So you can see like the companies and when they worked at all of these companies. You can even see their education history, any sort of certifications, their follow accounts, their connections counts, their gender, and everything of that sort. So essentially you have every single publicly listed data point directly from LinkedIn right in front of you. And by the way, you can get a 2-week free trial with clay.com, so you can import a couple of profiles, play around with them. And on the back of that, not only can you get some free email credits, so you can find email addresses of people, you can also do funky stuff like scraping their LinkedIn profiles. So go check it out. All right, guys, can we take a quick pause from the web scraping methods? I just wanted to let you know that it took me over 4 days of filming in order to put this video together. And unfortunately, it did mean that very last minute, I decided to not include over 10 other web scraping methods. But I have recorded separate tutorials for each one of those methods, and you can get it directly underneath the video. It will be the top link in the description down below, where I'll share with you every single web scraping tool that I've used in the past with the tutorial video. There will be over 40 or 50 different web scraping methods there. So as always, just check it out. It will be the top link in the description down below. Sorry I couldn't fit it into the video, but my editor is going absolutely nuts because, as you can imagine, the raw footage from this video alone was over 3 hours, over 4 hours of filming, and we're trying to jam-pack that into under 90 minutes of a video. Anyways, I hope you enjoy the rest of the video. Let's get on with it. Moving on, let's now talk about how you can be able to scrape anything you want directly from Twitter in just a matter of seconds. For the purpose of this demonstration, I'll be using a tool called Tweet Scraper that I've used on behalf of a lot of my agency clients over at B2B Boosted. And in this case, all it takes is for you to sign up for free accounts with Tweet Scraper. On the left-hand side, you can see the kind of things that you can scrape directly from Twitter or from X, as they call it now. You can scrape the followers of people. You can scrape the people that a specific individual follows. You can scrape anyone that likes or retweets a specific tweet as well. And then you can scrape community lists and custom lists on top of that as well. And the best part is you can also enrich those lists with email addresses or anything of that sort later down the line, should you wish to as well. So for the purpose of the demonstration, I'm just going to show you something really, really simple. If you just want to scrape people that follow an individual, all you have to do is click on Scrape Followers. And over here, type in the username of an individual whose followers you want to scrape. For the purpose of this demo, I'll be using Nick Abraham as the example. If you don't know Nick, he is the owner of 1 or 2 different cold outreach agencies. He talks a lot about cold outreach. So I'd love to have a few of his followers on Twitter, although I don't really use Twitter, but for the purpose of this demo, I had to create an account. And all I'm basically going to do here is just copy and paste his username. And then I can select the type of emails that I want to scrape from his followers. So if someone follows him, do I want to scrape their personal emails or do I want to scrape their business emails? In this case, I'm just going to select personal emails, and then the minimum number of followers will be 1. And the maximum number of followers will be 10 because I've only got 10 free credits to play around with inside of TweetScraper. And after that, all I need to do is click on Scrape Followers, and I should be able to see in real time how this scrape progresses. And TweetScraper should be able to scrape all of this for me without me requiring to give them my browsing cookies. So simply put, they're not putting my Twitter account at risk, and I'm using their own browsing cookies in order to scrape all of these lovely emails. As you can see, it literally took just a few seconds over here. This has been fully done. 59 users have been found with 1 email address found straight away for Nick's followers. I can click on the on view over here, and I can see all the people that follow Nick, and I can then click on export only emails found, and straight away that will download a CSV file over here. So as you can guess by now, my call to action here for you is go check out TweetScraper whenever you need, and I guarantee you that you would not regret this because it literally takes a couple of minutes to scrape tens of results, or it may take you 10 or 20 minutes to scrape hundreds of thousands of leads instantly from Twitter. And having tested a bunch of different tools, this one is my go-to for scraping Twitter for myself and largely on behalf of my clients. If you're looking to scrape leads directly from Instagram, then I'll show you how you can pull that off using the Social Scraper. Now, if you're not familiar with Social Scraper, just head over to socialscraper.io. And specifically, the Social Scraper enables you to scrape for 4 different data points. The first data points that it enables you to scrape is the followers of an individual. So for instance, over here, if I navigate over to the Instagram page of the air fryer guy, and this is a guy that teaches you how to use an air fryer to cook all sorts of cool meals, we should be able to scrape the 242,000 people that follow his account. We can also scrape the 720 people that this guy follows. And more than that, we can also scrape anyone that engages with a specific hashtag or anyone that comments under a specific post. So to start off with, all you need to do is head over to socialscraper.io, get a free account, and then click on Scrape Followers on the left side of the panel. Over here, you would just need to copy and paste the Instagram username. So all I'm doing here is just copying and pasting air fryer guy, and I'm setting this to an email limit of 10 emails, and then I'm now clicking on Scrape Followers. We should now be able to see this progress page right in front of our eyes. And my favorite thing about this as well, sometimes you don't really know whose followers you want to tap into or who you want to scrape on Instagram. They also have this Get Ideas button that you can press. And in this case, it just shows you all the thought leaders based on a specific industry or market. So for instance, if we want to sell into the cannabis space, it basically gives us a list of different accounts whose followers we can tap into. On the left side of the panel, if we head over to the results page, we should be able to see the progress bar over here. And as soon as the users are found and the emails are found, we can always click on the view button over here, and we should be able to see every single person who we scraped directly from Instagram. And more than that, if I click on export only emails found, I should be able to download this CSV file. And you can see that I have just imported all the data into a spreadsheet. You can see the links to every single person's Instagram profile. And this is every single person that follows the air fryer guy. We have their first names, their last names, their email addresses, and everything else available here, including their bio, their location, and everything that we scraped directly from Instagram. And once again, the best part about this tool is that it does not use your own browsing cookies, so you're not at threat of having your account blocked or restricted for scraping activity. And that's another reason that I quite like the Social Scraper for any sort of Instagram scraping activities that I do. Another really cool way that I discovered in order to scrape TikTok is using the Tok Scraper, and it's a free scraper that enables you to scrape emails directly from TikTok. So all it requires for you is to just sign up for a free account in the top right-hand corner, And you can scrape all sorts of funky things using this scraper directly from TikTok, including the followers of an individual on TikTok. Also, the people that someone follows on TikTok can be scraped. And you can even scrape sounds and comment sections on their specific TikTok post. So once again, let's imagine for a second that we want to scrape the followers of a specific TikTok creator. All we need to do is click on scrape followers over here. And let's imagine for a second that I want to scrape the 161 million people that follow this meme guy called Cabby. All I need to do is grab his username, type in the amount of emails that I want to scrape from his followers on TikTok. And then after that, I can click on start scraping. Within just a few seconds, the progress bar already reached 20%. All I need to do over here is click on view. You can see in total it has found over 2,000 followers of Cabby completely for free. I can click on view over here, and now I can click on export only emails found, and that will download a CSV file full of this information, including the usernames of every single person that follows Cabby, their first names, the bios, their locations, and every sort of other publicly available data point about these individuals. So if you're looking for a way to scrape TikTok in one way or another, and if you're looking to extract email addresses from TikTok, having tried probably 3 or 4 different other tools as well, I found that this one is the most intuitive to use. It is super affordable. The subscription literally starts at $49 for 1,000 emails. And there is no reason to not try it out. Now, before we jump into the next batch of scraping methods, I want to quickly address something that I think is super, super important here. If you're watching this and just thinking, oh, Tim, this is all really, really good stuff, but how the hell do I remember it next time that I actually need to scrape a specific type of website? Don't worry, because I've got you covered. I just finished a free training that took me over 2 days to put together that walks you step by step with 5 to 10 minute tutorial videos through each one of those 30 scraping methods that I'm talking about in this video. And yes, I'll even be adding some previous tutorials from my Unlock Clay course. So in total, it could be close to 50 different scraping methods, all jam-packed into one free resource. Worth noting, in the training, I explain each method in a full-length tutorial. I explain the best use cases for each method, and I also give you some underground secret discounts that are not usually available for someone that's outside of my Unlock Clay community. And I'm not going to lie, I feel like I've spent way too much time on this resource, but I'm 100% confident they will help you to scrape any website on the planet super fast and on a budget. So what are you waiting for? It's the top link in the description down below. Go click on that link, go download that guide for future reference, and let's get on with the video. Okay, great. By now, I'm sure we already learned a bunch of great beginner-friendly web scraping techniques. And now it's time to step up a gear and to start learning more intermediate level web scraping techniques. For the purpose of the intermediate techniques, I'm just going to show you how to use 2 web scraping tools. And the first one of these 2 tools will be called Apify. And if you head over to apify.com/store, you should be able to see every single web scraper that has been pre-built on Apify. For those of you that may not be aware just yet, as soon as you sign up for an Apify account, each scraper inside of Apify will be called an actor, and all you need to do is just head over to actors on the left side of the panel, head over to go to store, and you can see every individual scraper here. Worth noting that it covers literally every possible web scraping platform, and hence, in my opinion, if you're serious about web scraping, you could literally just use Apify to be able to scrape every single data point from pretty much any website in the world. Because let's say you want to scrape something like Pinterest, you can type in Pinterest, and I'm sure they've got a bunch of different Pinterest scrapers over here. Worth noting, whenever you do use Apify, make sure to always filter based on the most popular ones and only use the scrapers that have a higher rating than 3.5 stars, because typically that means that they're maintained on a good level and they're not going to constantly bug and charge you credits for bad data. So jumping into use case number 15, I want to show you how you can scrape individual job boards. Let's imagine for a second that we want to scrape a bunch of jobs from a job platform like Indeed, and for instance, we go on to Indeed.com, type in software engineer, and we want to be able to scrape all of these jobs that are listed here. If you head over to the Apify store, you can just type in Indeed or whatever other job board you want to look at. You should be able to see all the different scrapers. So we see this Indeed job scraper, this other Indeed job scraper, and I'm going to pick the one with the most users. In this case, this one has a 4.3 star across 15,000 users. So I'm going to click on that straight away. And all I need to do here is just type in under the input section, the kind of open role that I'm searching. So in this case, I'm going to type in software engineer. I'm going to select the country to be the United Kingdom over here, and location for the search to be Manchester. And also maximize the number of search results. In this case, I'll say I don't want more than 10 results at a time. And if you have an existing URL that you want to scrape on Indeed, all you need to do is click over here on use URLs instead of search, and you can just add a URL of the search. So for instance, you can just go copy and paste this entire search, copy and paste that over here. But for the time being, I'm not going to be doing that because I want to scrape software engineers in Manchester, which I have in front of me over here. And all I need to do now is just click on save and start at the bottom. But before that, I can just make sure that all of these settings seem to be filled in, and I can click on save and start. When the actor runs, you should be able to see that it says over here what's happening right in front of you. If you're on a paid account with Apify on top of that, it'll also tell you how much it costs at the very top of the screen here. And for each individual scraper, you should be able to see the pricing at the top over here. So in this case, it says it's $5 for every 1,000 jobs that are scraped. And if you head over back into runs over here, you should be able to see that it says, hey, this scrape has been finished. And if I click into that scrape, I should be able to see all the data points right in front of me over here. And as soon as I successfully scraped those jobs from Apify, all I need to do is click on export in the top right-hand corner, and I can export it in CSV, Excel, or any sort of other formats that I want to export it in. And my favorite part about the Apify actors is that they can run on a recurring basis. So for instance, if you want to run this every day, every week, every month, every Thursday, all you need to do is click on the three dots on the right-hand side of the actor, and you can click on schedule actor. And this way over here, you can schedule it to run on a specific frequency, and then you can click on create, and it can trigger that actor to start running. Now, let's imagine for a second that you're trying to scrape the Facebook ad library. All you need to do in order to pull this off is head over to Apify, head over on the left-hand side to the Apify store, type in Facebook ad library, and there you have it. You've got this Facebook ad library scraper that was used by over 14,000 happy users. We can click onto it over here. We can type in the Facebook URLs of the companies whose ads we want to scrape, or alternatively, we can just bulk add them over here as well from an Excel sheet. And after we type them up one by one, we can just select the total number of records that we want to see. So let's say we want 10 ads per company, and we can click on save and start. And within just a couple of seconds, we can see that this act is still running. The cost over here is increasing slowly, but in front of us, we have the sample results of ads from the ad library. So for instance, we can now see the results right in front of us over here. And if we scroll to the right-hand side, we can click into the Facebook ad library links. And for instance, in this case, it shows me all the ads in India for any sort of posts related to LinkedIn. And I can see all of these ads right in front of my eyes over here. And I can then click on see ad details and then just see all of the other information here as well. Now, if you want to scrape YouTube, you can also go into the Apify store over here and type in YouTube. And then within just a couple of seconds, you should be able to see the YouTube comment scraper or the YouTube scraper. And you can just select the YouTube scraper over here, which enables you to scrape a bunch of information about YouTube channels so that you can reach out to the owners of these YouTube channels, for example. So in this case, all you would have to do is just select the YouTube scraper over here. You can then type in over here your YouTube search query. So for instance, it could be something like lead generation. You also have the option to add direct URLs. So for instance, if you just want to scrape specific profiles, you can do that here, or you can bulk edit them by copying and pasting a bunch of URLs all in one field. You can also enable this scraper to download the subtitles of the videos, for instance. You can add some other filters as well of like what kind of videos in terms of dates and timelines you want to be downloading. And I can then click on save and start. And we can see a bunch of videos over here that have ranked top of the list when it came to that lead generation search. Over here, we have the title of the video, we have the URL of the video, we have the channel name, the number of likes that the video has, the number of views that that video has, and all of that important information, which we can just export using the export button in the top right-hand corner. So there you have it. This is how you would use Apify's pre-built actors in order to scrape pretty much any website out there, whether it's YouTube, Indeed, Facebook ad library, or anything of that sort. If you're ever in doubt, I very much recommend that you just go into Apify store. It's completely free. Type in a couple of keywords, and see if there is a pre-built scraper. And most of the time, let's be real, someone probably built a scraper beforehand for you. And please do comment down below if you want me to do a separate video showing you how you can build custom scrapers inside of Appify. Now it's about time that I show you one of the most underused and underrated web research and web scraping techniques that most sales reps are not even aware of. And the best part about this is that you can pull this off inside of your ChatGPT account. So before I show you what it is, I just want to give you some wider context. A lot of the time, the hardest part about doing any sort of sales activities is finding the databases and the best data sources where you can scrape data from. So for the purpose of this, I've created this master prompt that you can copy and paste into your ChatGPT account. You can either pause the video now and try to type this up word by word, or you can just get the guide down below underneath the video where I'll give you this exact prompt, so you can copy and paste it into your ChatGPT. And it reads something like this. You're an expert researcher. Your goal is to help me discover niche or unconventional databases, directories, or data sources that contain lead list information, matching my ideal customer profile. And it basically asks the GPT to go out there, crawl the internet, and figure out what are some of the best databases where we can scrape some lists from. And at least it will save you half an hour of your time of otherwise having to Google through databases and see what databases exist. In order for you to customize this prompt for yourself, all you need to do at the bottom over here is just type in the job titles that you're looking for, the geographies that you're looking for, and anything of that sort. So in this case, I can give you the example of us targeting vet clinics with team sizes of 10 to 50 employees, and the job titles being CEOs, owners, and practice managers in North America. As soon as we click on enter, on the right side of the panel, we should be able to see the kind of research that ChatGPT does. So it identifies all of these niche databases, outputs a table that looks something like this. So first of all, it tells us the sources of where we can get our lead information from. So these are the sources that we can then go on and scrape using some of the scraping techniques that we talked about. Secondly, it tells us the ICP and why ChatGPT believes that these databases will help us find the right ICP leads. It then tells us the fields that are likely available. In other words, what kind of data points can we scrape from these databases? It can tell us if these databases are public, private, if they have any sort of rate limits when it comes to scraping, or if it's behind some sort of paywall, which we probably cannot afford right now. It also talks about the web scraping method that you can use in order to pull off this web scraping further. So in this case, it can tell you if GPT-5 Pro, for instance, will enable you to scrape some of these databases. And the best part, of course, you have the URL of each one of these databases. So on the right-hand side over here, where the notes section is, you can just click on the URL and it will take you directly into the lead database. So for example, in this case, we were looking for vet clinics, and we can see a bunch of vet clinics being listed on this database on the AAHA website, where we can scrape all of this data directly using GPT-5 Pro, should we wish to continue that web scraping process as well. Okay guys, moving into chapter 15. Now it's about time that we learn how to build company lead lists. For the purpose of this, I'll be sharing with you some of my favorite ways to build company lead lists, and I'll be walking you through some of the tools that were already discussed in the scraping part of the course already. So anyways, let's jump straight into it. How you can scrape company data. Specifically, this is every way that I could possibly think of about sourcing company lists in order for us to then be able to use that data inside of clay tables. And luckily for you, there are only 15 different tools and methods that you should be aware of when you're choosing the right kind of data source. First of all, let's talk about Outscraper, which we talked about already. This tool is perfect for any sort of local business web scraping or brick and mortar business scraping. So simply put, if a business has a Google Maps location and you want to just scrape that business, and you can find emails of decision makers in those businesses as well, you can just use Outscraper to do that. It's really affordable, really cheap. Moving on to tool number 2, we're going to be talking about Store Leads. Store Leads is a tool for e-commerce data. So if you're looking for specific Shopify stores, WooCommerce stores, or anything of that sort, Store Leads is the biggest database of e-commerce businesses. It also provides you with very niche things like technologies installed on a website, number of website visitors per month. Also, it gives you a bunch of other different breakdowns of when a specific technology was installed. So you can reach out to companies saying, oh, hey, I noticed you just took off DHL as like a plugin on your website. Once again, super cool tool. I've done like a 35-minute video on how to use Store Leads. And then moving on to tool number 3, we talked about this already. You could use Apollo, and then after that, you could use Export Apollo in order to scrape Apollo data for you. Once again, there are significant cost savings associated with that. So check out Export Apollo once again if you're interested. But moving on top of that, I'm going to skip Trigify because I believe Trigify is pivoting a lot of the time with different product releases. So for that reason, I can't guarantee you that at the time of you watching this video, they will have any sort of ways for you to actually monitor and build company lists. So for the time being, I'm skipping Trigify altogether. Same with Scrapely. I'm going to skip that part as well. But worth noting that if you're looking at any sort of custom lists being built for you, I recommend you to use Upwork. And on Upwork, you can hire a freelancer for anywhere ranging from like $30 to $50, maybe to $100, and ask it to go and scrape Crunchbase and PitchBook or Built With or those kind of databases. And 99% of the time, these freelancers already have access to these databases. You will work out a lot cheaper than you getting access to Crunchbase or PitchBook or one of these expensive tools yourself. So just keep that in mind. If any of these subscriptions are really, really expensive, you can just put a task on Upwork, which will be done at a tenth of the price or at a fraction of the price. Moving on, we've got Smart Scout. Smart Scout is very similar to Store Leads, whereby it provides you with Amazon stores data rather than e-commerce data. Once again, if you're looking at super specific things like Amazon reviews or anything of that sort, or if you want to like filter for drop shipping stores or something of that sort, you can also do that using Smart Scout. Moving on, we talked about SerpDev already. Similarly to Outscraper, it can help you to scrape any sort of Google Maps locations. So if you're looking to pull up your entire total addressable markets of dental practices, for example, you would use SerpDev to scrape Google Maps locations for that. SerpDev is super cheap, as I mentioned before. However, it is only available on the $349 per month plan with Clay. So once again, SerpDev could be useful for some cases. For some other cases, it may not be so useful. So just check out the video that I made on it. All right, tool number 9. I don't need to introduce you to this one. LinkedIn Sales Navigator. You probably heard about it already. You maybe even watched my past video that I did about it, which I believe explains to you every single filter that you should be aware of inside of LinkedIn Sales Navigator. Simply put, it's super, super good to source company lists and people lists. However, the limitation is you can only scrape 2,500 people per day. For that reason, you may need to get another tool to be able to scrape LinkedIn Sales Navigator for you without using your browsing cookies, because you can safely scrape probably 2,500 contacts or companies per day with Sales Navigator. But if you're looking to scrape any more than that, once again, I recommend you put out a job posting on Fiverr or Upwork, and someone will take you up on that. And I'm sure they can scrape tens of thousands of leads for you every single day if that's desired as well. All right, in number 10, we have Panda Match, which is the best tool allegedly for discovering your full total addressable markets. They pride themselves on not just finding LinkedIn audiences, but also off-the-grid audiences. They may not be found on LinkedIn or Google Maps. You can watch a more in-depth video on their website. I've done a separate tutorial of how to use Panda Match in the past as well. We typically use Panda Match in cases where we want to filter for companies based on specific keywords. For instance, if we're looking for dental practices that offer Invisalign as a service, we can just type in the word Invisalign and dental practice as 2 keywords, and it will find us every single company that has both of these keywords on their website. So Panda Match is really useful for that. I do believe them when they say that they help you discover your full total addressable market, and they offer 3x more coverage than LinkedIn and Google Maps. So I think Panda Match is definitely worth having as a supplemental source of company data. So in other words, it may not be the main source of data, but it's good to supplement your existing company lists with Panda Match's data. Moving on, we have DataRaid. DataRaid also provides you cheap Amazon store data. Once again, go check it out for yourself. It's very intuitive to use. In number 12, we have the Clay's inbuilt find companies enrichment. So the way that we can go about using it, I think I showed you earlier already, but in case if you're still wondering how to use it, if you log into your Clay account, it will look something like this. You can click on Find Companies, and over here you can filter based on headcount, revenue. If a company raised a specific amount of funding, you can also see if it's a private company, public company, and you can filter for any sort of companies here. However, the limitation, hopefully no one from Clay is watching this, but the real limitation with this is 30% or 20% of the data is rubbish. So you end up spending a lot of credits on email validation and all that stuff, because a lot of companies are either out of date or God knows when these companies were scraped and put into this database. So I would personally not rely on Clay's Find Companies feature, because it is free for a reason, right? I don't think it's the highest quality database. All right, number 13, let's talk about Ocean.io. For those of you that may not be aware, this is the most popular tool for lookalike audiences. audiences. And simply put, if you have an existing list of clients or existing customers, you may want to input them inside of this ocean.io tool. For instance, you can input Nike.com and it will come up with lookalike company lists that are similar in the same industry with the same headcounts and the same geography. So for instance, if you put in Nike.com, it will come up with Adidas, Umbro, Under Armour, and so on. So for that reason, I think it's super, super powerful to find lookalike audiences and lookalike companies. So if you want to build a lookalike list of accounts, by all means, check out ocean.io. I know they offer some free trials as well. To top it all off, we have Company Enrich. Company Enrich is super, super useful inside of clay.com because it helps you save a lot of clay credits, something that we'll talk about later on in this crash course. However, for the time being, all we need to know is this is a very similar tool to ocean.io. It helps you to find company lookalikes as well. So if you don't want to break the bank and if you want to save a bit more money on company lookalikes, I believe this costs half the price of ocean.io's data, and it basically provides you with very similar quality data. Very well, guys, we now know all the different ways that we can build company lists. So it's about time that we talk about every single way to build the best quality people lists, regardless whether you're targeting local businesses like hotels, gyms, and petrol stations, or B2B audiences that have a big LinkedIn presence. So let's jump into some of my favorite tools and how you can use them in order to build those lead lists. Let's talk about the different options that you have when it comes to sourcing people data or contact data in order to use that inside of your clay tables. So I'm just going to walk through a couple of options, and it's completely up to you which one of those options you think is appropriate for your business. Export Apollo, naturally, as I mentioned before, if you can't quite afford Apollo.io, you want to save a lot of money on that, you can basically scrape Apollo using Export Apollo. You can use this tool called Claygent inside of Clay. We talked about this already. Once again, Claygent is really, really good, but it is on the pricier side of things. So it may only be a good option if you have just tens or hundreds of leads rather than thousands of leads to find using this enrichment inside of Clay. And I'll show you how to do this. Moving on, inside of Clay, you also have their inbuilt find people enrichment. So for those of you that may not be aware, if we go into a completely new blank clay table, like you can see on my screen right now, all you can do is navigate to the top right-hand corner into actions, type in find people, and over here, you will always have the possibility to find people working at a company. If you just click on the enrichment, you can filter it similar to any other database, and the best part is that it's completely free. As I mentioned with the find companies data inside of Clay, in my opinion, it's only 60 to 70% accurate. So for that reason, it does mean that you need to use some other databases and other supplementary data sources. So in other words, don't rely just on this data set on its own, because in my opinion, only 2/3 of it at most are actually valid and verified information. So needless to say, yes, you can build people lists using their free enrichments to find people, but I would just warn you to make sure that you use Claygent or ChatGPT to verify the information, because a lot of the time the employees would have left the company or moved on or something of that sort, because I find sometimes the data is somewhat outdated. Now I'm going to just walk you through two more different options, because I think otherwise it's a bit of an overkill. To start off, let's just talk about ocean.io. And as I mentioned earlier, how ocean.io has this lookalike companies feature, they have a lookalikes contacts feature as well. So let's say if you input my profile into ocean.io, you'll find you similar profiles of other founders of clay agencies as well. So for that reason, I very much recommend that you use ocean.io if you're looking to build a lookalike audience list. For example, you have one SDR and you want to find similar SDRs. Now, to be totally honest, based on the options that I just shared with you, those options will cover 99% of use cases for finding people data. If you're curious at all about some of the other options as well, you can always ask the custom GPT and it will come up with some answers based on your questions there. All right, guys, I have been filming for weeks upon weeks, so it's about time that we jump into one of the most exciting features inside of clay.com, which is the AI and Claygent functionality. For the purpose of this, it will be all about prompting and how to use the Claygent enrichment. So just sit back, relax, and we'll cover it completely from start to finish. You can tell AI to go and visit websites for you to mimic the exact manual steps that your sales team or your marketing team or that you take on a daily basis. As long as you can pin down what those manual steps are, AI can go visit the websites, make a bunch of decisions for you. It can extract that information and it can provide it to you all in return for a fraction of a cent. Now, a couple of years ago, you probably hired a virtual assistant or you would have
hired a person to do this type of administrative work for you. But here, instead of going through the hassle of finding those freelancers and micromanaging and babysitting them in the process, all you need to do is learn a 5-step process of how you can prompt Clayagent correctly to do these kinds of boring tasks for you. Now, there is a catch to this as well, and this comes with a small disclaimer. And that disclaimer is Clayagent does not have access to your accounts or to logging into your accounts. So in other words, no, it does not know that you're connected to Jackie on LinkedIn, right? However, it can access any information that's public and that's open source on any website in the world, similarly to how you can access any of these websites without having to sign up for an account or logging in for an account behind a paywall, for example. I'm going to get you to do 5 different Clayagent prompts in the next 10 minutes or so, just to show you how Clayagent works. But before we can do this, let me just explain Clayagent to you. Simply put, let's imagine that you've got a completely blank Clay table and you click on the Actions button in the top right-hand corner. You can type in Clayagent, and over here is the beautiful AI web researcher that you can see I've pinned over here because I use it so often. All you need to do is just click on Clayagent, and over here you're able to then generate the prompt. Before we jump into prompting Clayagent, we need to know these 6 things. The first thing that you need to know about prompting any form of AI inside of Clay is to define the input. Over here, you typically will say, hey, the input is this. And in other words, you want to tell it what data you already have in the Clay table so that Clayagent can use this as a good starting point. So in this case, I can say something like the input is the company name and the company website. One thing as well on top of that, we need to remember that Clayagent cannot read this information unless we map it into the prompt. So when we say that the input is the company name and the company website, we need to now feed it into Clayagent. So the way that we'll go about this is we'll just say their website equals the company name equals. And straight away, in order for us to map the website, we'll use the backslash to refer to it, and we'll feed it the website. And instead of the company name, we'll use the backslash company name as well. That's why we need to label these columns to perfection so that we don't have any sort of confusion when we're trying to map those variables. Now, secondly, we always want to define the action that we want Clayagent to take. So for example, we can say, based on the input, find me the company registration number for the company. Now, in this case, if you follow this structure, you will always prompt Clay correctly, so you cannot get this wrong. After that, you may want to constrain the output. And when we talk about constraining the output, we can say something like output, just the company registration number, nothing else, keep it in numerical form with no other output. This is just an example, but a lot of the time you would need to tell Clayagent like, hey, don't use quotation marks in the output, only output this number, only output this text, don't say anything else, just so it doesn't ruin the output for us. A lot of the times, and I'll show you in a second how to go about this, you may need to provide a prefix for Clayagent. So if you want Clayagent to come up with a sentence output which follows your exact structure, for example, you want to tell me, for example, hey Tim, I saw you worked at Klarsche before, and Klarsche is the name of the company that I used to work for like 4 years ago. In that case, you will need to give it the prefix. Whenever you feed a prefix into Clayagent, I always recommend for you to say, follow my prefix in the output. Here is my prefix. And over here, you can say the company registration number is, as an example, always put this in quotation marks. And whatever thing has to change. So in this case, we want the registration number to always be dynamically changing depending on the company that we're feeding it. In this case, you put this in curly brackets, and then you can say, replace the curly brackets with a company registration number. And then finally, it's always good to give examples. So for example, you could say, oh, if the company registration number is 12345, then say in quotation marks, the company registration number is 12345. So that's an important example for us to be making. And then finally, after you prompt it once, you can just click on save and don't run, and just click play to run one row before seeing if it actually works. A lot of the time, you would need to change the prompt a tiny bit before it works out correctly for you. Oh, that sounds rather complicated. In theory, I understand how to use it, but in practice, how do I actually learn how to use Clayagent correctly? In the next part of the video, I'll be encouraging you to download this Google spreadsheet, which you can find down below underneath the video. And this will be specifically called the Clayagent and OpenAI assignment. Follow along. All you would need to do is just download it as a file,
click on File, Download, CSV, and then inside of Clay, all you basically will have to do is just click on Import CSV over here. You'll just basically drag and drop the file over here, click on Continue, click on New Blank Table, click on Complete Import. As soon as you have a Clay table that looks something like this, what I want you to do is to follow along with the task that I'm about to show you. I'm going to show you how we can find the name of a person that left a testimonial on b2bboosted.com. So if I just show you on our website right now, if you go to my agency's website, to the very bottom, we have a bunch of different testimonials from a bunch of different clients. And what we're going to do is we're going to get Claygen to find one of these people's names and just pull it for you from the website. So this will just show you one little use case of what Clay can do for you. So in this case, I'm going to click on Actions, and then of course, I'm going to type in Claygens over here as the enrichment. So let's just click on Claygens. Now, right now, you're probably thinking, okay, cool, but how do I actually do this aside from just remembering these 6 key rules for speaking to AI? In my opinion, it's super, super simple. What I want you to do right now is to copy and paste the text that you can see on my screen right now. You can pause the video for a second and just copy and paste it directly into the prompt. So this will read, based on the input, I want you to, and then over here, we can tweak the prompt. You will give it an example and you will constrain the output. So let's just copy and paste it here. And let's also remember what we're trying to do in the first prompt. In the first example over here, we want to find the name of a person that left a testimonial on B2B Boosted's website. So let's just follow the exact structure of the prompts that we talked about over here. So the first thing we need to do is we need to write down the input. So we'll say, and once again, pause the video right now and try to do this yourself. And then if not, we can do this together. So the first thing we're going to do is we are going to say the input is the company website. Naturally, afterwards, we're going to say the website equals, and then we can just give it the website name. And then we'll say, based on the input, I want you to, and then over here, we'll say to visit the website and find the full name of one person that left a testimonial on the website. Of course, over here, it tells us to give an example. So we'll say, for example, if Bill Gates left a testimonial, I'll put Bill Gates. Now, of course, as a next step, we also want to constrain the output. So in order for us to constrain the output, we can say something like only output the full name of a person that's left a testimonial and nothing else. So over here, naturally, we just write down only output the full name of a person that left a testimonial and nothing else. And that's pretty much that. That's how we will find the name of a person that left a testimonial on the website. We gave it the input, we constrained it, we provided an example. And all we need to do now is click on this generate button. Now, for those of you that may not be aware, I'm just going to click on this and it will take like 30 seconds to load. But that generate button helps us to improve our prompt. Worth noting that for 99% of the Claygen requests, depending on if you're watching this in 2025 or 2050, of course, this may change. But most of the time, Clay is trying to rip us off and it's trying to get us to use the neon enrichments, which will cost us 2 Clay credits. But rather, because I'm an absolute pro at this and I've done this a million times before, I know that GPT 4.0 Mini is going to give us the exact same output and we can just change it to our own API keys, which once again, I'll show you how to do later on. But for the time being, always be conscious of what AI model Clay suggests for you. 99% of the time, just switch it to 4.0 Mini because it will do the job properly. And now you can just save and don't run. And bearing in mind, if we go back to the task, the first task is that we want to find the name of a person who left a testimonial on the website. So all we need to do is now click into this box for B2B Boosted's website, click on play, and within 30 seconds or so, it should be able to find the full name of one person that left a testimonial on our website. Claygen just found us the first testimonial from the B2B Boosted website. So over here, we see Celine Daniel. And if we actually go on the website over here, we should be able to see that Celine wrote us a really, really nice testimonial, which I believe is over here as the first testimonial on our website as it is. So congrats! If you followed along and if you downloaded this Google Sheet and if you tried to find a testimonial on our website, congrats because you did it correctly. Next up, let's move on to task number 2 for prompting Claygen. And what I'm going to do in this case, I'm going to just copy and paste the task into the prompt, and then we can just do it for ourselves over here. So if we just click on that and click on. So for this one, all we're going to do is click on actions again, type in Claygen, and into the Claygen prompt over here, I'm going to copy and paste what we want to be doing. So we want to find the full name of the head of human resources for the main Coca-Cola company. Now, of course, in this case, I want to map these 2 columns as well. I don't want to just give it all as a prompt over here. So once again, we'll follow the 5-step process. The first step, what is the input? The input is the company name and website. So by now we just clarified what the input is. The second step will be defining the action that we want to be happening here. So we'll say based on the input, search the internet for the head of HR at the main, and then we'll select company name and how long they have been in the role for. In this case, we will do something really fancy and we will say output two things, the full name of the head of HR, how long they have been in the role for. Now, the reason that we are doing this is quite simple, and the actual reason is because we want to then use that data to personalize our outreach. So over here, you can see that we've loaded up the prompt. All we need to do now is just click on generate. It will take about 10, 20, maybe 30 seconds for the prompt to be generated by Clay for us. It doesn't cost us any credits to actually generate the actual prompt, so you can experiment with this as much as you want. Over here, we can see that the whole prompt was generated for us. One thing to keep in mind is that at the bottom of the prompt, you can see that it added multiple outputs. So you'll have one output for full name, one for the time and role. But if you want to add other outputs as well, for example, you could add reasoning. And in this case, AI will provide separate text outputs for reasoning as well. So in this case, I'm actually going to keep it this time, just so that we can use the reasoning later down the line. I believe it still will suggest Argon to us, which is the most expensive model, which will cost us 3 Clay credits. Once again, I back myself, so I'm going to select the 4.0 mini. I'm going to click on save and don't run, because if we remember what the task was, we want to find the full name of just the head of human resources at the main Coca-Cola company. We don't care about all the other businesses here. So how do we just focus on one row at a time? We're just going to click on Coca-Cola company, and we're going to click on play over here. And within just a couple of seconds, we should be able to find the full name of their head of HR and the time that they spent in their role. So let's just give it a couple of seconds to think and output this for us. You can see over here, it just outputs Lisa Chang, and it shows that she's been in the role for 4 years and 11 months. And this is perfect. This is exactly what we were craving here, and we got the exact output that we wanted. Now, on top of that, in this case, if we wanted to just double check this as well, we could add a separate output here, and we could just ask for LinkedIn profile URL of the person as an example, and we can change this text field to a URL, and this way we can save and don't run, and then once again we can replay the output here, so that in order for us to manually just cross-check that this web scraping was done correctly, we can actually see the LinkedIn profile of the person as well. So I'm just doing that just to show to you how you can iterate the prompt and how you can change that prompt and spice it up a bit more so that it's more useful and it's helps you to manually verify the data faster next time as well. And at the bottom over here, we can see that it's now outputted the LinkedIn profile URL. You can see the cost of this. In this case, it did cost us almost 2 cents, just under 2 cents to do this. But once again, most of the time you wouldn't be scraping that much information about a person, and it is quite expensive to scrape every single detail about every single contact, but it's a good skill to get into. So if we click on add as a column here, we can create the column, and voila, over here we have Lisa's LinkedIn profile, which I will blur right now, but you can see over here that this is Lisa. You can see the job title is EVP and Global Chief People Officer, and she is a part of the board of directors for Coca-Cola as well. So clearly you found the right person, and we used Claygen to pull this off. So congrats for making it this far already. I'm sure you're absolutely smashing it with 2 Claygen enrichments completed up to this point. And now it's time to move on to enrichment number 3, which we're going to pull off with Claygen, which will enable us to find job listings for an SDR position at Salesforce, and it will enable us to just pull some information from that job description as well. So all we're going to do, as always, is click on actions, type in Claygen, and in this case, I'm just going to copy and paste what we want to be doing here, and I'll explain it to you in super simple context. So if you pause the screen for the time being and you try to prompt Claygen yourself, that will be probably the best way for you to learn Claygen. But in the meantime, I'm just going to show you my thinking behind this. As always, I'll just say that the input is the company name and website. Then I'll give it a company name equals website equals. I'll use the backslash to select the exact website and the exact company name. Guess what we need to do next? Yes, that's right. By now you probably would have learned this. We need to say, based on this info, I want you to, and then over here we can just basically write down in simple terms what we wanted to do. So in this case, we're going to say, I want you to find a sales-related open role job listing and pull the exact technologies that are mentioned inside the job description for that open role. Provide 2 outputs, the open role job listing URL and the technologies that were listed in the job description for that role in a comma separated format. Now, just to show you what kind of information we want to be pulling and extracting and scraping using Claygen here, if we go over here and we look at any of the jobs that Salesforce is hiring for right now, if we click on the job, in most job descriptions at the very bottom, we will have some sort of technologies that the candidate must know how to use. So in this case, if we're looking at a technical role, it will be JavaScript, Java, HTML5, SQL, and so on. But obviously, sales roles, the chances are we're probably looking at technology technologies like Apollo, Clay, Salesforce, or anything of that sort as well. We're just going to give it a quick example as well. We're going to say, for example, if the job description mentions the candidate needing to use Apollo and Salesforce, output Apollo Salesforce. And now we need to constrain the output, which is step number 5. And of course, how do we constrain the output? We will just say, give just 2 outputs strictly with the info I mentioned. Now, in this case, it basically will be regenerated either way by Clay itself. So if we click on this generate button, it will work its magic in the background and it will create a killer prompt for us. So now you can see that the prompt has been generated for us. It asks for 2 outputs, the job listing URL and the technologies that I mentioned in the job description. As always, it tries to upsell us to the Neon model, so we spend more Clay credits. Naturally, we just have to remember to every time switch this to 4.0 mini. Now I'm going to click on save and don't run. And as soon as I do that, all I'm going to do is just click on the Salesforce row over here, and I'm going to load this enrichment to start running so that we can pull and extract all this information straight away directly from all of these open role lists so that we can just run this enrichment and get the result. As we can see on my screen right now, it has loaded the output. In this case, it's loaded this specific open role on the Salesforce careers page for sales development representative. Unfortunately, though, if you do read this job description manually, it doesn't actually include any sort of technologies listed there apart from Salesforce, which is quite depressing, but still, in this case, Clayagent scrapes Salesforce as a sales tool that should be used as a part of the job description. We've covered 3 Clayagent prompts already, and we're just 2 prompts away from turning you into an absolute Clayagent prompting pro. So, assuming you are equally as pumped to get better at using Clayagent, all you need to do is copy and paste this exact text, which says we want to find the square footage of this place, and let's go into Clay, click on actions, type in Clayagent, and let's select the Clayagent enrichment and copy and paste this exact string of text. So essentially, as always, in this case, we want to understand what data do we already have inside of the Clay table. We have the company name and we have the website. And what we basically want to do is we want to just find the square footage of Lidl's specific store. And then we want to find the person that handles the store operations for the UK for this company called Lidl. For those of you that may not be aware, Lidl is a super affordable yet high quality retail chain, like a retail grocery chain based in the UK. By the way, that was not sponsored by Lidl in any way, shape or form. So in this case, I've just finished off drafting this prompt. So here I'm saying the input is the company name. I give it the company name. I say that I want to find the square footage of Lidl's Tottenham Court Road store, and I want to find the full name of a person that handles store operations for the company. I wanted to create 3 outputs. The first one is the square footage of the store. The second one is the full name of the store operations person. And the third thing is the LinkedIn profile of that person as well. Now, for context, the only reason I'm asking for the LinkedIn profile is because I just want to quickly manually check that it's the right person so that I don't make a mistake when it comes to finding those decision makers. And of course, for the time being, I'm just going to click on generate for the prompt to load. But in the meantime, the reason that I'm showing you this specific use case of finding the square footage of a place is simply because you can get Clayagent to do any random thing that you typically do manually. So if for whatever reason I'm trying to sell to store operations managers and I've got this new location and I want to figure out what the typical square footage of a retail outlet is, once again, we could probably find that out by getting Clayagent to visit a bunch of websites and figure that out for us. I very much recommend for you to one day just sit down and read the context, the objective, the instructions that are provided to Clayagent and everything of that sort, just so you understand like the longer format of how people prompt Clayagent. But 99% of the time, you would not need to put yourself through the pain and misery of just writing a 500-word prompt over here, because you can see it's written for you. In this case, I'm just changing the store operations LinkedIn URL's profile to a URL, so it's a URL format. And of course, I'm going to change Clay's Argon to GPT 4.0 mini. As soon as I do that, I'm going to click on save and don't run, because I can't afford to run 5 rows as a part of this crash course, simply because it's a free crash course, right? And it's going to cost me like $20 to just record this video, taking into account the cost of all of these Clay credits here. So over here, I'm just going to click on the Lidl row over here and then just click play. In the meantime, it will now start loading the store size, the operations person's LinkedIn profile, and their full name, which we will use in just a second from now. It's just loaded within 15 seconds or so. You can see over here, if we click on response, we can see all the different outputs. Worth noting that Clayagent also provides you with a confidence ranking as well. So typically you can just tell it to only output if the confidence is high. Over here, we can see the full name of the store operations person. We can see the square footage of a location of this specific retail outlet.
And then more than that, we have the LinkedIn profile of this person that I believe should be working in store operations. And over here, in fact, it pulled out the director of operations at Lidl GB. So hopefully you can see that on my screen right now, that it's a good profile. And also the person went to University of Leeds, which is a fun fact that I bet you didn't expect to be learning inside of this crash course. So just to give you another example of how you could be using Clayagent, in this case, I want to find out the net worth of the founder of Amazon, aka Jeff Bezos, and also I want to find his zodiac sign. In this case, I'm just going to hide all the other tabs on my screen in the meantime, and then I'm just going to prompt Clayagent in order to find us the zodiac sign. And no, this is not what I was expecting to say casually at 9 a.m. on a Thursday morning. So essentially what we're doing here is we're clicking on actions again. We're typing in Clayagent as per usual. After selecting the Clayagent enrichment, we're basically just copying and pasting the task so we remember what it is. It's time for me to show you how I go about prompting this. Feel free to pause your screen right now, and I'm going to just draft my prompt over here. So here we are. You can see that I've just typed in the prompt. I said that the input is the company name and website. I'm just basically using the backslash to refer to both of these, company name and website. And I've basically asked it to find me the net worth of the company's owner in USD, also find their zodiac sign, and I want this in 2 separate outputs. Over here, as always, we're going to switch to 4.0 mini, and you can see all of this looks good. The main thing to check at the bottom is that there is the net worth value in USD, and then there is the zodiac sign. Those are the 2 things that we care about. We're going to click on save and don't run. And bearing in mind that we're doing this just for Amazon, so we're just going to click play on this Amazon row over here. And let's see how fast Clayagent can get us the output. So you can see straight away, Clayagent picked up on the response here. It only cost us 0.001, so it's a tenth of a cent to do this research. Net worth is over $230 billion according to Clayagent, and the zodiac sign is a Capricorn. Capricorn, did I pronounce that correctly? Comment down below if I can't pronounce words. This exact presentation that I've been sharing throughout this video, you can get it underneath in the description down below, so make sure to go and grab it in your own time. And moving on, we'll now be talking about how you can use AI inside of Clay, specifically for other OpenAI and Claude enrichments, which do not require Clayagent, but rather just require the OpenAI content creation enrichment.
If you want the fastest path from a total beginner to someone who is super AI native and proficient with some of the most important go-to-market tools like OpenClaw, Hermes Agent, Clay.com, N8N, and many others, then by all means consider joining my Unlock GTM engineering community. And if you're unsure what the hell the Unlock GTME community is, just head over to www.unlockgtme.com, and hopefully by that time you will realize why I've recorded this video, because hopefully after you getting plenty of value throughout this course, you may be a bit more open-minded to joining a paid community like my Unlock GTM community. Again, the link of that will be in the description underneath the video somewhere. Go check it out.
Time to talk about how to use OpenAI and the content creation enrichment inside of Clay.com so that you can not only just use Clayagent all the time, but also you can use OpenAI and the generate text enrichment inside of Clay for a lot of the lighter tasks, which will cost you even less Clay credits in the process. Now, for those of you that may not be aware, if you're looking at my screen right now, if you go into the top right hand corner and click on actions or enrichments or whatever button is located in the top right corner on your screen right now, you can type in OpenAI over here into the search. Typically, you'll come up with this use AI enrichment. And for the purpose of what we're going to talk about right now, if we click on the configure part over here, you would see that there are 3 main types of AI that we'll be using inside of Clay.com. So we already talked about web research and the Clayagent capabilities of being able to access information from the internet, scrape and analyze websites and pull that information back to you. And now we'll be talking about the most common use case of AI inside of Clay.com, which is the creating or modification of content. Is useful for most tasks which do not require AI to be connected to the internet. So if we click on that, we should be able to see that it's the exact same setup, and you can also just generate a prompt over here before then clicking on generate and getting Clay to generate the entire prompt for us. If you're a total beginner to Clay, you may ask, okay, but explain this OpenAI enrichment in a bit more detail. You can give a bunch of information to AI. AI can analyze and interpret that information for you. It can qualify data. It can help you personalize outreach. It can create some sort of messaging for you, or it can make a decision, for example, to determine if this company fits your ideal client profile based on a specific criteria,
or if it doesn't fit your ideal client profile. You may ask, why is it cool? Why is it useful? Why would you bother using the OpenAI enrichment here? And simply put, you can just create one simple prompt and it will spare you through the hassle of manually reviewing company data or people data to make a decision. So a lot of the time, if you're looking to qualify leads, qualify companies, or do something of that sort, it's really, really useful for those kind of tasks. Every single enrichment should come with a disclaimer. In this case, I just want to remind you that this enrichment does not have access to the internet. So the only information that OpenAI and this enrichment can interpret is the information that you type in over here into the prompt section. That's why if you're feeding it any information from other columns, you should be feeding in that information using the backslash. Otherwise, it will only use the information that you provide to it without even trying to access the internet for you. As I mentioned already, there are two most common use cases for this enrichment. First of all, it's the qualification of leads and companies for your product or service. And then secondly, it's generating personalized one-liners for outreach. One thing to keep in mind, never get OpenAI to generate an entire email for you because that's when it sounds super robotic, but rather just get AI to generate strings of text no longer than 12 words at a time, because in those cases, it's less likely to hallucinate and it's a lot more likely to give you solid output. Now it's about time that we put the theory into practice and we start using the OpenAI enrichment inside of Clay in order to help us with some of the prompting, following on from some of the work that we've done previously using Clayagent. Now, if you remember, the first step of using Clayagent was to pull the name of a person that left a testimonial on the B2B Boosted website. In this case, we have Celine Daniel over here. And right now, we will use the OpenAI enrichment in order to generate a sentence that looks something like this, where we can reach out to someone at B2B Boosted and say, hey, I saw this person's review on your website and it felt rude not to reach out. We can click on actions. We can type in use AI. It will come up over here. And then over here, all we need to do is just copy and paste the prompt. Now, worth noting that over here, you're going to apply the exact 6 key rules for speaking to AI that we talked about earlier. So the first thing will be to define the input. And in this case, I'm just going to say the input is the name of the person that left a testimonial. And then I'll just say full stop. And then I'll say the input equals, and then we'll use the backslash to refer to the name of the person that left a testimonial. So testimonial author name. And secondly, if we look at the slide over here, we're now going to define the action. So what we're going to do in this case is we're going to say, based on the input, I want you to put the person's name into a sentence for me. Now, in this case, we talked about prefixes earlier. So this will be the first time that we can practice using prefixes. In this case, we're going to say the output should follow my prefix. Here is my prefix. And then in quotation marks, we can put I saw, and then we'll input the name of the person that left the testimonial review on your website and it felt rude not to reach out. Of course, we can give it examples. Of course, we can constrain the output as well. But for the time being, I think this will give us a solid enough answer. So all I'm going to do now is click on generate. You'll be able to generate this exact output for us. So after the entire prompt is generated for us, we can just click on save and then run. And then we can just play it out for this one row over here. As always, I very much recommend that you click on the column, you rename it. And then in this case, I'm just going to say step 2, generate sentence opener. And in this case, you can see that it just came up with this. I saw Celine Daniel's review on your website and it felt rude to not reach out. Now, this is the first option of how we could have gone about doing this. The second option of how we could have used this Clayagent output would be to click on add column, click on message over here and say, I saw, and then we'll just use that person's review on your website and it felt rude to not reach out. Inside of Clay, there are multiple different ways that you can pull this off, but essentially, if you are ever looking to draft an email based on just one of these custom variables and just a specific bracket, all you need to do is click on add column, click on message, and over here you can write a message referencing all of the other column headers if you want to put that message together. So the idea behind this is for me to just show you how this can be done. There are different options, as always, completely up to you which one you choose, but you just need to be aware that there is more than one way that you can pull off most of these things inside of Clay already. You made it to challenge number 2 when it comes to prompting OpenAI. And over here, I want to ask you, do you remember that prompt that we generated for Clayagent to find the head of human resources for Coca-Cola? And yes, it's this exact output that we're looking at, where we have Lisa Chang, we have the LinkedIn profile URL, we have the time in role and all of this fun stuff. We're now going to create a sentence that will follow this exact format here, where we're going to say, hey, I saw you've been in the role for this amount of time, and I can see that you're leading the HR team over at Coca-Cola. So the way we'll go about this is we'll click on actions again, we'll type in ChatGPT, And over here, we can select the generate text enrichment. As you can see on my screen right now, here is the prompt that I came up with. I said that the input is the time that a person has spent in their role. I gave it the input. I said for AI to generate a sentence that sounds conversational following my prefix. And here is my prefix. I saw that you've been in the role for time and years, rounded up to the nearest year. And I can see that you're leading the HR team over at Coca-Cola. I even went as far as to say, replace the curly brackets. So the time and years rounded up to the nearest year, the input itself, because we know that the person's been in the role for 4 years and 6 months. But it will be really cringe if we say, hey, I saw you've been in the role for 4 years, 6 months and 3 days. We don't want to say that. So for that reason, I said at the bottom over here, replace the curly brackets with a time and role, making sure that it fits grammatically nicely into the sentence. And then you can say, output the sentence, making sure that it sounds conversational and nothing else. And when I say nothing else, I just don't want it to hallucinate and come up with any sort of other output. So I just basically asked it to output the sentence that way. And in the meantime, I've clicked on generate, and now it's just generating the entire prompt in order for us to be able to send out this one-liner. You can see the prompt has been generated. We're now going to switch the model to 4.1 mini, and then we're going to click on save and don't run. And now we'll just run it for this specific enrichment. As always, since that was step 3, I'm now going to label this step 4. You can see within just a couple of seconds, it's generated this sentence for us. I saw you have been in the role for 5 years, and I can see that you're leading the HR team over at Coca-Cola, which is the perfect email opener that I wanted AI to generate. Of course, alternatively, I can click on add column instead, click on message, and I could just not use any clay credits here. However, given that the output here is 4 years and 6 months, it's not really going to sound too conversational here. Okay, so that wraps up OpenAI prompt number 2. Let's move on to prompt number 3. And in this case over here, we're going to be qualifying a company to see if it fits our ideal client profile. This is a very common use case inside of clay.com, something that we'll be covering later on in the crash course as well. But for the time being, I just wanted to show you the thinking behind how we go about qualifying companies to see if they fit our ICP or not. So first of all, we need to write down the ICP criteria. In other words, what kind of companies do you want to work with? What kind of companies you don't want to work with? So for instance, in this case, let's say we want to only work with companies that have under 50 employees. Let's say we want these companies to be based out of the UK, and we want the companies to have a B2B business model. And for the purpose of this one, we're going to be using the B2B boosted row over here as the example inside of the clay table. So we've got B2B boosted over here. We have the company website and the company name, and we want to qualify them on the basis of these 3 ICP screening criteria. So how do we go about that? First of all, we need to write down every single one of those qualifying criteria. And then secondly, we need to understand what enrichment we need to use in order to find that information about the company. Luckily for us here, we killed 2 birds with 1 stone here by using the enrich company enrichment in order to find the company headcount and the country of where the company is based out of. We can then use collegians to find out the business model, and then we can use the OpenAI enrichment in order to qualify the company one final time. So let me show you how we will go about doing this. In the meantime, if you back yourself, if you're feeling confident, feel free to pause the video, try this out for yourself, try to qualify the company on the basis of it being under 50 employees based out of the UK and having a B2B business model. First of all, we decided that we're going to start with the enrich company enrichment, as you can see. So what we're going to do is inside of our clay table, we'll click on actions in the top right hand corner, we'll type in enrich company, and voila, right underneath over here, we should be able to find any of these enrich company enrichments. I'm going to choose the lead magic one because this is the OG, the original enrichment that I've been using for the last 2 years. So it feels rude to not be using it here. And in this case, I'm going to switch the toggle on to see the employee count. I'm going to also switch on the toggle to see the country over here for the location of the company. But worry not, if we don't switch on some of these toggle filters, we would still be able to see them in outputs later. So I'm now going to click on save and don't run. And with a click of a button here, if I just click it on the B2B boosted row, it should be able to straight away output the industry, the employee count, and the country. So in this case, we can see the country is GB, so the United Kingdom. That's good for us. And we can see the employee count is 7, which is under 50 employees. Now let's have a look at the 2 criteria that we already ticked off. We ticked off the company headcount. We ticked off the country of the company. Now we need to figure out what the business model is for the business. So the way that we'll go about doing this is, first of all, we'll keep things tidy. So we will rename this column and we'll call this step 1, enrich company, to find headcount and location of business. And then secondly, we'll now be using Clagent in order to determine whether the company is a B2B or B2C company. So the way we'll do that is we can go into Clagent, click on the AI web researcher, and then over here, we can be super simple and just say, tell me if this company is B2B or B2C or the exact abbreviation of their business model. And in this case, we can click on generate. But before that, you saw that as well. I forgot to give it the actual company. So the company, and now I'm just going to click on generate, because typically when you put minimal amounts of details into this, especially for simpler prompts like this one, it should basically be absolutely fine, in my opinion. So here we are. As always, we need to change the model from Argon to 4.0 Mini, and this tip alone would probably save you about $100 every other month inside of Clay if you're using the OpenAI enrichment aggressively. Yeah, so now we're going to just click play over here to see what the business model is for the business. Now we're going to rename the column and just say step 2, see business model. If we click on the response over here, we should be able to see that it says business model is B2B. We can click on add as column, create column. And up to this point, we've done a great job already because we managed to tick off those 4 things. So we found the company headcounts, the country of the company, the business model. And now it's just time to use the OpenAI enrichment in order to qualify the company. Now, in my opinion, I'm just going to show you a fancier way to qualify the company without using the OpenAI enrichment. To start with, we'll click on add column and we can click on formula. When we do that, we can say output ICP. If we'll use the backslash to refer to business model, and then we'll find wherever the business model is, and we'll say basically output ICP if the business model is B2B, and then we will select headcount. The employee count is under 50, and what was the third criteria? Let's just refresh our memory. And the country of the company is UK or GB, and the country over here is GB or UK or England. But this is just like broadly speaking, because, you know, if you're running like hundreds of rows, that could be the case. And then we can now click on generate formula, and we should be able to see on the right over here, it now outputs ICP if all 3 of these conditions are met. Now we can click on output is correct, save formula, just tap ourselves on the back for being patient enough to go through like 4 enrichments to figure this out. And in case if you're feeling a bit more lazy, in case if formulas are a bit scary, which they are sometimes for beginners, you can always click on actions. You can always just type in ChatGPT and use the OpenAI enrichment over here where it says generate text. And you can say something like say ICP, but you will basically be copying and pasting this exact prompt over here to determine if the company fits your ideal client profile or not. And you could do a similar thing with people data as well to qualify people for your services, but that's basically that.
Now that we know how to use Clayagent, it's now time to talk about how to use the basic AI enrichment, which does not have access to the internet. And specifically for the purpose of this, we'll have 3 examples that I show you throughout this, and you can also follow along. All the guides and all the resources will be one of the links in the description underneath the video, so go ahead there and have a look.
Time to talk about how to use OpenAI and the content creation enrichment inside of Clay.com so that you can not only just use Clayagent all the time, but also you can use OpenAI and the generate text enrichment inside of Clay for a lot of the lighter tasks, which will cost you even less Clay credits in the process. Now, for those of you that may not be aware, if you're looking at my screen right now, if you go into the top right-hand corner and click on actions or enrichments or whatever button is located in the top right corner on your screen right now, you can type in OpenAI over here into the search. Typically, you'll come up with this use AI enrichment. And for the purpose of what we're going to talk about right now, if we click on the configure part over here, you would see that there are 3 main types of AI that we'll be using inside of Clay.com. So we already talked about web research and the Clayagent capabilities of being able to access information from the internet, scrape and analyze websites and pull that information back to you. And now we'll be talking about the most common use case of AI inside of Clay.com, which is the creating or modification of content, is useful for most tasks which do not require AI to be connected to the internet. So if we click on that, we should be able to see that it's the exact same setup, and you can also just generate a prompt over here before then clicking on generate and getting Clay to generate the entire prompt for us. If you're a total beginner to Clay, you may ask, okay, but explain this OpenAI enrichment in a bit more detail. You can give a bunch of information to AI. AI can analyze and interpret that information for you. It can qualify data. It can help you personalize outreach. It can create some sort of messaging for you, or it can make a decision, for example, to determine if this company fits your ideal client profile based on a specific criteria, or if it doesn't fit your ideal client profile. You may ask, why is it cool? Why is it useful? Why would you bother using the OpenAI enrichment here? And simply put, you can just create one simple prompt and it will spare you through the hassle of manually reviewing company data or people data to make a decision. So a lot of the time, if you're looking to qualify leads, qualify companies, or do something of that sort, it's really, really useful for those kind of tasks. Every single no enrichment should come with a disclaimer. In this case, I just want to remind you that this enrichment does not have access to the internet. So the only information that OpenAI and this enrichment can interpret is the information that you type in over here into the prompt section. That's why if you're feeding it any information from other columns, you should be feeding in that information using the backslash. Otherwise, it will only use the information that you provide to it without even trying to access the internet for you. As I mentioned already, there are two most common use cases for this enrichment. First of all, it's the qualification of leads and companies for your product or service. And then secondly, it's generating personalized one-liners for outreach. One thing to keep in mind, never get OpenAI to generate an entire email for you because that's when it sounds super robotic, but rather just get AI to generate strings of text no longer than 12 words at a time, because in those cases, it's less likely to hallucinate and it's a lot more likely to give you solid output. Now it's about time that we put the theory into practice and we start using the OpenAI enrichment inside of Clay in order to help us with some of the prompting, following on from some of the work that we've done previously using Clayagent. Now, if you remember, the first step of using Clayagent was to pull the name of a person that left a testimonial on the B2B Boosted website. In this case, we have Celine Daniel over here. And right now, we will use the OpenAI enrichment in order to generate a sentence that looks something like this, where we can reach out to someone at B2B Boosted and say, hey, I saw this person's review on your website and it felt rude not to reach out. We can click on actions. We can type in use AI. It will come up over here. And then over here, all we need to do is just copy and paste the prompt. Now, worth noting that over here, you're going to apply the exact 6 key rules for speaking to AI that we talked about earlier. So the first thing will be to define the input. And in this case, I'm just going to say the input is the name of the person that left a testimonial. And then I'll just say full stop. And then I'll say the input equals, and then we'll use the backslash to refer to the name of the person that left a testimonial. So testimonial author name. And secondly, if we look at the slide over here, we're now going to define the action. So what we're going to do in this case is we're going to say, based on the input, I want you to put the person's name into a sentence for me. Now, in this case, we talked about prefixes earlier. So this will be the first time that we can practice using prefixes. In this case, we're going to say the output should follow my prefix. Here is my prefix. And then in quotation marks, we can put I saw, and then we'll import the name of the person that left the testimonial review on your website and it felt rude not to reach out. Of course, we can give it examples. Of course, we can constrain the output as well. But for the time being, I think this will give us a solid enough answer. So all I'm going to do now is click on generate. You'll be able to generate this exact output for us. So after the entire prompt is generated for us, we can just click on save and then run. And then we can just play it out for this one row over here. As always, I very much recommend that you click on the column, you rename it. And then in this case, I'm just going to say step 2, generate sentence opener. And in this case, you can see that it just came up with this. I saw Celine Daniel's review on your website and it felt rude to not reach out. Now, this is the first option of how we could have gone about doing this. The second option of how we could have used this Clayagent output would be to click on add column, click on message over here and say, I saw, and then we'll just use that person's review on your website and it felt rude to not reach out. Inside of Clay, there are multiple different ways that you can pull this off, but essentially, if you are ever looking to draft an email based on just one of these custom variables and just a specific bracket, all you need to do is click on add column, click on message, and over here you can write a message referencing all of the other column headers if you want to put that message together. So the idea behind this is for me to just show you how this can be done. There are different options, as always, completely up to you which one you choose, but you just need to be aware that there is more than one way that you can pull off most of these things inside of Clay already. You made it to challenge number 2 when it comes to prompting OpenAI. And over here, I want to ask you, do you remember that prompt that we generated for Clayagent to find the head of human resources for Coca-Cola? And yes, it's this exact output that we're looking at, where we have Lisa Chang, we have the LinkedIn profile URL, we have the time in role and all of this fun stuff. We're now going to create a sentence that will follow this exact format here, where we're going to say, hey, I saw you've been in the role for this amount of time, and I can see that you're leading the HR team over at Coca-Cola. So the way we'll go about this is we'll click on actions again, we'll type in ChatGPT, and over here, we can select the generate text enrichment. As you can see on my screen right now, here is the prompt that I came up with. I said that the input is the time that a person has spent in their role. I gave it the input. I said for AI to generate a sentence that sounds conversational following my prefix. And here is my prefix. I saw that you've been in the role for time and years rounded up to the nearest year.
and I can see that you're leading the HR team over at Coca-Cola. I even went as far as to say replace the curly brackets, so the time in years rounded up to the nearest year, the input itself, because we know that the person's been in the role for 4 years and 6 months, but it will be really cringe if we say, hey, I saw you've been in the role for 4 years, 6 months and 3 days. We don't want to say that. So for that reason, I said at the bottom over here, replace the curly brackets with a time in role, making sure that it fits grammatically nicely into the sentence. And then you can say, output the sentence, making sure that it sounds conversational and nothing else. And when I say nothing else, I just don't want it to hallucinate and come up with any sort of other output. So I just basically asked it to output the sentence that way. And in the meantime, I've clicked on generate, and now it's just generating the entire prompt in order for us to be able to send out this one-liner. You can see the prompt has been generated. We're now going to switch the model to 4.1 mini, and then we're going to click on save and don't run. And now we'll just run it for this specific enrichment. As always, since that was step 3, I'm now going to label this step 4. You can see within just a couple of seconds, it's generated this sentence for us. I saw you have been in the role for 5 years, and I can see that you're leading the HR team over at Coca-Cola, which is the perfect email opener that I wanted AI to generate. Of course, alternatively, I can click on add column instead, click on message, and I could just not use any Clay credits here. However, given that the output here is 4 years and 6 months, it's not really going to sound too conversational here. Okay, so that wraps up OpenAI prompt number 2. Let's move on to prompt number 3. And in this case over here, we're going to be qualifying a company to see if it fits our ideal client profile. This is a very common use case inside of Clay.com, something that we'll be covering later on in the crash course as well. But for the time being, I just wanted to show you the thinking behind how we go about qualifying companies to see if they fit our ICP or not. So first of all, we need to write down the ICP criteria. In other words, what kind of companies do you want to work with? What kind of companies you don't want to work with? So for instance, in this case, let's say we want to only work with companies that have under 50 employees. Let's say we want these companies to be based out of the UK, and we want the companies to have a B2B business model. And for the purpose of this one, we're going to be using the B2B boosted row over here as the example inside of the Clay table. So we've got B2B boosted over here. We have the company website and the company name, and we want to qualify them on the basis of these 3 ICP screening criteria. So how do we go about that? First of all, we need to write down every single one of those qualifying criteria. And then secondly, we need to understand what enrichment we need to use in order to find that information about the company. Luckily for us here, we killed 2 birds with 1 stone here by using the enrich company enrichment in order to find the company headcount and the country of where the company is based out of. We can then use Clayagent to find out the business model, and then we can use the OpenAI enrichment in order to qualify the company one final time. So let me show you how we will go about doing this. In the meantime, if you back yourself, if you're feeling confident, feel free to pause the video, try this out for yourself, try to qualify the company on the basis of it being under 50 employees based out of the UK and having a B2B business model. First of all, we decided that we're going to start with the enrich company enrichment, as you can see. So what we're going to do is inside of our Clay table, we'll click on actions in the top right-hand corner, we'll type in enrich company, and voila, right underneath over here, we should be able to find any of these enrich company enrichments. I'm going to choose the lead magic one because this is the OG, the original enrichment that I've been using for the last 2 years. So it feels rude to not be using it here. And in this case, I'm going to switch the toggle on to see the employee count. I'm going to also switch on the toggle to see the country over here for the location of the company. But worry not, if we don't switch on some of these toggle filters, we would still be able to see them in the outputs later. So I'm now going to click on save and don't run. And with a click of a button here, if I just click it on the B2B boosted row, it should be able to straight away output the industry, the employee count, and the country. So in this case, we can see the country is GB, so the United Kingdom. That's good for us. And we can see the employee count is 7, which is under 50 employees. Now let's have a look at the 2 criteria that we already ticked off. We ticked off the company headcount. We ticked off the country of the company. Now we need to figure out what the business model is for the business. So the way that we'll go about doing this is, first of all, we'll keep things tidy. So we will rename this column and we'll call this step 1, enrich company, to find headcount and location of business. And then secondly, we'll now be using Clayagent in order to determine whether the company is a B2B or B2C company. So the way we'll do that is we can go into Clayagent, click on the AI web researcher, and then over here, we can be super simple and just say, tell me if this company is B2B or B2C, or the exact abbreviation of their business model. And in this case, we can click on generate. But before that, you saw that as well. I forgot to give it the actual company. So the company, and now I'm just going to click on generate, because typically when you put minimal amounts of details into this, especially for simpler prompts like this one, it should basically
be absolutely fine in my opinion. So here we are. As always, we need to change the model from Argon to 4.0 Mini, and this tip alone would probably save you about $100 every other month inside of Clay if you're using the OpenAI enrichment aggressively. Yeah, so now we're going to just click play over here to see what the business model is for the business. Now we're going to rename the column and just say step 2, see business model. If we click on the response over here, we should be able to see that it says business model is B2B. We can click on add as column, create column. And up to this point, we've done a great job already because we managed to tick off those 4 things. So we found the company headcounts, the country of the company, the business model. And now it's just time to use the OpenAI enrichment in order to qualify the company. Now, in my opinion, I'm just going to show you a fancier way to qualify the company without using the OpenAI enrichment. To start with, we'll click on add column and we can click on formula. When we do that, we can say output ICP. If we'll use the backslash to refer to business model, and then we'll find wherever the business model is, and we'll say basically output ICP if the business model is B2B, and then we will select headcount. The employee count is under 50, and what was the third criteria? Let's just refresh our memory. And the country of the company is UK or GB, and the country over here is GB or UK or England. But this is just like broadly speaking, because, you know, if you're running like hundreds of rows, that could be the case. And then we can now click on generate formula, and we should be able to see on the right over here, it now outputs ICP if all 3 of these conditions are met. Now we can click on output is correct, save formula, just tap ourselves on the back for being patient enough to go through like 4 enrichments to figure this out. And in case if you're feeling a bit more lazy, in case if formulas are a bit scary, which they are sometimes for beginners, you can always click on actions. You can always just type in ChatGPT and use the OpenAI enrichment over here where it says generate text. And you can say something like say ICP, but you will basically be copying and pasting this exact prompt over here to determine if the company fits your ideal client profile or not. And you could do a similar thing with people data as well to qualify people for your services, but that's basically that.
Okay guys, next up we're now going to be talking about connecting your CRM directly to Clay. It is pretty straightforward. All we need to do is just navigate into our Clay menu, click on new, click on folder, click on workbook, and then on the back of that over here on the left hand side you should be able to see the import from CRM option. So here you can select your CRM of choice. At the time of me recording this video, Clay has native integrations with Attio, Dynamics 365, HubSpot, and Salesforce. So in my case, I personally use Attio, and I recommend it to anyone that's looking for a CRM. For that, we just choose which objects to import from our CRM. In my case, I'm going to import all of the people, and you can select a specific view if you have a specific view. In my case, I'm just going to select recent. And let's imagine that I want to just import just 100 people from my CRM of choice. I can then click on save, and by default, it will pass through all of the records. So if I click on one of those records at random, I can see the full name of the person. I can see their company name. I can see their email address over here, my first interaction, my last interaction, my connection strength. That's one thing that I absolutely love about Attio. It tells me which prospects I'm really close to, who I can ask for introductions, which prospects I probably should not even consider cold emailing ever again. So in this case, this is basically in a nutshell how you would import any contacts, any deals, any people from your CRM. And then after you do any funky enrichments inside of Clay, you can then type in your CRM of choice here again. So if it's Attio, you can then either create a record, you can update a record, you can import it, you can look up records as well. So it's pretty straightforward. And more than that, on top of that, let's say if you're using HubSpot, for instance, you can create an association, you can find who the owner of a deal is, you can even enroll a contact directly in a sequence, and basically you can establish a two-way connection between the two, right? So for example, if we imported it from Attio, let's imagine that we want to update the record after the enrichments. We can just click into that, select the option between appending and overwriting, and again, all of this I will cover in a lot more depth in a separate revenue operations and CRM course on my YouTube channel. So if you want to see that going live soon, please make sure to like this video, subscribe to the channel, and comment something nice down below, or just comment down below that you want to see a revenue operations video, and I'll make sure to release it sooner rather than later, because right now I have quite a big pipeline in terms of some of the creative ideas of new videos that I'll be filming very soon. I know we're not going exactly in depth here on the CRM functionality, but you should be able to import any data from your CRM of choice already, and you should know that all you need to do is basically type in the tools, select your CRM over here, So for instance, Attio, and then you could just click into the action and it's going to be pretty self-explanatory, and you can always click on learn more to learn more about that specific enrichment. Okay guys, in chapter 22, I'm going to now talk to you about the most revolutionary marketing related feature that Clay.com has just released and updated as of July 2026. Of course, for the purpose of this one, we'll be talking about ads retargeting.
Now, in order for us to connect your ad platform account directly to Clay.com, all you need to do to start with is get a free Clay.com account. You can do that using the top link in the description underneath the video, so go check it out, and that link will give you 3,000 free Clay credits when you sign up for a paid plan. And more than that, it will give you a 2-week free trial to try out Clay risk-free. As soon as you're inside of Clay.com, in order for us to connect your ads platform directly with Clay, all you need to do is navigate on the left side of the panel over to ads. As soon as you click into that, in the top right hand corner, you can click on new ad sync, and over here you should select the option which says table. So a table is something that's equivalent of a tab inside of a spreadsheet. If we click on X over here where it says add source on the left hand side, we can then see the 4 different destinations. So if I click on LinkedIn, it will give me the option to add my account by just signing into my LinkedIn account here. And that way, as soon as I sign into LinkedIn, automatically I'll be able to synchronize my LinkedIn ads account together with the account inside of Clay over here. The same way for Meta, if I click on Meta here and I click on add accounts, it will ask me to sign into my Meta accounts, and that way I can synchronize my Meta ads account directly with Clay.com. Needless to say, the rest of it is quite intuitive as well. Of course, the same for Google Ads. If you just click on add account and sign in, you'll be asked to sign in using your ads account credentials, and that will be prerequisite number 2. So let's just quickly recap. First of all, we already got a Clay account. Secondly, we have now connected it to our ad platform of choice, be it Meta, LinkedIn, or Google. And this brings us really nicely to prerequisite number 3. For this, all you would need to do is navigate to the left-hand side of the panel over to ads, click on new ad sync in the top right-hand corner, and then over here, you can just click into table, for example, and here you can just type in your CRM of choice. So for example, in my case, my CRM is Attio. So I'm going to type in Attio and it will say import records from Attio. So I can just click into that, and over here it will give me the option to add an account. So as I showed before, all I need to do here is just sign into my Attio account, give Clay permission to perform these actions. So to basically read the contacts, update them, pull all the companies, all the deals, all the contacts directly from my CRM, and then I can just click on confirm. And that way automatically I will then get connected to Attio and establish that 2-way synchronization between my CRM and Clay. Alternatively, if you use HubSpot or Salesforce or any other mainstream CRM that has a native Clay integration, all you need to do is just basically type it in. So for example, if I type in HubSpot, same again, it will ask me to add my account by signing into my HubSpot here, as you can see. The same thing for Salesforce again. If I just type in Salesforce, it will give you the option of where you want to import your leads from by just clicking here and then clicking on add accounts after that, and then signing into your Salesforce sandbox or the normal Salesforce account. If you are unsure if your CRM of choice has a native integration with Clay, all you need to do is head over to clay.com/integrations, which you can see written beautifully on the screen right now. And over here, you can just search for your CRM of choice. So for example, let's imagine that you use Loxo, which is an applicant tracking system, just basically a fancy CRM for recruiters, in which case we can just type it in and we can see over here that Clay has a native integration with Loxo. Okay guys, congrats! By the end of chapter 1 of this video, you should have already set up your Clay account by using hopefully the top link in the description down below to redeem your 2-week free trial of Clay. You should have connected Clay to your ad platform, and you should have preferably also connected Clay to your CRM of choice so that you can pull all the contacts, all the deals, all the companies directly from your CRM. Naturally, by now, guys, if I'm totally honest with you, you should be understanding the end-to-end flow of what we're trying to achieve here. We typically would start with some sort of data input. This can be in the form of people or companies. Typically, as I mentioned already, they would come from a CRM of choice that we discussed, like HubSpot, Attio, or Salesforce. Alternatively, I'll show you how you can
just import some CSV files or even specific Google Sheets that can update in real time inside of Clay as soon as rows are updated inside of a specific Google Sheet. As soon as all of this data is inside of clay.com, I'll show you how you can go about qualifying all the companies and contacts and how to enrich all of the rows so you get maximum match rates for your ad platforms. And after that, it will literally take just one single click in order to push all of that data into your ad platforms. Okay guys, it's now time to start with chapter 2, which is all about building the target audience. And for this, realistically speaking, we have 3 options to choose from. Now, the first option is if you don't currently have a CRM that you can connect to Clay, we can test out this entire Clay and ads integration just by using a Google Sheet. So the way that that works, all you need to do is just create a Google Sheet completely from scratch. If you want the exact dummy mock-up Google Sheets that I'm using on my screen right now, I'll make sure to leave a link to this alongside all of the other links in the description down below so that you can go and flirt with this ads functionality in your own time. And all it will take for you is just to make a copy of this spreadsheet, head into your Clay account, click on ads on the left side of the panel, and click on new ad sync table. And where it says ad source, you should be able to type in Google Sheet, and it will give you the option to connect your Google Sheets account. All we would need to do in order to connect Google Sheets to Clay is just click on add account. It will ask us for the scope, then click on sign in with Google. We'll sign into the account, click on allow over here, and just give it a quick name. So I'll just call this Tim2 for the sake of it. And you can also make it accessible to anyone in your workspace or to a specific colleague of yours with who you share this Clay account with. At this point, you can just click on save and click on continue. It will then ask you for the Google spreadsheet URL. So here you can just click on select a spreadsheet and select this ads sample spreadsheet. And then you can just click on select over here and select the exact sheet. So I'm going to select Clay 1 and Clay 2. And in case if you're following along and you want to do the exact same thing as what I'm showing right now, then over here where it says fields to duplicate by, you can select the ID. And after that, you can just click on submit. And you should be able to see that in real time. If we just click out over here, and if we click out over here on the left-hand side, we should see that all 500 records from the Google Sheet over here are now automatically inside of clay.com. So if we click in any of those records, we can see the company name, their account, and so on. So now I'm going to add those as visible columns inside of the Clay table. So for example, we can say name, tier, type, domain. We probably also want to have the company LinkedIn URL as well. And we want to see their country as well as the engagement score maybe. So we can just create those new columns. And all we need to do is just select the column and click on add column. That creates a new column within the Clay table. And that way it should be visible for us inside of the Clay table. So all it takes for you is to click on Google Sheets on the left hand side and click on edit source over here, and then you can select to run it on a schedule. So for example, daily, weekly, hourly, quarterly. So that can be updated every single time when you add new leads to a specific spreadsheet, and they can automatically go through the end-to-end process inside of Clay. And of course, they can be pushed into the ad platforms with no scrappy CSVs in the process, all in return for you subscribing to this YouTube channel, of course. Just kidding, but on a side note, as I hope you remember, since I said it twice already, if you do want to sign up for a Clay account, no better place to do that than by clicking on the top link in the description underneath the video, because it gives you over 2,000 free Clay credits. You heard that right, it's your lucky day, so go use that link if you have not yet gotten yourself a Clay account. Now, as a quick reminder, in chapter 2 of this lovely video so far, we've covered how to import companies or contacts from Google Sheets. We've covered how to pull all the contacts, deals, and companies directly from your CRM, if that's something that you want to do. And the third option, which we're trying to remove from the equation altogether, and there will always be some marketing colleague of yours that has to do that manually anyways. For this, I want to show you how you can import CSVs into a Clay table. So for that, in this case, for example, I'm just going to download all the data from my spreadsheet, click and download the CSV, and you should be able to see that the CSV data from the spreadsheet has been downloaded over here. And now I'm going to drag it into the CSV part over here.
And then we can add it into the current table by clicking on continue, selecting all the columns, making sure they're all mapped beautifully, and then clicking on save and don't run. Because otherwise you may spend a lot of Clay credits in the process, which instead you can invest into learning all of the fancy GTM tools like OpenClaw, Claude Code, N8N, Clay, and many others inside of my Unlock GTM Engineering community. Again, the link will be on the screen right now. Honestly, I just couldn't resist the shameless plug. Anyways, and then we can just click out and we can see the exact same data imported via CSV. So by the end of chapter 2, I expect you to have learned every single way to import your ads data into clay.com, be it using a spreadsheet, a scrappy CSV file, or by importing it directly from your CRM. On a side note, guys, if you're enjoying this video right now and you are looking to upskill when it comes to a lot of these AI and automation tools, specifically for go-to-market, be it sales related or marketing related, by all means, do check out one of the links in the description down below, which will link my Unlock GTM Engineering community. I'm not going to talk about it too much, just go ahead in the description down below and check it out for yourself. Okay guys, welcome to chapter 3, where we finally get to play around with the top 3 use cases for the Clay and ads integration. And for the purpose of this one, I'll be showing you the exact Google Sheets that I'm giving away as one of the links in the description down below, so you can go and download and play around with it for yourself, as I mentioned earlier. So all we're going to do again is just download it, import it by going into ads inside of our Clay account, clicking on new ad sync and clicking on table over here, and then just dropping the CSV file completely from scratch, in this case over here. And then just quickly click on continue, selecting all of these different column headers, adding them to a table and clicking on save and don't run. You can see that we can type in the audience name and we can select the destination ad platform where we want to send all of these contacts. For the time being, I'm going to click out over here to explain use case number 1, which you can see by navigating in ads and clicking over here where it says exclude customers and active opportunities. Jumping into the first use case, this will ensure that every single time that we consider enriching, qualifying, or adding any leads to an ad campaign, before we do all of that, we want to make sure that we look up that lead to double check that they're not a competitor, they're not inside of our CRM. And essentially all we're doing here is applying an exclusion and do not contact list to prevent any bad leads from entering the ad campaigns. For example, we don't want to be reaching out to our existing clients with random pop-up meta ads. And the best part of what I'm about to show you is the fact that it's fully evergreen. As soon as we have imported a list of contacts here, we can trigger it to run on a recurring basis if this is connected to a CRM or a Google Sheet. Let's imagine for a second that we want to set up a campaign for a specific account stage, for instance. So for example, here we can see that there are prospects, there are churned customers, there are some opportunities as well. Let's imagine that we want to create separate campaigns for all of these different types of target accounts. In this case, we don't need to have 4 or 5 scrappy CSV files. Instead, we just click on this column over here, just click on text and change the text to the select formatting option. So within just a couple of seconds, you can see that it basically changes the formatting over here for us. So you can see it looks way more beautiful. And if we click into the column header all over again, we can click into split into views. So over here, we can give it a quick name. So I'm just going to say account stage and then create 4 separate views instantly. What this means is that instead of just having one universal default view for all of the contacts and companies, we can just click over here and now we have different type of account views. So for example, if we want to have one campaign running on LinkedIn for churned accounts, we can do that and we just configure it step by step here. If we want to have a separate campaign running for existing customers for account expansions, we can do that here as well. And rather than us having to import and export plenty of CSVs and manage multiple different tabs, it's all inside of one table and you have different designated views. And it's as simple as that. So let's imagine for a second I navigate from the default view over into account stages to see that we're currently speaking to that account and someone from their team is a current prospect of ours. In that case, I can also use the filters over here to add another filter.
in which case, let's say the tier can contain tier 1 or tier 2. And that way, we're now only focusing on our top tier accounts, rather than wasting our ad spend on tier 3, tier 4, and tier 5 accounts, which are probably not the best fit for our product or services. Needless to say, if you want to tweak the targeting a tiny bit more, again, you just use the filters. For example, if I want to make sure that they have a low or medium engagement score, we can also just click on the filter over here and click on add filter, filter for the engagement score to contain any low or medium. And that way we can justify that ad spend a bit more for this specific set of accounts. And this way we already shortened our list from 500 different accounts down to 58, which of course will improve our match rates drastically when it comes to actually sourcing and enriching those contacts. So that's just use case number 1. You just basically make sure that we're not enriching and qualifying and trying to add the wrong contacts and accounts into the ad campaigns. And that should be the first hygienic thing that you do inside of Clay as you enter your Clay table before running any sort of enrichment or qualifications for your ad lead list. Okay, guys, by now you should have a list of accounts, aka companies or contacts, inside of your Clay table. And it should look something like this, with different views in the top left hand corner that you can filter through. So for example, in your list, you may have a view where it says account status prospect, meaning that these companies are actively evaluating your product or services. In this case, the first thing that we need to do, if we don't have the contacts and if we just have the companies on the list, is clicking on tools in the top right hand corner, and we can type in find people. This will give you a lot of different options for how you can find people inside of Clay, because as you should know by now, Clay enables you to connect over 100 different data providers inside of their tool. So for the purpose of this video, I'll be using find people at a company from Prospeo, because I absolutely love Prospeo's find people enrichment. So I'm going to click on it over here. All we need to do is just give it a quick domain. So this is the website URL where we're trying to find the employees. And then we can select the job titles that we're looking at within this set list of accounts. So for example, let's imagine for a second that it's head of sales, VP of sales. We can just type in those over here. And trust me, you should absolutely spend some time excluding some job titles as well. So we can say that we don't want to find sales interns, for instance. After that, we can click on continue and add fields, and we can just run the first 10 rows by clicking on save and run 10 rows. In the meantime, I'm going to click into the column, rename it because I'm super OCD with this. I'm going to put it into capitals like an absolute psycho. So I'll call it step 1, find people. And then after we found the people that are working at these companies, we then need to create a new table for this. So we can probably create a new table, click on blank table here, and you can see I've just created a blank table on my side completely from scratch. And then all I need to do is head back into table 1, just click on where it says found one person, click on take action on the list on the right of it, write each item to a new row in another table, select the new table, and transfer all of the data across to this new table just for the first 10 rows. So I'm going to click on save and run 10 rows. You should be able to see that this data automatically now gets sent into table number 2. And here we have it. We have a list of contacts that fit specific job titles working at these target accounts that we pulled from our CRM in the first place. So if I click into any of those, I should be able to see their locations, the country, first name, last name, their LinkedIn profile, as well as a lot of other details. So in the meantime, I'll just continue by mapping them. So we're going to click on add column for the LinkedIn URL, for the full name, for the headline from that LinkedIn, because that could be quite useful, as well as their job title. And of course, I very much recommend to really quickly rename the tables. So in this case, table 1 will be companies for ad targeting. Table 2 will be contacts for ad targeting. Worth noting, if you're missing any data points whatsoever, whether that's LinkedIn profile, their personal email address, their work email address, or anything like that, you can enrich the data points directly inside of your Clay table. So for example, for this list of contacts over here, if we're running a LinkedIn ads campaign, of course, it's super useful to have their LinkedIn URL. So we can just add it as one of the variables for LinkedIn ad targeting. And then more than that, if we just type in ID over here, we can see the LinkedIn ID, which is the number over here. So we can just type in LinkedIn ID and create a new column with that. And that's just all based on the Prospeo data that we got for finding people in the previous step, of course. Worth noting, if you want to improve your match rates on LinkedIn ads, you obviously need to have the LinkedIn IDs and LinkedIn profiles, which we already have. If you're running meta ads, ads, you would typically need to find the personal email of the prospects. So in this case, if I want to run meta ads on this specific list of prospects, I would need to click on tools in the top right hand corner and type in personal email. And you can see over here, it gives you the option to use Clay's inbuilt personal email waterfall. So if we click into this first option, it will give you the native integration with data providers that are the best in the market for finding personal emails. So you can see a lot of them over here. And all that you need to do now is just basically click on save and run 10 rows. You can see that that can set us back about 60 credits for these 10 rows alone. And then if I click on the expand over here, I can see in real time the waterfall in action. And that's what Clay became renowned for about 2 years ago, for their ability to basically create these waterfalls whereby we're using a lot of cool providers in order to find both personal emails, work emails, and mobile numbers as well. You can see over here that we found 3 out of 10 personal emails, and obviously personal emails will drastically improve our meta match rates. And if for whatever reason I was to change my mind, and if I wanted to add this list of contacts into LinkedIn ads instead, my match rates will improve drastically if I also provide the work emails of the individuals. So in this case again, if I click on tools and if I type in work email, it will give me a different waterfall that finds the professional working email of those individuals. So if I scroll down to work email, where it has this @ sign on the left of it, if I click into it, you can see by default it finds the full name and the domain from the Clay table straight away, and all I have to do is click on save and run 10 rows. You can see they will only cost me a few credits per row, and again, here we are. This time we're running the work email waterfall, which you can see in real time for yourself on the screen right now. And you can see overall we found 10% of the emails, be it personal or work emails, directly inside of Clay without having to handle a bunch of messy, scrappy CSVs in the process. Now guys, let's take a quick step back for a second. We have already imported the data. We have now found the people. We enrich the people with the relevant data fields, such as their LinkedIn profiles, the work emails, and the personal emails. And it's about time that we put them into our ad campaigns of choice inside of our ad accounts. So regardless whether you're doing this inside of LinkedIn ads, Meta ads, Google ads, or any other ad platform, all you need to do is go back to your initial table on the left hand side, select the destination. So in this case, if it's LinkedIn, you just click on add account, sign into your account, and then you can just tick the box over there in order to add leads to your desired LinkedIn ads campaign. So just one final thing that you need to do in order to push all those leads into your designated campaign inside of Meta, LinkedIn, or Google ads is pretty straightforward. You just select the relevant destination account on the left hand side of the tab, click into the account, select the campaign, and add the lead into that campaign. It's literally as simple as that. Okay guys, in chapter 24 we're now going to be talking about cold email copywriting and how you can personalize cold emails at scale using just 2 GPTs inside of clay.com. So as always, grab some popcorn or whatever is appropriate for the occasion and let's crack on with it. Today's topic is probably the most important thing when it comes to cold outreach, and that's how do you actually personalize at scale without breaking the bank on a bunch of fancy AI copywriting tools in the process, as much as I love all of these AI copywriting tools. So anyways, without jumping into it too much, let's first of all just talk about the problem and what I'm actually here to solve today. So I'm sure all of you tried generating an entire cold email using something like ChatGPT or Claude. I'm sure you tried also the basic personalizations using just like first name, company name. Probably didn't do too well with that kind of like, basic generic cold outreach. And I'm sure you know that we can do mass personalization inside of Clay, but it does take a long time and it does cost way too much money. And I'm sure that's somewhat relatable to you. And for whatever random reason, I decided to just put on the right side here, just a photo of me with a random Clay logo on the right-hand side in the photo as well. So managed to sneak that in. So now that we covered that, I just want to make sure that I'm getting my message across correctly here. I tested all the AI copywriting tools on the market
I actually created a tutorial for how to use all of these tools individually. So I'm sure if you haven't heard of any of them, I do recommend that you try those out separately as well. So one of the tools is called Autobound. It integrates with SmartLead, I think. It integrates with Clay. Same with Octave. Same with Twain as well. And I'll be sharing later on a resource about how to use all of these AI copywriting tools. But as far as the conversation today goes, I'm just going to focus on the cheaper way to get away with the same level of copywriting. So just to set the picture here, just for you to understand the copywriting in numbers, if let's say a lot of you here attending today, you come from agency backgrounds, you know that if you're sending 10,000 emails a month or emails at 10,000 people per month, on average with one of these copywriting tools that I just showed you, it will cost you 8 cents per person, which in my opinion is super, super expensive. Right? So I'm sure none of us can really afford it at scale because that would be $800 to just email 10,000 people. So it's literally like 10x your SmartLead subscription in a lot of cases, right? So this is not for me to have a go at AI copywriting tools. That's the disclaimer. They're great for smaller sniper kind of campaigns where you need to be more personalized and you need those AI copywriting tools in place. But in my opinion, for agencies, what I'm about to share today is going to be, first of all, far cheaper. Secondly, equally as effective across the board. So yeah, I thought, the numbers at the top are a bit depressing when you're spending 8 cents per contact. In the meantime, I want to keep this an engaging session. Just curious, has anyone got any questions up to this point at all? Sanjana, do you mind just reading anything out if there are any relevant questions in the chat?
Yes. I think we just have one of them. Can you just go through the previous slide? And someone wants to, I think Adrian wants to know the name of the tools again.
Of course. Yeah. So what I will be doing in the meantime, and I promise you to not spoil the rest of the webinar in terms of, the giveaways that will be coming up later on. There are 3 main integrations inside of Clay. And I know all 3 of these tools also integrate with SmartLead. And basically all 3 of these tools are AI copywriting tools. So first of all, we have Twain.ai, which is this tool over here. For whatever reason, I'm already signed into my account, unfortunately. So not going to screen share there because I think you could probably see some client information there. The second tool you can see on this slide as well is called Autobound. And the third tool is called Octave. For whoever asked the question as well in the meantime, I can drop in the link into the chat. Let me just figure out where the chat is because I've got so many tabs open. So just 1 second. There we are. So I'll probably share it towards the end of the call, but essentially those are the 3 links. I'm just dropping into the chat now. Link to all 3 AI copywriting tools and how to use them. So you should see a link right now popping up inside of the messages. And basically over here, you have every method to personalize emails. There is also a video attached. And where possible, I asked for a special discount, be it like 10% off, 20% off, and so on. And I tested out all of these tools against the method that I'm about to show to you in a couple of minutes from now. So Sanjana, just curious, are there any other questions? Because I know the SmartLead community is so curious, all this stuff, right? So any other questions worth answering?
No, all good. We can go ahead.
Awesome. Really good. So moving on, let's just skip this slide. I'll just get started with other stuff. So here we are. Essentially, the solution I'm about to show you contains 3 main parts. The first part is a custom GPT. So I'm sure some of you heard of custom GPTs before. It's basically when you train a specific GPT on a specific topic. And I'll give you one which we trained for about 3 months to be able to generate the prompt for personalized emails for us. Now, just to give you a quick example here, let's say we're trying to send the email that you can see on the screen right now. Can we all agree, can every single person on the call today agree that the only thing that's holding all of us back from generating this email and sending it at scale for each individual lead, the only thing that's preventing us from sending it is the curly brackets? Can everyone agree with that? I'm sure that's like universally accepted. The only thing that's stopping us here is just knowing the first name, the amount of time since the person joined the company, the last company where the person worked, and every other curly bracket, right? So what I'm going to show you throughout today's session is, let's say this is just a quick example over here of a clay table that I've prepared this morning. Let's say you have a random list of people in front of you over here. We're going to be able to generate a personalized email in 2 steps inside of Clay. So the first thing that we will be doing is we will be generating one master prompt, which will research every single personalization, right? So we just talked about, the past company name, the type of companies, the number of months since the person joined the role, the standout product from the websites, like every single one of the things that's a curly bracket over here inside of this email, we can generate all in one prompt using Clayagent. So, and you can see the really, really long prompt over here, right? I know a couple of you may be confused. That's why I'm going to try to slow down a tiny bit and, contain my excitement for the time being. But essentially at the bottom over here, you can see we just basically generated all of these curly brackets. And then the second prompt over here, we generate this email completely fully personalized. And you can see this is a second prompt over here. So what I will be revealing to you today is how, as long as you have a personalized email, similar to the one that I'm showing you right in front of you right now, as long as you can share an email like this, we can personalize it across every single lead inside of the table in 2 steps. And better than that, let me just accentuate and stress this a bit more. When I click on the response here, let's have a look at the price. 0.0021. That's like a tenth of a cent, right? That's like 30 times cheaper than all of these AI copywriting tools that I just shared with you just earlier before this. And then obviously the email writing part, also really cheap. It's like a tenth of a cent as well, or like a fifth of a cent. So let me just pick up some of the messages in the chat, because I know there may be a bit of a drop off at this point in terms of, the understanding of this. Sanjana, can you just confirm that there is anyone that's got any questions up to this point? Because I will show in a second how we can go about actually going from start to finish, from step 1 to step 2, completely with like a blank clay table, completely from scratch. So any questions, Sanjana, worth reading out?
I think we just have one question. Does this remove the need for spin tags?
So hypothetically speaking, yes, because if we think about Claude Sonnet over here, which is what we're using over here, you would see that every single time it generates a different type of email. I have a Spintax GPT as well for Smart Lead, which we could talk about later on as well, and I can just improvise and show you that as well. But I would say yes, we can 100% do it. So I'll show you in a second how we can pull this off. So we could integrate Spintax into this step as well. So it will be in step 2 when we generate the email, every email will be automatically Spintaxed.
I think all good, Tim. We can go ahead.
Fantastic. Right, guys. Okay, I appreciate your patience with this, because now you're in for an absolute treat. So let me just make sure that I've covered everything that I wanted to. So we talked about the fact that you can replace, obviously, Clayagent and Claude Sonnet with your own API keys. So you're spending 0 Clay credits in the process. I understand for most of you, this will be like a super, common sense kind of thing. But worth noting over here, when you select your Clayagent, always select 4.0 mini, because it's the cheapest model and you can always access it using your API key. And hence you're spending, a tenth of the price of a Clay credit. So yeah, you're welcome, because we just saved you a couple of dollars there, hopefully, right? Moving on. Right, I know you don't have any questions, so let's go from start to finish, and I'll show you how we can pull this off completely from start to finish, right? So first of all, we need to think of a personalized email. Because I'm not particularly creative, I'm just going to use this example, which you can see in front of me over here, and I'm just going to show you from a clean Clay table. So this table over here, I'm sure you can see for yourself. All we have is just the lead information, right? And we have the GPT link on the left-hand side over here. So I'm going to open the GPT. Sanjana, can you confirm that you can see my screen slowly loading the GPT?
Yeah.
Well, you should be able to see it now, right?
Yeah, all good.
Here we are. So couldn't really think of a better name for the GPT, guys. Apologies, not too creative. Maybe, by the way, if you're interested in that, just drop some creative ideas for how I should call this GPT. For the time being, it's just going to be Tim's secret GPT. The way it works is as follows. You input a personalized email and we will help you generate it. And of course, I had to put a shameless plug to my course here. You have to pardon that. Like, let's just skip that and pretend you didn't see it, right? So let's say we go back to the slide over here. The first step that we have over here is to write a personalized email and to paste this personalized email into the secret GPT. I'm sure all of you have copied and pasted before, so it's as simple as just copying and pasting the email. You don't need to give it any context. Just click on enter. Within just a few seconds, you would see right in front of you, it will give you some nice compliments because I asked it to compliment you a bit, right? And it will give you an instructional video to remind you of how to use this GPT in case if you need to be walked through this in a bit of a slower manner as well. After that, it will tell you, to make your life easier, here is the Clagen prompt to find all the necessary research about the person and the company before reaching out. So here is your magic prompt, right? It's all over here, right in front of you. And all we need to do is just click on copy code. And guess what we're going to do next? We're now going to go and follow step 3 of the process. Well, I'll just show it to you briefly over here. We'll click on actions. We'll type in Clagent inside of Clay. We'll select AI Web Researcher. And then we can copy and paste it directly over here. And we can read the prompt together. I want you to go and find out the following information about the person and their company using data from LinkedIn, company website, and Google. And it basically just asks for all of these outputs in the form of curly brackets. And for that, the only thing you need to give it is the inputs. And then you just basically give it the LinkedIn profile URL, which will be whatever the LinkedIn profile of the person is. It will be full name of the person, which will be the full name. And most likely most of the time will need the company domain as well. So you just map all of those out. And as I mentioned earlier, let's not lose money on this. Let's switch to 4.0 mini. And hopefully this will work, because if not, it will work 100%. So let's give it a second. In the meantime, I'm just going to monitor the chat as well to make sure that, there are no further questions on that side. Sanjana, do you mind helping me out on the chat side of things? I'm sure there are people, buzzing about this already. So yeah.
Yeah. All right. So does the GPT work in different languages?
I would say for prompting, look, I have not tried, I'll be honest. But if you tell me, because right now we have a lot of members across, I know we have some people prompting in Spanish and stuff, I assume we will do the same job. Because once again, ChatGPT is universal. In the meantime, I'm just going to rename this column. So step 1, research the person. You should be able to see when I click on the output, over here, it gives me everything that it could find. So it finds the first name, the number of months in the role, the past company name, the colleague name, the city, the type of the company. So in this case, it talks about the company being a brand and cultural transformation agency, the name of the CEO of the company, and the standout products from the website, which in this case is New Macho, right? That's like the name of the actual product. If we go at look at another lead, it's the same thing. It finds the standout product to be the MBO2 cable slitting tool, right? Like you can tell that Clagen knows what job to be done or has to be done there. So this is part 1. And by the way, guys, if you stay till the end, I'll be giving you access to this GPT, because right now it's not listed on the GPT store. So you would not be able to search it up. At the very least, I don't intend you to be able to search it up. So this is where the fun starts, right? This is just step 1, remember, contain your excitement for the time being, because next part is going to be even more mind-blowing. So essentially, we generated the prompt, we researched everything about the prospect. So let's get things straight. You can generate every single bit of research. However, you still need to write that email using another prompt, right? Because Clagen can't do all of that magic for you straight away. The way we'll go about that is if you scroll down over here, it will also ask you to subscribe to my YouTube channel, because I'm super desperate for subscribers. But in the meantime, over here, it will say, in the meantime, want me to share the Claude email prompt too? Just tell me yes when you're ready and I'll send it over. So all I'm going to do is copy and paste yes and reply to this message. Well, reply to the chat over here. And then over here, it will say, okay, here is the next step. And here is your next prompt. Another easy copy and paste win for you. So let's just check it out in a second. To be honest, you can also reverse engineer this GPT fairly fast as well. So although you would most likely be relying on this GPT in the short term, you can create it for yourself. So in the meantime, let's just have a look over here. It generates this entire prompt. I'm not going to read through it because I don't think it's important for you to understand it line by line per se. But all we're going to basically do here is just copy and paste the entire prompt, which otherwise would have taken you probably like 2 years to generate it manually yourself if you were to type it from scratch. And then over here, if you go back into the clay table, whoops, which clay table is it? It's this one, right? Over here, we're going to click on actions. I'm going to click on use AI. And by the way, I'm not sure if you knew this, but if you put this star sign next to any enrichments that you use frequently, you can basically just have that quick dial, quick access right here. And then we're going to copy and paste the entire prompt once again, so you can see it's quite an extensive prompt. Let me just make sure that I've copied and pasted it fully though, because it doesn't look like I've copied and pasted the whole thing. Oh, because it starts with, okay, that should be fine. Over here. Gosh, Grammarly is getting involved. You can see the Grammarly Chrome extension playing up, but oh well. Wouldn't be realistic without this. And there we are. So the only thing you need to fill in is the variables at the bottom. That's why I left that section for you that way. So all you need to do is just put first name equals number of months ago equals past company name equals colleague name equals and so on. Like I'm not going to continue repeating the word equals there, but I'm sure you get the idea by now. So let me just show you the mechanics of this because I want to show you like what it looks like in reality, because of course I could show you the finished product. So here we're just mapping the first name, number of months ago equals, where is the months? In the meantime, Sanjana, I think it's another great opportunity to wait for some questions because I know this part is not particularly exciting. It's just basically looking through, it's just basically looking through all the, it's just me mapping all the variables. But I'm just going to...
I think we are all sorted with the questions, but I think Brett has a question that is it possible to see this in an email sequence of 3, basically intro, follow-up, and then last call?
You could, so for the, you could do that. What I would need to do is I would just need to tweak the actual back end of the custom GPT. So I could definitely, for anyone that has any questions about this, just literally message me on any one of many platforms where you can get in touch with me, and I'll make sure because for instance, I speak some other languages as well, so I can make sure that the GPT, first of all, works in other languages. Secondly, that you can spin tags, and then thirdly, that you can create a multi-step sequence. Right now, we're generating it to test mainly email 1, and I've done a video separately before where it shows how you can generate like 1 email, but 3 email sequences. It should be just a tweak of a prompt. So I could do that probably like by end of today or by end of tomorrow. So just let me know how important it is, and yeah, I'll make it happen. So here I'll just say, make sure each line of the email flows nicely, and round up the time in row into years rather than months if the person has been in the role for over 8 months. Right? So the reason I'm saying this is because I don't want the email that you're reading out now to be like, hey, I noticed you've been in the role for 39 months, right? Because that'll be way too robotic. So let's just see. I'm going to switch this model. So remember that this is going to be copywriting. So we're going to create and modify content, and we're going to switch the model to Sonnet 3.7. So it will be Claude 3.7 Sonnet here. And I'm going to save and run 10 rows. Worth noting that we may need to tweak this prompt a tiny bit manually based on what it's getting wrong right now. So it's not going to be 100% there most of the time, but it'll be close enough. So let's have a look what we're up against here. So I noticed you joined just 2 months ago from Screenshot Media, and I was curious, have you and Ali Smith already found an office in London to work from? Asking as I run Teamwork. By the way, I don't run Teamwork. It's just like it's a total, it's just an email template where we help similar brand and cultural transformation agencies to access affordable co-workings without paying a monthly recurring fee. P.S. Bet Boris Iveson would love the idea of doing some face-to-face work, especially as you work on growing new Macho. The only thing I would say that's wrong with this email right now is the excessive pressing of caps lock when someone typed in screenshot and new macho, it just sounds a bit too OC, like a bit too much, right? Like a bit too passive aggressive to see like so many, capital letters here. But I think aside from that, it looks pretty good. Let's have a look here. Hi, Nikki. I noticed you joined just 6 months ago from Cloud Seller Pro. This is good. The city change is fine. So that changed from London to Manchester. Bet your director. And then lead generation services for property clients. Okay, I think overall it's done a good job. But I must admit with you guys, because I don't want you to try this at home and then realize like, oh, hey, I need to tweak the prompt a bit. There will be sometimes cases like this one here where it says, hey, I saw you joined 16 months ago, in which case you need to reprompt it a bit and say, if it's over a year, round it up in months, and then you wouldn't have this issue. Now, just to show you the cost of running this, because obviously I need to live up to the hype of the webinar, which claims that you wouldn't be broke by the end of, you copying and pasting this into your business. The total cost of AI provider for the first enrichment, you can see on the screen over here now. Then the cost of the second enrichment, you can see on the screen right now. And I'm going to just quickly use formula to basically combine the two. So I'm going to use formula and say, add and total AI cost to provider and total AI cost to provider. No pressure. This is the real like make or break moment here. I'm surprised, why is it saying output's correct? Let's just see. I think it just rounds it up to the nearest zero or something. Let me just put this into Google because I want to prove to you guys that this is really, really cheap. Let's just do this.
Till then, Tim, someone has asked if this is possible outside of Clay, maybe Apollo.
Sure. So to start with, let me just show off this numbers that you can see in front of you. So ultimately, at this sample of data that I've just showed you, to generate one email per contact, it will cost you this. In total, it may cost you just 0.02 more in total for generating it in a 3 email sequence, I believe, but still it's super affordable. I would say it may be possible to generate it if you just import it into Claude like a big CSV file with all the leads and get Claude to research each one. I know there are some alternatives to Clay as well, like Persona, where it will be possible. Inside of something like Apollo, to be honest, I have not thought about it, but the prompt can be probably slightly tweaked to adapt it to a platform. But to be totally honest with me, like for the time being, I can't think of how it will be possible for something like Apollo. Like physically, it's definitely possible. It's just a matter of, do you have like 5-10 hours to figure it out, which is, another kind of question. Awesome. In the meantime, that's basically that. The entire 5-step process, I'll walk you through it once again, just like briefly. You write a personalized email, you paste it into the GPT. The GPT gives you one prompt that will research the lead. It then gives you another prompt to basically personalize the entire email. Before you know it, you arrive at a point where you may need to prompt this a tiny bit more, and then you just send it out for cold outreach via Smart Lead. And for those of you that may not be familiar, of course, one thing that I would encourage you to do, which I know a couple of you watching right now would not still be doing up to this point, you could actually save it as a template. So now every time that you want to add leads to a campaign, all you need to do is just click on Browse Templates. And for example, I've got this template, which is called Tim is Cool, which I use as an example sometimes in these kind of videos. So over here, you just map the variables and then it just pushes it straight into a campaign, right? So this is just like a quick example here. And then there you are, apply template, and then you can just send it straight off because it's just filled it in for you. So that's that. Now, I understand that we were supposed to have 1 hour in total. That's mostly everything that I wanted to show on the custom GPTs and Clay side, because I knew you guys typically have a lot of questions. Just as a cost comparison, I was aiming to get the cost down to less than 2 cents. I know that now for the example that I showed you, the cost is less than 1 cent. So basically we're 8 times cheaper than every AI copywriting tool on the market, right? So yeah, hopefully that lives up to be even cheaper next time when, the cost of AI drops even more. Okay, guys, in chapter 25, it's about time that we now cover how you can go about saving clay credits. And specifically, these are my go-to tips for anyone that does not want to overspend on clay credits, because remember, every clay credit costs you 4 cents, 5 cents, 6 cents, or even more at the time of me recording this video, especially since Clay slightly tweaks their pricing recently. So let's jump straight into the clay credit saving tutorial.
The number one thing that absolutely every single clay user should not be spending clay credits on is the AI enrichment. So in other words, if you look on my screen right now, all of these models like Argon, Helium, 4.0 Mini with GPT, OpenAI, Claude, Anthropic, or any sort of other provider, you should not be spending any clay credits on these providers. So let's, for instance, take a look at the example of you spending clay credits on ChatGPT right now. If you're doing that, in order for you to stop spending any clay credits on that, all you need to do is just type in OpenAI API key into Google, and you should be able to see over here, it comes up with the OpenAI platform as the top link. So just click on that, sign up for an account if you have not signed up for it already, and you can then navigate over to the API keys section, click on create new secret key, just give it a quick name, click on create secret key, and you can then copy and paste that API key. If you go back into your Clay accounts, click on add account over here, copy and paste the API key at the bottom, and just give it a quick name. And then you can set that as your default, click on test account and save, and voila, what that enables you to do is next time that you want to run this specific enrichment, instead of you selecting the Clay managed OpenAI account option, you can always select the test option over here. And that way, you're not spending any clay credits on OpenAI. Of course, I can make tens of different tutorials showing you how you can do the exact same for all other LLMs of choice as well, but it will be the exact same process. Just Google Claude API in order for you to be able to get your own API key for Claude, for Gemini, or any of these other AI models as well. And worth noting, in order for you to pull this off inside of your OpenAI account, you would need to navigate in the top right corner to the settings section, make sure you go to billing, and then over here you can add your own balance. And I recommend for you to add a starting balance of around $50 or so it lasts you at least a month, maybe 2 months of prompting inside of Clay. Worth noting as well with this doesn't just give you the ability to use the create and modify content model, it also enables you to use Clayagent using the tool that we just connected if you select the 4.0 Mini OpenAI model as well. Moving on, let's talk about my tip number 2. And this one is also an absolute no-brainer. If you're spending any clay credits on email finding or email validation, and especially the email waterfall, then forget about it and just use this one tool, because it works out so much cheaper than you spending any clay credits. And in the process, it gives you access to over 20 different email finders, email validation providers, and it just basically ensures that you get the most coverage when it comes to email finding. The tool that I'm talking about here is Better Contact, and you can get all the discounts to all the tools that I'm talking about throughout today's video as the top link in the description down below. So all you would do is go into your Better Contact account, navigate to the API cockpit at the bottom here, click on Setup API in the top right hand corner, and then you just can copy to clipboard this API, which you can then just copy and paste into the Better Contact enrichment over here by just clicking on Add Account. You can copy and paste. Your username will be your email address with Better Contact, and your password will be the API key, and then you can just give it a quick name, and that way you should be able to see that it pops up with that being an option next time. And the best part is that Better Contact has a bunch of different enrichments inside of Clay. So first of all, they have the Find Work email enrichment. They also have great coverage on mobile numbers. So if you want to call your prospects, it's the best mobile finder on the planet as well. And spoiler alert, I'm not sure I'm even allowed to say this, they're working on a Find People waterfall enrichment, whereby very soon you should be able to use Better Contact in order to find people working at a specific company as well, using over 20 different data providers. So in my opinion, it's a no-brainer. Just use Better Contact instead of the email waterfall, because the email waterfall inside of Clay itself can cost you up to 20 cents, as I mentioned at the start of this video already. The next tip that we're going to be talking about will save you every single Clay credit on email validation. And more than that, that's without costing you a hefty monthly subscription fee. The tool that I'll be talking about for the purpose of this one is the Rion Email Verifier. This is one of my favorite lifetime deals that you can get on a platform called AppSumo. And if you're not familiar with the concept of lifetime deals, the idea behind this is that you can buy a software for a one-off fee and you get access to it for your entire lifetime. So if you scroll to the bottom over here, you should be able to see that it literally costs you $79. And here is what this specific email verifier includes. Over 100,000 email verifications. Can you imagine that? Over 100,000 email verifications for $79. And more than that, for the rest of your entire lifetime, and you can probably pass it down generations later down the line as well, of course, you can get 500 email verifier credits every single day on top of this 100,000 free credits that you get included for the $79 fee. So if that's not tempting, I don't know what is. All you basically need to do is just claim this offer on the AppSumo page. Worth noting, it's only available on the $349 Clay plan though, because it requires you to connect to Rion email verifier using the HTTP API. So for that, we're just going to select HTTP API, click into the configure part, click on browse templates. And over here, if you type in Rion, you should be able to see this Rion email verifier template. And all you would need to do is just feed it an email address and it will automatically be able to verify that email address for you. And the best part is, in the guide below, I'm also going to be giving away the exact setup tutorial for all of these tools that I'm going to be talking about. So if you're at all curious, just go check out that top link in the description down below underneath the video so you can get extended tutorials on how to use all of these individual tools that I'm going to talk about. Tip number 4. If you use Clay as much as I do, you can definitely resonate to the headache of not knowing which AI model you should be using, be it 4.0 Mini, Gemini 3, Claude Sonnet, or any sort of other model depending on the kind of task that you're feeding inside of the prompt. Assuming that you faced this headache before, tip number 4 will be an absolute game changer in not only enabling you to save Clay credits, but also in making sure that you select the right and most cost-effective AI model every single time. It's called Open Router, and specifically, as you can see over here, it basically enables you to connect one API that has access to every single AI model, and whenever you feed any prompt to Open Router, it can automatically select the most effective and the most cost-effective AI model and issue that prompt to be fed into the right AI model. If you want to pause the screen for a second and just have a look at how to set up this Open Router integration using the HTTP API, by all means, you can pause the screen right now and just have a look over here. All that requires is a post method with this endpoint and this body specifically, and your content type over here and your authorization with the API key being added after SK on my screen right now. However, if you want to do a more in-depth dive into how to connect Open Router, how to use it to your best ability, once again, I'll be linking it in the guide down below. Moving on, next up, we'll be talking about tip number 5. And for this one, I'm going to be talking to you about Prospeo. Again, this is a great tool to find email addresses, mobile numbers, and to replace the enrich person enrichment inside of clay.com. So let's imagine for a second that we have the LinkedIn profile of an individual over here. Now, all we would need to do is click on find work email and enrich person from LinkedIn profile. We can click on continue to add fields, save and run the row. And within just a couple of seconds, this enrichment not only will find the email address, it can also help us find the mobile number of prospects, and it can then scrape their entire LinkedIn profile in just a matter of seconds. So we can access the follow accounts, the gender, the location, the company, the work experience, where the person went to school, and all of the other publicly available information directly from the LinkedIn profile of an individual. This alone can save a large chunk of Clay credits, and spoiler alert, they're also bringing in a bunch of new enrichments in the coming year into Clay, including how you can find people inside of Clay, which is one of the biggest headaches for any Clay users. So by all means, I very much encourage you to check out Prospeo, because the version 2 of Prospeo that's about to drop now already dropped on the 12th of January 2026. That version 2, which I've beta tested already, is absolutely insane, and it's worth every single penny. So by all means, consider checking it out. Just a quick note, I've put together an entire guide that includes all of these tools that I'm talking about, when to use each one of these tools, discounts of up to 30% that are better than most Cyber Monday or Black Friday discounts that you've probably seen to date. That will be the top link in the description down below, so just do me a massive favor. Check that guide out, because I guarantee you, not only will it save you Clay credits, it will probably save you money using the discounts, and you'll also learn a ton of new tools in the process. On to tip number 6 now, and this is maybe the most obvious way to save Clay credits. This is the deduplication button. And this method is super simple. It just shows you how you can deduplicate any data and make sure that you're not spending Clay credits on the same data all over again. So super simply put, let's imagine for a second right now that we've got this prospect over here, and for instance, let's say it's Donald Trump. As things stand, if we have Donald Trump in this list twice, we will be spending Clay credits twice in order to run the same enrichments on the same person twice. In order for this to never happen, what we need to do is click on the settings icon in the bottom right hand corner of our screens and select the auto dedupe rows toggle and make sure that that toggle is switched on. We can then select the column, in this case it will be the full name column, and we can make sure that the full name is deduplicated every single time. After that, we can click on save changes, and that will mean that automatically next time if we want to add Donald Trump to this list again, let's imagine I just copy and paste him here and I click on enter, you can see straight away the prospect gets removed from the list because this list now deduplicates the inputted data right away. By the way, if you're new to Clay and you're trying to still figure out what to use it for, how to not spend thousands of dollars on Clay, and how you can go about becoming dangerously good at Clay in just a matter of days, by all means, consider joining Unlock Clay. It's a super cool community. It only costs £100 to join, and you get over 5 hours of trainings as a part of the course membership. On to tip number 7 now, and this is my recommendation for anyone that wants to find email data on a budget at a fraction of the cost of some of the more premium email finder tools like Full Enrich or even Better Contact. The reason that I want to mention this tool is because it's an email finder and an email verifier that has a native integration with Clay and is completely free to get started with. So I believe at least it can give you about 500 free email addresses, which is a lot more than any other email finder on the market. So for that reason, for any of you guys that are on a bit more of a tighter budget, I very much recommend that you use TryKit inside of clay.com. So if you type in Kit into your Clay enrichment tab over here, you should be able to see Kit enables you to find work emails and to verify emails as well. And I believe I still have a link that will get you over 3,000 free email finder credits completely for free inside of Kit. So if you want to redeem those, just go check out the guide, which will be linked as the top link in the description down below. And I know I said this a million times, but trust me, this would otherwise cost you anywhere from $20 to $70 with any other email finder providers. So for that reason, I very much recommend Kit. This brings us nicely to tip number 8, and this one is perfect for any of you guys that are interested in the technologies that a specific company uses or the jobs that a specific company is hiring for. The tool that I'll be talking about now is Their Stack, and Their Stack is really good because it scrapes job listings from across over 10 different job boards, including Indeed, Glassdoor, LinkedIn, Y Combinator, and a bunch of other mainstream job websites. And for context, all you would need to do inside of Clay is type in Their Stack, and you should be able to either find jobs that a specific company is hiring for or to find the technologies that a specific company has installed on their website. One thing that I really like about Their Stack is the fact that their technology data comes at a fraction of the cost of other providers. You can see it only costs 1 Clay credit compared to 2 Clay credits otherwise. You can get up to 20% off their Clay subscriptions using my Unlock Clay community discount code, which will be the top link in the description down below. And more than that, they also offer you a one-time fee payment plan rather than you having to pay for a monthly recurring subscription, which also means that you're not inflating your monthly subscription costs once again. So in order for you to connect to Their Stack, all you would need to do is just copy and paste your API key by navigating to API keys at the bottom of your account here and just copying and pasting that API key directly into Clay, where you can just find the enrichment, click on add account, copy and paste it here, give it a quick name, and then test account and save. And that way you can always swap out the Clay managed Their Stack account for your account, so you're spending a fraction of the price of Clay credits to get the exact same technology and job data. On to tip number 9. This one is an absolute game changer for anyone that is struggling to find high quality people data inside of clay.com. And yes, maybe you flirted with the idea of using the free Find People enrichment. Maybe you tried the Find People waterfall. That is an absolute ripoff and puts you into financial distress because it literally costs over 20 cents in this case over here. And you're probably wondering, how do you find high quality people data without having to splash out a ton of money on a tool like Apollo. This is the best find people option that I've found to date inside of clay.com. The tool that I'll be talking about right now is called Serve. You can see their website over here. It's serve.com, and it gives you great coverage of a bunch of different enrichments inside of Clay, enabling you to enrich companies, find people at companies, find professional profiles, find email addresses, phone numbers, and a bunch of other things as well. And the reason I prefer Serve over other providers is not because of these 5 enrichments, but specifically because of their find people enrichment, which from my experience has been better than Apollo, better than the native free find people enrichments inside of Clay. And just purely because of this find people at company enrichment, I cannot recommend them highly enough, especially given that it costs hardly anything at all. So even if you're spending Clay credits on this, it's 100% worth the investment. And once again, as with any other sales tool, try it out for yourself, take it out on a free trial and see how that goes. And last but not least, the final tool that I'll be talking about now will enable you to scrape Google Maps and to scrape Google searches for things like the LinkedIn profiles, the company websites, or any sort of other things like SEO blogs that you can scrape directly from Google. The tool that I'm talking about now is called SerpDev, and it's the world's fastest and cheapest Google scraper. And yes, you can even use Google Maps using this tool. I will make sure to add a separate video where I show you what SerpDev is all about and how you can use it inside of clay.com, and that will be linked in the guide down below as well.
Okay guys, congrats for making it to the end of this free Clay course. Of course, if you want to learn a bit more, if you want to have the absolute privilege of hanging out with me and watching even more tutorials on clay.com, you may find it useful to head over to www.unlockclay.com, where I have already taught over 1,000 people how to use clay.com without any prior experience of using any sort of AI automation tools or anything of that sort. Whilst you're on the website, you might as well check out the over 500 testimonials that I have inside there. So if you're wondering what the difference is between watching a free course and a paid course, of course we'll go in a lot more detail. You'll have your ability to ask me questions and get answers in real time. Also, all the content inside of the paid course is way more up to date because I make sure to update it at least once every 2 months. And I'm super responsive to feedback throughout. So if you have any questions about specific features or anything of that sort, I make sure to update the course in real time. Unlike all of the other courses out there that charge you double, triple, quadruple the price and are not even updated since the latest UX releases. And no, I'm not being salty here, so forgive me if I'm a bit passive aggressive, having spent the whole day today in front of a ring light recording this course. And if I'm totally real with you, if you want the fastest path from a total beginner to someone who is super AI native and proficient with some of the most important go-to-market tools like OpenClaw, Hermes Agent, Clay.com, N8N, and many others, then by all means consider joining my Unlock GTM engineering community. And if you're unsure what the hell the Unlock GTME community is, just head over to www.unlockgtme.com, and hopefully by that time you will realize why I've recorded this video, because hopefully after you getting plenty of value throughout this course, you may be a bit more open-minded to joining a paid community like my Unlock GTM community. Again, the link of that will be in the description underneath the video somewhere. Go check it out. And if you want any of the prompts, any of the resources, whatever I mentioned throughout this video, I'm going to create a mega long guide with all the resources there. Again, it will be underneath the video in the description below, so go check it out. And last but not least, congrats for learning clay.com, but to be totally honest with you, in 2026, knowing clay.com is not enough. You also need to learn some adjacent tools like Claude Code. So spoiler alert, the video popping up on your screen right now will be the only video on YouTube that you need to watch in order to truly master Claude Code for the purposes of lead generation and go-to-market. So I'll see you in that video.